The only man in history to awaken a mythic-grade talent chose the most worthless job, a priest. Everyone laughed, calling him weak and useless, unaware that his talent could reverse everything, turning healing into instant death, and with a flick of his wrist, he'd slap them all. When a global cataclysm turned the game into reality, the invasion of otherworldly beasts brought disaster to humanity. But humanity also gained the class system, a system that made them stronger. Everyone can randomly awaken their talent and choose a suitable profession, with talent grades ranging from common to rare, legendary, quasi-divine, and mythical. Among them, the mythical grade talent has never appeared before, and after awakening their talents, most people choose the mage or swordsman class. Next are summoners, warriors, and assassins, while priests, due to their poor healing and low attack power, are widely regarded as inferior. Today is the day of the school's unified awakening, and the headmaster is on the stage encouraging the students before opening the awakening formation. Every student is eagerly anticipating their awakening, and Yan Hao is no exception. He also hopes to become strong enough to protect what he has. The girl before him, Su Mumu, is the person he wants to protect, the school's goddess and his childhood friend. Time passes, and as students awaken one after another, his turn quickly approaches. As Yan Hao stood on the awakening formation, his consciousness was transported to a secret realm, where a glowing orb appeared before him. The moment he touched it, a terrifying energy surged into his body. Amidst the system's announcement, Yan Hao awakened the mythic-level talent, Heaven and Earth Reversal, never before seen in history. This talent could cause the opposite effect for all skills, and Yan Hao could freely control its activation. However, it has a fatal flaw. It can only reverse skills, but is ineffective against normal attack damage. So, Yan Hao chose to hide his awakening to avoid having his talent's weakness discovered. He then urged Mumu to awaken her talent, while he went to choose his class, selecting the most useless class of all, the priest, to maximize his talent. Because of his mythic-grade talent, his healing skills instantly turned into fatal damage. And more importantly, the converted damage would be true damage, ignoring all defense and armor. So, if Yan Hao becomes a schemer, who could possibly stand against him? There's no doubt the priest class is a perfect match for his talents. Meanwhile, Mumu has completed her awakening, unlocking a legendary talent and choosing the mage class. Now, they must enter a secret dungeon to level up. After turning down everyone's party invites, Yan Hao naturally chooses to enter the dungeon alone, because that's the fastest way to level up. More importantly, he didn't want to reveal his talent too early. Then, Yan Hao stepped into the secret realm's portal. The name of this dungeon was Wolf Forest. As the name suggests, this place is teeming with bloodthirsty wolves. Players must follow the designated route, eliminating all the wild wolves in the dungeon to clear it. To protect new players, there are healing springs along the way to restore health. It's worth mentioning that death in this secret realm is permanent. Once you die, you cannot respawn. Therefore, most newcomers follow the standard method of clearing the dungeon. But Yan Hao possessed a mythic-grade talent, so how could he not venture into the depths of the secret realm to see what was there? Soon, he encountered 3 wild wolves who, upon seeing him, immediately attacked. With a smirk, Yan Hao activated the reversal of the universe, instantly unleashing a reversal healing spell, and with a bang, one wolf was obliterated. At the same time, the remaining 2 wild wolves lunged at Yan Hao, one using its tearing skill only to have all the damage reflected back by the reversal of Qiankun, sending it flying. Then, he unleashed the reversal purification technique, directly binding the other wild wolf and followed up with a reversal healing technique to eliminate it. But now, the wild wolf that had its attack reflected charged towards Yan Hao. He dodged its normal attack, then returned a healing reversal. With only 2 skills learned, there was no other way, but it was still easy to deal with them. Then, Yan Hao deactivated the Qiankun reversal talent and used healing to restore himself to full health. Yan Hao levels up to level 2, and for his priest class, increasing his intelligence is the wisest choice, so he allocates his 2 free attribute points to intelligence. Using fire as his guide, he slays wild wolves until he reaches the depths of the forest, finally finding his target. The level 5 White Wolf King, the final boss of this secret realm. Countless talented youths have met their end at its paws. Therefore, the school has listed this place as a forbidden area. And if Yan Hao wants to defeat the White Wolf King, he must find an opportunity to deal with its underlings. First, to avoid being swarmed by the wolves, and second, to gain experience by killing them, thus quickly increasing his strength, Yan Hao patiently waited for the opportunity and then took action to eliminate the wild wolves one by one. As he leveled up to 4, the White Wolf King finally sensed something was wrong. But by then, his underlings had all been wiped out by Yan Hao. Now, it was his turn. Seeing this, the White Wolf King furiously charged towards him. But its attacks were useless against Yan Hao, instead constantly healing him, because he had activated the Qiankan reversal skill. As the White Wolf King relentlessly unleashed its skills on Yan Hao, he healed himself while casting the reversal healing skill on the White Wolf King, slowly depleting its health. He thought he could take it down, but it wasn't stupid, switching to normal attacks instead. Luckily, Yan Hao dodged quickly. It seemed to have discovered his weakness. But alas, your blood is almost spent. Finally, under the reversed healing attack of Yan Hao, the White Wolf King falls, dropping a bronze treasure chest. His level also increased to level 5, and to everyone's surprise, the system rated Yan Hao at level 3S, also awarding him a silver treasure chest. At the same time, the system announced to the entire school that he had received a 3S rating. The students were shocked, wondering which prodigy had achieved such a feat. A 3S rank was unheard of. Meanwhile, Yan Hao opened his treasure chest, receiving a skill book, a silver-grade dagger, and 5 free attribute points. After some hesitation, Yan Hao learns the skill, deciding to sell the silver-grade dagger, which could fetch a good price. As for the 5 attribute points, he puts them all into his willpower. After all that, Yan Hao left the Secret Realm dungeon, and Mumu asked if he'd received a 3S rating. But Zimao scoffed, how could it be that useless priest? He probably didn't even get a reward before running out. But to save face, Yan Hao couldn't humor him and immediately put the Shadow Lord dagger up for auction, causing an uproar. This silver-grade equipment is undeniable proof of Yan Hao's success, instantly turning Zimao green with envy. The system displays the information. Entering the newbie dungeon, Wolf Forest. Levels 1 to 3 are considered beginner difficulty, and it's recommended that new players team up and coordinate to clear the introduction. A pack of bloodthirsty wolves dwells in this forest, armed with sharp teeth and claws. Remember not to get surrounded, or there's no escape. Seeing this, Lin Ye thought for a moment, deciding not to make it too hard for the students entering the dungeon for the first time. As long as they cooperate well, there won't be any casualties. Getting a B is already an outstanding achievement. He's relieved to know there will be healing springs along the way for the players. However, danger lurks, making it safer for novices but also lowering the status of priests. But if someone wants to die and doesn't clear the wild wolves along the way, they'll gather together. Or, if he ventures deeper into the forest, into the forbidden area, Lin Ye knows failure means certain death within the instance. He looks at the energy in his hand and ponders. How can he be satisfied with an ordinary score when he has a god-tier talent? With newfound resolve, Lin Ye immediately sets off, determined to enter the legendary forbidden area and venture deep into the wolf forest. The system provides key information. Level 1, Wild Wolf. Strength 3. Constitution 3. Intellect 1. Spirit 2. Agility 6. Aptitude. Bronze. Skills. Bite. Bleed. Howl. They are social creatures that roam the wolf forest. They prefer to fight in packs, and their attacks inflict bleeding, causing continuous damage. Of note are its skills. Tear, using fangs to bite the opponent, triggering hemorrhage upon impact. The cooldown is 10 seconds. Bleeding, a passive skill, continuously damages enemies each second after activation for a total duration of 3 seconds, and has no cooldown. At that moment, Lin Ye smiled knowingly and quickly activated the reversal of Qiankun with force. A moment later, Lin Ye turned his weapon towards the wild wolf, casting a healing spell. In an instant, it was attacked as the system announced the reversal of healing and plunder. It continued to display information, dealing 50 damage to the wild wolf, killing the monster without injury, and receiving 10 experience points as another wild wolf charged toward Lin Ye. He activates a shield, pushing it away, as a reminder appears. Reverse bite attack, healing 20 HP. Reverse bleeding effect, healing +2. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye rushed forward, unleashing the universe shift, reverse purifying spell, and dark restraint. Immediately, the wild wolf was restrained and lost 30 mana. It quickly collapsed as the system announced the cleansing of all the enemy's magic, creating a single target action restriction. Seeing this, he realized the dark binding spell was extremely effective against low-level monsters with little mana. But another wild wolf charged, and Lin Ye glanced at it, casting the healing spell. The wild wolf was immediately attacked, displaying information that it had taken 50 points of damage. He defeated the monster without taking damage and earned 10 experience points. He calculated that if he cleared all the small monsters, he could level up to at least level 4. Lin Ye confidently thought, His goal was the final hidden boss, and even a level difference wouldn't be a problem. Just then, the system announced that the cooldown time for healing had ended. He quickly raises his hand, casting the healing spell, dealing 50 damage to the wild wolf, killing it without taking damage, and gaining 10 experience points. At this moment, Lin Ye wiped the sweat from his face, knowing he had prepared thoroughly for this day. After all, when enemies are killing, one's level is irrelevant. With the danger past, he's reminded that he's out of combat. Then, he orders, deactivate the effects of reversal of heaven and earth and purify. The system acknowledges, displaying, your value has reached its maximum. Lin Ye closed his eyes to focus, while it delivered crucial information. Level increased to 2. All attributes enhanced, combat ability improved, and all learned skills leveled up. With Yang Healing Art leveled up to 2, Lin Ye's stats are: Level 2, Class Priest, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6, Agility 5, Talent, Mythic Grade Universe Reversal, Skills, Single Target. Healing Art, Plunder Art, Support Skills, Purifying Art, Imprisoning Art. He quickly chooses Yes to receiving 2 free attribute points and allocates them all to Intelligence, thinking that with high intelligence he can continuously recover mana without taking damage and maximize magic damage with Universe Reversal to instantly kill. As night turns to day, the headmaster studies the map, surprised. This area is off limits during school instruction. Is he trying to challenge the hidden S-rank boss, Shadow Wolf King? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Impossible. The headmaster began to speculate on the possibilities. If this kid isn't deliberately seeking death, does that mean his hidden talent is myth grade or even higher? He stroked his beard and remarked, it's a pity he chose not to reveal his talent. For now, we can only observe the other seed players. I hope student Lin Ye can return alive. Huang Tianqi laughed from the side. Why don't you make a bet since you're so worried? I bet he can set a new record. He looks down with curiosity. But are you saying that seed player is that girl? But I feel like she's lacking a bit of fire. Meanwhile, the wild wolf charges ahead ferociously. Seeing this, Huang Tianqi commented that the ideas were rich, but the execution was a bit lacking. Sumumu quickly rushed forward to display her martial arts, the art of ice condensation. Seeing this, the others praised, the goddess is amazing. As ice arrows struck, the wild wolf was instantly defeated. That's when she noticed something was wrong. A whole pack of wild wolves was heading straight for her. She immediately dragged the two beside her, drawing the monster's attention. Run! After saying that, Sumumu thought dejectedly, oh no, my goddess image is ruined in an instant. She suddenly stops running, turns around and commands, get behind me, both of you. She quickly casts a spell, Tears of Life, and creates a clone to attack. They immediately fled when she cast her ice spell, and only then did Sumumu breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, all safe. The headmaster stroked his beard as he witnessed the scene. So what do you think? Not bad, right? Huang Tianqi replied. Without combat experience, talent alone won't get her far. Deep within the forest, a rabbit grazed peacefully, startled by a sudden sound behind it, just as the system announced a level up to level 3. After eliminating the wild wolves, Lin Ye excitedly exclaimed, just a little more and I'll be completely satisfied. Excellent, this speed is exactly what I expected. Let's eliminate the remaining monsters to level up to 4. A rustling in the bushes catches his attention, and he turns to investigate. It's here, but I'll carefully hide behind the bushes to assess the situation. The system immediately displays information. Dark Knight Wolf King, level 5, Strength 10, Constitution 9, Intelligence 3, Spirit 7, Agility 5, Silver Aptitude. Skills include Tearing, Bleeding, Wild Call, Claw Strike. Some important information is updated, introducing the Dark Knight Wolf King, a wanderer in the wolf forest known for its ferocity, chasing down and killing any creature it sees. The wolves in the entire forest are its subordinates, obeying its commands and tearing apart any enemy. Lin Ye recalled the information he'd gathered. The Dark Shadow Wolf King was a hidden boss in the textbooks, a forbidden boss. Countless talented youths had been severely injured, sometimes crippled, while challenging it. Countless aspiring heroes have fallen prey to its merciless fangs, leading the academy to deem this forest a forbidden zone. Hiding behind a tree, he noticed the wolves seemed to be circling the Dark Knight Wolf King, behaving like normal animals, occasionally wandering off. Lambda learned their patterns. After relieving themselves, they didn't immediately return to the pack, but roamed around. With their frequent departures, the opportunity to eliminate them one by one was at hand, and he ambushed a wild wolf. It was quickly eliminated, and Lin Ye received the notification, dealing 50 damage to the wild wolf, killing the monster without taking damage, and receiving 10 experience points. He was ecstatic. These troublesome little monsters were now the best source of experience. Once I level up, I'll take on the Dark Swift Wolf King one-on-one. As the Dark Swift Wolf King's pack dwindled, my level continued to rise. Lin Ye channeled his power into his weapon, unleashing a mighty spear attack, felling the wolves and leveling up to level 4. The Dark Shade. Wolf King suddenly turns around and Lin Ye chuckles, finally noticing him. He speaks without a hint of fear. "Well, let's start a new game," said the Dark Shadow Wolf King. The system displays its stats: 200 health, 1000 mana, 500 attack, and 200 defense. Based on that, Lin Ye analyzes that its HP and attack stats are 50 times higher than regular wild wolves. A newbie would be torn to shreds or toyed to death. He stared at the dark howling Wolf King as it charged, but calmly raised his hand to cast Shadow Claw. As it growled, he said with satisfaction, "Thanks, I feel much better now." Lin Ye couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a god-tier talent, its attacks are just food for my recovery. "Keep attacking. It'll be easier to deal with you this way." A moment later, he was reminded that his healing spell was off cooldown, and he nonchalantly said, "Attack, then heal." The Dark Wolf King writhes in pain as its HP plummets, and a notification catches Lin Ye by surprise. The Dark Swift Wolf King activates a counterattack, unleashing a move that further depletes its HP, yet it suddenly wears a sinister smile. He exclaimed in surprise. "You noticed?" Lin Ye replied fearlessly. "Too late." The system immediately warned that the Shadow Wolf King had gone berserk, and he gripped his weapon tightly. "If you were surrounded by wolves, I might have had to put in a lot of effort." But Lin Ye thought confidently, "Too bad you're all alone now." As the healing spell cooldown info appeared, a devastating move shook the earth. The Dark Knight Wolf King fell as the system congratulated him, granting 1000 experience points, leveling him up to level 5, and initiating the reward summary for completing the Wolf Forest dungeon. A treasure chest appears, rewarding him with a low-grade bronze chest. Having fulfilled all hidden conditions, defeating the final boss using no damaging skills and slaying 30 wild wolves, his rating jumps to SSS, earning him a high-grade silver chest. He smiles at the system screen. If reverse healing doesn't count as a damaging skill, I might not have gotten an SSS rank. Then it announced that a student cleared the Wolf Forest dungeon and completed all hidden achievements with an SSS rank. Everyone was completely astonished. What? Everyone was shocked and began to discuss, just who could it be? "Oh my god, did we just witness history? Quick, take a picture." Even the headmaster is astonished. No one has ever achieved an SS rank in this dungeon before, meaning they completed all the hidden achievements. In my memory, only Lin Ye entered the Forbidden Zone. Huang Tianqi says in disbelief, "How is this possible?" An SSS rating requires clearing the level without taking damage. How can anyone clear it alone without taking damage? Su Mumu was stunned, not expecting an SSS rating. "I barely managed to get an A rank. Who could be so skilled this year?" People around him discussed how they'd never heard of a player with such strength, maybe a transfer student. Next, she was very curious, wondering how Lin Ye was doing, while Lin Ye was ecstatic. "Yes, yes!" That was close. His eyes suddenly changed. If that's the case, Lin Ye quickly tapped the system screen and opened the treasure chest. Upon activation, he received the Divine Artifact Therapy skill book, 5 free attribute points, and a silver-grade shadow dagger as the treasure glowed brilliantly. The dark dagger increases the wearer's attack by 50 points and armor penetration by 10. When attacking an enemy, there is a 5% chance to inflict bleeding. Most importantly, he obtains Divine Healing, a skill that blesses allies within 10 meters, restoring 100 HP and an additional 10 HP per second for 10 seconds, costing 50 mana with a 20-second cooldown. And its counterpart, Calamity Descent, which curses enemies within 10 meters, removing 100 HP and causing a loss of 20 HP per second for 10 seconds, costing 45 mana with a 20-second cooldown, he exclaims excitedly. From Lin Ye's perspective, although the cooldown seems a bit long and the mana consumption is quite high, these are just minor issues in the early stages. He quickly realized the key point. Such a large AoE burst damage is already the strongest ultimate in the early game. A smile crept across Lin Ye's face. Combined with purification, which compensated for the infinite cooldown, he had surpassed even the strongest mage class. But as he tossed the dagger in his hand, he told himself, "As for this dagger, I'll just sell it to a second-generation heir." Consider it a way to provide for the future since I can't keep spending my aunt and uncle's money. They've already given me enough. The system then issued another notification. 5 free attribute points. Lin Ye was pleased to hear this, but the real prize is these 5 free attribute points. He knew free attribute points were rare, only obtainable through leveling up, special dungeon quests, or opening hidden reward chests. Lin Ye calculated that if his first run wasn't rated above S, he wouldn't get the attribute reward. But an SSS achievement would grant him 5 extra attribute points, so he confidently spoke up. All free attribute points go to intellect. From now on, I, Lin Ye, will push the magic system to its limit, becoming the most violent calamity priest. As the portal opens, Huang Xiaofeng guesses, he's out, must be the SSS rank team. But everyone is stunned. Wait, why is it just Lin Ye? Amidst the chatter, Lin Ye returns, likely still settling the score. I really want to see how rich the hidden rewards are. Just then, Su Mumu runs over and asks, "Tell me, it was you, right? No one believed in his abilities, relying on this trash?" Mumu, you're overestimating him. If I remember correctly, he went in alone, right? He probably couldn't do anything, so he ran outside, and they just stood there, mocking Lin Ye. Just then, he pulled out a dagger and asked if any of his classmates were assassins, saying he'd found a decent weapon and wondered if anyone wanted it. That's when everyone realized, holy crap, you got this equipment? This is a silver-grade item, Lin Ye asked again, losing patience. Did they want it or not? They immediately started outbidding each other. I want this one. I'm calling my dad to get the money right now. I bid 10,000. 20,000, you say? 20,000 for top-tier gear? I bid 50,000. He pondered, hearing the highest bid of 50,000. This price is worthy of the supreme weapon, so Lin Ye announces 50,000 once, 50,000 twice. Suddenly, a girl raises her hand and bids 100,000. The crowd is stunned. 100,000 alliance credits? No one could believe their eyes. An average family only earns 10,000 alliance coins. To spend 100,000 alliance credits would require a family to starve for 10 years. This is an astronomical price. Hearing this, he secretly calculated that 100,000 was indeed a high price, not even considering the burial of this superior dagger. Then Lin Ye immediately agreed to the trade. A red-haired youth asked curiously, "Lambda, can I ask you something? What level are you now?" Without hesitation, he answered, "Level 5. Upon hearing this, everyone clamored, "Lin Ye, which team are you on? Did you really clear the dungeon solo all the way to level 5? You're the one with the SSS rank, right? Can you help me clear the dungeon? How did you do it?" Seeing this, the headmaster deduced that this student wasn't in a group, meaning someone was hiding their strength. It was impossible. No one could have done that alone. He must have found a team before entering the dungeon. He couldn't believe it. A rookie student clearing a dungeon solo and getting an SSS rank. Does that even sound plausible? Huang Tianqi analyzes everything. Its requirement was to clear the monsters alone without taking any damage. Even the top players can't achieve that level of success as newbies. The purple-haired youth's anger worries his companion. Handsome. Do we still want to mess with him? He gritted his teeth in frustration, saying, I think he just got lucky. Who knows what dirty tricks he used? How far can a priest really go? He quickly forces a smile, trying to appease him. Look at that little sneak's smug face. Handsome. We'll get our chance to teach him a lesson next time. Just then, the principal began to speak. All right, students, the exam is now over. From today onward, you are no longer ordinary students, but trainee professionals with extraordinary power. He revealed a crucial piece of information. In 30 days, you will all face the most important moment of your lives, the job aptitude test. The headmaster spoke solemnly, reminding them that their performance in the next 30 days would determine whether they returned to being ordinary people or became heroes against the demonic tide. During this month, they must use the low-level secret realm dungeons arranged by the school to reach level 10 or higher. Lin Ye thought to himself that the job assessment, a mandatory team event and key evaluation criterion, hinged on team synergy. Then he looked at Su Mumu, his partner already decided. Lin Ye analyzes her intently, realizing that despite her attempts to appear aloof, she's the one he worries about most, clumsy, sincere, easily deceived, and quick to reveal her true nature. He secretly vowed to protect him, even if he awakened a powerful talent. Lambda recalled a past promise to his aunt and uncle. In the end, he reminded himself that he wouldn't let that tragedy repeat itself. So Lin Ye suggested skipping dinner at home and going out to raid a dungeon together. She gasped in surprise, and the gate opened once more as the system announced the level 3 to S rank stone quarry dungeon with adjustable difficulty. A medium-sized party of 5 to 10 people is recommended to enter, as the stone quarry cave is teeming with poisonous scorpions. Be careful. While their attacks aren't fatal, the poison in their tails is troublesome. And remember, don't get hit by the eggs. Reward. Give it your all to defeat the Poison Scorpion King. Use all your strength to defeat the Poison Scorpion King, and be careful not to be poisoned or you'll be killed within a certain time. It will then enter a frenzy. Lin Ye immediately selected hard mode, analyzing the information. Dungeon challenges allow you to choose the difficulty. The difficulty of the dungeon increases with its level. The higher the difficulty, the tougher the monsters and requirements, demanding more players, but the rewards are naturally greater. One thing Lin Ye and she need to keep in mind is that beginner dungeons usually only have 3 levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. This stone quarry dungeon will initially only have 2 levels: normal and hard. Somewhat embarrassed, Sumumu asked, "Even though it's a newbie dungeon, you're planning for just the 2 of us to challenge the hard difficulty and get an SSS rating?" He confidently replied, "Trust me," prompting her to quickly explain, "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I think it'll be hard not to take damage and I'll just get in your way." Lam Ye calmly turned and explained, "There's a way to cheese this dungeon." Sumumu exclaimed in disbelief, "Skip class? You mean just ignore the monsters and clear the stage?" He nodded in confirmation. "The monsters and terrain in this dungeon are fixed. I found some notes from a predecessor, compiled them, and reconstructed the dungeon's layout. Based on my calculations, skipping class is possible." Now she looks at Lin Ye with admiration. He's amazing. It's like the whole scene is replaying in his head. Suddenly, Sumumu remembers the past. She always knew Lin Ye was hiding his true strength. He had long studied all kinds of dungeons and monsters, utilizing various data points, and always aced the theory exams. He was surrounded by scornful eyes. Everyone thought he was bullying a fool. Noticing her daze, Lin Ye reminded her, "Why are you just standing there? Let's go." Only then did Sumumu snap out of it. "Coming, coming," she whispered to herself, believing he would become the hero who saves Earth, as the scene shifts to the stone cave dungeon. Sumumu excitedly looks around. "It's so beautiful. Moom." He became vigilant, warning that this dungeon was far more dangerous than the last. Just then, the system announced that due to insufficient players, they would be forcibly teamed up with another party. Lin Ye is surprised to see that the dungeon can forcibly team players up with others already in the dungeon, which only strengthens his resolve. So, not only do we have to face monsters, but we also have to compete. We need to be careful. Suddenly, an explosion startles them both, and the purple-haired youth is sent flying back, coughing up blood, much to Lin Ye's surprise. The purple-haired youth coughed violently. The system displayed the opponent's information: Poison Scorpion, Level 3, Strength 5, Physique 4, Intelligence 2, Spirit 3, Agility 5, Silver Aptitude. Skills include Deadly Poison, Devour, and Petrification. Introducing the scorpion monster, whose venomous tail can paralyze its victims, making movement difficult, and repeated stings can even paralyze the heart. Overwhelmed by the scene, he realizes that even a small monster can wipe out their entire team, and the dungeon's danger far exceeds their expectations. He trembled, glancing back at him and Sumumu. The purple-haired youth screamed, "Hey Lin Ye, hurry up and help fight the monster. Have you forgotten the Academy's support rules?" Lin Ye coldly glanced at him and said, "Good luck." The purple-haired youth watched him rush off and yelled, "You despicable cleric." Ignoring her, he simply said, "We'll go this way." Then, with a serious tone, he warned, "Remember, the scorpions here are extremely afraid of water, and they're all close combat fighters with no long-range attacks." He stared ahead, assuring her that if she followed his lead and obeyed his commands, he'd ensure she wouldn't be poisoned. Sumumu trusted Lin Ye and agreed. He suddenly smiled and said, "Oh right, one more thing." As Lin Ye charged forward with her, he explained that they were also extremely sensitive to sound. Then, weapon in hand, he unleashed his skill, Plunder, and with one strike, Lin Ye annihilated the poison scorpion. Sumumu was shocked. Was this his innate talent? "So, does that mean the SSS rank assessment is—" Before she could finish, he raised his hand to silence her. Lin Ye then explained to Sumumu that the key to successfully skipping class was to take a special route, avoiding the monster's eyes and ears, to the dungeon's boss area. Then he landed from midair, his eyes scanning ahead, analyzing the weakness, a pool of water within the map where water-fearing monsters gather. This stream isn't harmful and the water is drinkable. Then, to her surprise, he leaps in. Mumu stood on the shore, pondering her next move, and then followed Da into the water. Moo Moo swam with all her might, quickly reaching the other side where she climbed ashore and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, he raised the stone in his hand, his eyes fixed on the ground beneath him. Then he slammed the stone down with force. A great disturbance erupts from beneath the ground, and a strange sound echoes out. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Hey, what's going on? Meanwhile, the water's surface is churning. The system identifies a level 6 poison scorpion king with stats off the charts, a silver aptitude, and deadly skills. A monstrous, colorful harbinger of venomous death. Be careful of its venom, it'll kill you. Lin Ye, unafraid, waved his hand. Come on. It immediately brandished its pincers to show off its power, and he smiled slightly, saying, If you don't dare to come, then the rest is up to us. A moment later, Lin Ye cast Hand of Affliction, destroying 100 poisonous scorpions, gaining 2,000 experience points, shocking everyone. A priest with such powerful magic damage? The scorpions we fought took our entire team's effort to defeat, but in his hands, they're like lambs to the slaughter. What kind of monster have we stumbled upon? No, it can't be. Is he the record holder? Su Momo unleashes her talent, Tears of Mercy, while entrusting the rest to her ice conjuration. In an instant, the poisonous scorpions are annihilated. 50 killed, granting 500 experience points, and finally, the message that all poisonous scorpions have been eliminated. Student Su Mu Mu has leveled up to level 4, receiving 1 free attribute point. Name Su Mu Mu, Class Mage, Strength 4, Constitution 5, Intelligence 6, Spirit 5, Agility 4, Awakened Talent, Tears of Life, Attack Skill, Ice Binding. She couldn't believe how quickly she leveled up. He glanced back and said, Next, we'll have to face the Poison Scorpion King. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's the Poison Scorpion King. It can even withstand water. As Su Mu Mu cast her spell, the system announced that ice condensation had dealt 10 points of damage to the Poison Scorpion King. She was shocked. Only 10 points? Was the Poison Scorpion King's defense that strong? What now? If we mess up even once, he reassured Su Mu Mu, telling her not to worry. Its weak point is in the center of its abdomen during the second HP phase. We can do this. Lin Ye then pulled her away from its attack, seizing the opportunity to strike back, and the Poison Scorpion King's claw fell into the water. Landing there, Lin Ye instructed, Mumu, keep creating new footholds. And Mumu obediently responded, Okay. Meanwhile, Lin Ye continued his Soul Plunder attack, finally reducing its HP. The Plunder skill deals 150 damage to the Poison Scorpion King, which he notes. Too hard. Lin Ye observes the Poison Scorpion King's every move. He quickly spots the perfect opportunity. Right now. Mumu's Ice Magic. Lin Ye dodges the attack while analyzing. The Poison Scorpion King only exposes its weak spot, its belly, when using this move. He seizes the opportunity, using Plunder to strike the weak point, dealing 1,000 damage. Seeing this, Su Mu Mu immediately praised him. Amazing. The system announced that the Poisonous Scorpion King has been defeated, gaining 3,000 experience points, completing the Stone Cave dungeon, and starting to summarize the rewards. In an instant, Lin Ye leveled up to level 6, completing all the hidden elements. By slaying the Poison Scorpion King, the Secret Realm's overlord, and eliminating all the other scorpions without being poisoned, he earned an SSS rank and a gold treasure chest. 5 free attribute points. Name, Lin Ye. Class, Priest, level 6. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Intelligence, 20. Spirit, 10. Agility, 10. Awakened Talent, Chinkan Reversal, Single Target Skill. Healing. Plunder. Purification. Forbidden Darkness. The purple-haired youth was in awe of the great Lam Da. The crowd behind him knelt, weeping and begging, Great Da, take me with you. I'll serve you anywhere. You're not a petty person, are you? While there are few people, I am Sir Ye's dog. He then warned them to keep today's events a secret. Smiling at them, Lin Ye warned before teleporting, or face the consequences. In the teleportation space, Lin Ye suggested, Let's open it here. No one can see. They both turned their gaze to the glowing treasure chest. Excited, he ordered the treasure chest to be opened, and the system announced he received the Poison Cannon Growth skill, the Golden Grade Swift Gale leggings required for the Mage class, the Silver Grade Hunter Greatsword, and the Silver Grade Jade Ring. He receives 5 free attribute points, leaving Mu Mu speechless in disbelief. 5 attribute points? No wonder your stats are so high. The information panel appears, displaying the Hunter Greatsword, a first-level forged weapon of silver quality, requiring a Greatsword class profession. Its effects include a 2-1-point attack increase, a 5-point strength boost, and a shield-breaking passive. Next is the Gale Greaves, first-level forged shoes of gold quality. The equipment effect increases agility by 10 points, movement speed by 30%, and has a passive Ghost Step effect, which increases evasion. A gold-tier skill book, Poison Arts with potential for growth. Shadow requires a Mage class initial effect. Use mana to summon poison bubbles. The poison bubble inflicts poison damage upon contact, then explodes, dealing poison damage in an area. The poison effect lasts for 5 seconds. And finally, the item, a Jade Ring. A first-level forging accessory, silver grade, with no equipment requirements. Its effect reduces the cooldown time of all skills by 10%, but it cannot be combined with the cooldown effects of other equipment. Her eyes widened in amazement. My God, is this how much loot drops from a gold treasure chest? Lin Ye was also surprised. These 2 gold-tier items were truly top-notch for this early stage, but the best treasure was this silver ring. He mused that this jade ring, though only silver grade, could reduce skill cooldowns, making it comparable to a free stat point. It could fetch millions of alliance coins at auction. Lin Ye spoke. The poison cannon skill book is for mages. Take it. Mumu, is that a poison attribute gold skill book? But she was already an ice mage. She happily accepts. After choosing a skill's attribute, mages can only learn ice-type skills, making them incompatible with other attributes. Suddenly, Yang Mumu notices something and asks, "What's wrong?" The information panel reveals he's unlocked the hidden talent, 5 Elements Master, with a talent progress of 2-5, and he feels a surge of power. 5 Elements? Master Talent? What's that? I've never heard of acquiring new skills activating a hidden talent. Linya smiles. Interesting. I predict you'll need more skill books. The sooner you collect skills with different attributes, the sooner you'll get a surprise reward. I think this is another advantage you have over other mages. It will be your trump card. Intrigued, she asks if he thinks it will be her trump card, and Lin Ye replies, "Let's go. It's time to head out." Mumu was curious and asked how he planned to allocate those 5 attribute points, wondering if she could use it as a reference. He bluntly replied that his way wouldn't suit her because it was his path alone. She had no choice but to swallow her words. All right then. Moving to a new area, the other fighters discuss. Oh my God, a newbie actually cleared an outside dungeon? That's terrifying. I'm so scared of these scorpions. Nonsense. It never said it was an outside dungeon. The newbie is smitten. Is that the goddess Mumu? Oh my God, they're so well matched, they whispered amongst themselves. Hey, doesn't that guy next to the goddess look like Lin Ye? He used to be ugly, but there are rumors that he single-handedly cleared the only SSS rank assessment. Is that true? No way. Why not? He sold that dagger for 100,000 alliance coins. Didn't you know? Suddenly, a supercar screeches to a halt, startling everyone. Huang Xiaofeng steps out, arrogant as ever. Zhao, I saw that girl you mentioned from afar. She's definitely top tier, even more alluring than this dungeon. Zhao Kaihang quickly warned, "Don't stare." Seeing this, Mumu urged him on. Lin Ye, let's go quickly. Lin Ye was a little surprised. What's wrong? She replied hastily. I find this guy annoying. Secretly cursing him, Mumu thought he relied on his family to plunder, occupy, and hire geniuses to clear dungeons, and his daily hobby was to play with poor female students. How disgusting. Before long, he spoke up. Classmate, wait a moment. Huang Xiaofeng quickly struck up a conversation. Beautiful, how about we get to know each other? My name is Huang Xiaofeng, the sole heir to the Huang conglomerate. The other newbies recognized him as young Master Huang, who supposedly hadn't been to school in a semester. If his talent is strong enough, he might even be the best. They continue to gossip, saying he's a playboy with a bad reputation, having cheated on countless girls. Stop making things up. Someone is deliberately trying to slander him. There's no evidence. Hearing this, he smugly thought that no matter where he went, he was always the center of attention. Mumu bluntly refused. No, I already have a boyfriend. Hearing that, Huang Xiaofeng's face darkened. What? He sneers, noticing the cheap clothes. A diamond in the rough indeed. With a helpless sigh, Lin Ye says, Are you using me as a shield again, miss? I thought you knew this guy. Enraged, Huang Xiaofeng reached out to strike, yelling, Get out of here! But before he could land a blow, Lin Ye swiftly intervened. Huang Xiaofeng's eyes widened in shock, a smirk playing on his lips as if to provoke. How dare this loser strike him? Overestimating himself, he unleashed the charge skill, only for Lin Ye to effortlessly reverse it, redirecting the force back at Huang Xiaofeng, who cried out in pain. That hurts. I'm gonna die. He sputtered. What trickery is this? But Lin Ye feigned innocence. I didn't lay a hand on him. You all saw it. He confidently replies, "Besides, I'm a priest." Those watching wondered what had just happened, why Huang Xiao suddenly became like that. But Lin Ye was indeed a pastor with no offensive skills. Mumu watched from behind, impressed. Was this Lin Ye's innate talent? Huang Xiaofeng, bitter, quickly rose to retaliate. Moments later, he's hit again, freezing in place. Huang Xiaofeng collapses, screaming about foul play as Lin Ye secretly calculates, realizing he was just testing the reverse effects of healing magic on other classes. Lin Ye muses that the plunder skill, aside from damage, can also inflict negative effects on job holders. A bit weak, though, as he hasn't even used half his strength. Huang Xiaofeng roars a challenge, daring him to release him and fight using job skills. Now you regret it. You should kneel and apologize to me while you still can. Zhao Kaihang immediately stepped forward, saying, "Wait, don't forget that awakened skills can't be used to fight between job classes." He secretly acknowledges that a priest could instantly wound Huang Xiaofeng, who has iron skin and a body full of top-tier equipment. Everyone gossips, and the school forum is buzzing with comments. Based on the item Lin Ye auctioned, he cleared the dungeon alone and leveled up to level 5. No way is this for real. There's no way he hit level 5 after awakening just by clearing newbie and wilderness dungeons. Zhou Kaihang couldn't help but wonder about this kid. He stepped forward to explain, "Excuse me, my friend is a little excited. I apologize to you both on his behalf." Zhou Kaihang wondered, "Lin Ye, how have I never heard of you before? If such rumors exist, then they must be true." He awakened an extremely powerful talent, yet chose to hide it. He's a formidable opponent. Lin Ye responds, "I didn't want to disrupt the harmony between classmates, but this one seems unconvinced." At this point, Huang Xiaofeng is still angry. "Zhao Kaihang, what are you apologizing for? Why aren't you teaching him a lesson for me? What are you doing?" He immediately conjures a talisman, which instantly calms Huang Xiaofeng as Zhao Kaihang explains everything. He's Huang Xiaofeng, the young master of the Huang Corporation. After what happened today, I'm afraid he won't let it go, and will send people to make trouble for you. He suggested that I stay away from school this month and offered me 50,000 as an apology, adding that I could contact him if I needed help leveling up. Guarantee you won't fall behind before the exam, but I hope you'll save me some face and stay away from him for now. Lin Ye bluntly replied, "I can't guarantee that." Zhao Kaihang thought to himself, "This guy is a bit interesting. He's not brainless and covering up flaws, nor does he want to make enemies. But he also wants to do me a favor. He's offering me the truth. You won't offend?" "I don't offend people, but I actually want to see how many people he can send to make trouble for me." Lin Ye thought to himself that this was a good opportunity to test the combat abilities of his Doombringer arm. An urgent message then came in, reporting that the Stone Cave dungeon had been cleared in a record time of 1 minute and 30 seconds. The map of Ao Huang Tran, the Great Sword Hunter, the Great Sword Hunter's silver-grade weapon, price negotiable SSS rank for clearing levels. Unlocking the Stone Cave dungeon requires 5,000 Alliance coins. 10 players liked it, and wow, the Jade Gem reduced cooldown time by 10%. Wow, really? But isn't that too much? Is the Jade Gem for sale? Selling their house for money and clearing a hard-level Stone Cave so quickly? Is this for real? 5,000 Alliance coins? Are they desperate for money? Mumu is a little worried. "Lin Ye, can this really sell for so much on the pro forum? Trust me, no one will turn down extra attribute points." The bald youth explained that the Stone Cave dungeon was extremely dark, and the SSS level condition restricted team cooperation, making it impossible. The large man suggested, "I was a little curious anyway, wondering if it's real or not. Let's try buying it once." He shouts for him to spend it, and the orange-haired girl chimes in, saying it's just free attribute points after all. The blue-clad youth announced that someone had already made a purchase, and the system displayed a notification. 5,000 Alliance credits received. 3 minutes later, the hammer in his hand was suddenly upgraded. The blue-clothed man was overjoyed. It really worked. It's SSS rank. He immediately spread the news. "I've successfully tested it, VIPR Big Shot. Although it took 2 minutes, it was my first try, and I could go faster if I paid attention to the time." Everyone's impressed. That was fast. "So, you're teaming up with the Water Army? How much are they paying you?" The system announces the receipt of 5,000 Alliance credits, and all the players are in an uproar, impressed that such a simple principle went unnoticed. The master was the first to figure it out, abandoning school to become a mountain master and passing the SSS rank trial. Usually caves are dark and conditions are strange, so who would willingly need this? "I'm impressed by your skills, but stop making excuses for yourself. You should start a tutorial business and charge a reasonable fee." "This money is well-deserved," he exclaims, surprised at how simple this method of dropping out is. The system continuously displays that 5,000 Alliance coins have been received, and at this moment, the likes and reposts on the forum suddenly skyrocket. The system reveals a notification. The secret to dropping out lies within the mysterious Elder's stone cave. Do you want to achieve SSS rank without the pain? The players were in an uproar. Find the person who posted this. No matter what it takes, no matter who he is, I want him as my master. Come see this post. Following this master will grant you free stat points. Mumu exclaimed, "This is scary. There are 100 more orders, making 500,000 already." Meanwhile, in a massive ancient building, the system displays a shocking message. Rare stone cave dungeon, cleared in 1 minute 30 seconds. European Emperor formation. Jade treasure. No courtyard. Great Hunter exam. Great Hunter silver weapons. Price negotiable. A mysterious man stands before the screen saying, "This is getting interesting. Have you tracked down the poster's information yet?" His subordinate reported, "Not yet. Before posting, they used hacking techniques to hide their information, but we can roughly trace the IP address to Jiangcheng Vocational Academy." He chuckled. "I heard the academy has some interesting things going on this year." "The greatsword sold that fast?" Lin Ye said bluntly. 80,000 is the price, no discounts. Thun Tian replied, "Is that all it costs?" "I want to buy it right away, senior. Let's make the deal now. I can come find you right now if you're free." He quickly agreed to meet at the entrance of the school dungeon, clearly excited. "I'll be there in 3 minutes. Wait for me, master." Mumu is overjoyed. "Lin Ye, you're rich. With the greatsword, you've earned almost 300,000 N." Lin Ye remained calm. It was all within expectations, as the price was reasonable and the content valuable, with everyone actively helping to promote it. But with a scheming look, he knew they needed more dungeons. A silver graduation weapon is great early on, but it'll eventually be replaced. Even top-tier gear is useless in trials without combat awareness. She realized that Lin Ye, who always wanted to become stronger, was wasting precious pre-exam time adjusting his power and trying to make money. Hearing this, he smiled, thinking of his goal. Lin Ye affirms that this money is to protect the people he cares about most, as they have always protected him in recent years. He recalls his previous life as an orphan, never understanding the warmth of family. "You played games for 18 hours straight and ended up in this world, but it's my good fortune," Lin Ye said proudly, "because I have parents who loved and protected me with their lives." He etched every detail into his mind. 10 years before the end of the demonic tide, his disgusting relatives saw him as bait, hoping he'd die in the tide like his parents. Lin Ye reluctantly agreed, knowing this was their way to seize his parents' inheritance. The demon horde mocked, saying if no one wanted this mess, they'd reluctantly take him, along with 90% of his sister's assets. No objections, right? Look at how he's looking at you. No one would even notice if this jinx was thrown into a welfare center. If he doesn't starve or get beat to death, they can just make him a dog. I figured you just wanted a piece of the pie, and you're no saint either. I did my best. You were just too greedy. He said that resisting them then was like a mantis trying to stop a car to avoid being crushed. I escaped. The plan then was to make those people pay. Lin Ye suddenly thought of his relatives, but his aunt and uncle had stepped up to take him home, treating him like their own child, slowly earning his trust, and then helping him reclaim the inheritance his parents had left behind. They didn't allow me any thoughts of revenge, caring for me wholeheartedly, swallowing all the bitterness. Those so-called relatives were brought to court and received their just punishment. Everyone hurried away. I heard someone was selling equipment at a low price in the park. Wait for me. He never forgot their kindness. Without them, I wouldn't be able to live a normal life and go to school like everyone else. I don't know how much injustice I would have to endure. Lin Ye is resolute. So, bluntly put, I'm making money to repay them. He is determined to grow stronger, to protect the 3 most important people in his life, and to never repeat the mistakes of the past. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hello." Lin Ye turned his attention to her as she asked, "Excuse me, are you the great sword hunter craftsman?" "Jiangcheng No. 1 Vocational Academy, Bak Chi." "My name is Bai Zhi." He immediately probes. "Are you a student here, muscle man?" "I don't accept middlemen," Bak Chi awkwardly explains. "I'm the real owner. Sorry about that. Actually, her phone had just died too," she tearfully explains. "I swear I'm the real deal. Big shot. Muscle-bound swordsman 1 bro. Great sword type." Lin Ye was a little doubtful. This body wields a great sword? Could this child be blessed with monstrous strength? He thought to himself, and he put all his points into strength. He decided, then confirm the items, the stats of the Hunter Greatsword. Look carefully. No refunds after the sale. With that, Lin Ye launched a lightning-fast attack. and Baizhu immediately assessed the situation, matching his speed and seizing her weapon. Seeing this, he thought to himself, this strength is definitely him. Baizhu then asked, Senior, is this greatsword really only worth 80,000? It's a silver-tier graduation weapon, one of the best in our class, even now. I even asked around. The Hunter Greatsword should cost over 200,000 nin. Lin Ye calmly replied, Didn't your teachers teach you about standard market prices? She was stunned. I've always been bad at math, and I have no concept of money. He questioned himself. Ricket? Lin Ye inquired. Next time, be sure to check the price before you buy anything so you don't get ripped off. Baizhu quickly agreed. Thank you, sir, I understand. She also wanted to thank you for allowing me to buy such a cheap greatsword. The system displays the Alliance Treasury Bank. You've received 80,000 yuan, and your balance exceeds 1 million. Congratulations. You've become a gold card member and can enjoy the benefits. But Lin Ye refuses outright. No need, it was just a transaction. Come again if you need anything. He'd barely walked away when Baiji's ability struck him. A notification appeared. He'd been subjected to an unknown power and received the special attention of the goddess of luck. He realized, so this is her talent? Baizhu is full of enthusiasm, saying, Yes, this is my talent, and it can be upgraded too. So you can join the big leagues team? Seeing Baizhu blush, he thought to himself that his talent for awakening luck was sometimes rarer than even legendary talents. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, it really seemed to be a talent that could increase luck, which could be said to be invincible in strategic significance. Lin Ye calculated that the effect of this talent would not limit the quality of the yang when passing the levels. Even someone with a poor talent could unlock a mythical grade treasure with her boost. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered, Right, has anyone else heard about your talent's effect? Hearing this, she shook her head vigorously, confirming she hadn't told anyone. Relieved to hear the answer he wanted, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Also, are there any limitations to your talent? Baiji nodded. Yes. At most, I can only use it 3 times a week, and only on one person at a time. Seeing this, Lin Yejing gave a detailed reminder not to let others know, or he wouldn't be able to avoid being taken advantage of. After all, people can be wicked. These threats send shivers down her spine. That scary? Yes, sir. Luckily, she hadn't told anyone yet, and knowing she was still unaware of her power, he explained, Your buff is an incredibly valuable and rare resource. Once the news leaks, it will cause outrage among the other ability users who will want to monopolize your power, and they may even rob you of your freedom in future. He emphasized, But isn't the Awakened Union our final destination? The Awakened Union is a large, benevolent organization leading humanity in the fight against the Monotide, spanning the entire world. But it's rife with factions, complex relationships, fierce infighting, and assassinations. So join my team, and we'll take care of you, for now. Hearing this, Baizhu exclaimed with joy, Really? Really? Lin Ye was ready to take her in. All right, let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Lin Ye, and welcome to the team. Having recruited a new member, he suggested introducing her to the team, and Baiji was thrilled. Great, no one believed I could be a leader and didn't want to team up. You saw that and judged me too. Small body, wielding a great sword, who would believe it? A moment later, Su Mumu exclaimed in surprise, So this is the muscle-bound leader, the new teammate you found? She stammered, Hello, I'm Baizhu. Meeting her new friend, she happily reached out her hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Su Mumu. Mumu's eyes light up when she sees a beautiful woman. Goddess, you're so pretty and your hands are so soft. But suddenly, Su Mumu remembered something, and she glared at him menacingly. I'm so cute. Don't tell me Lin Ye is having impure thoughts? Why is she glaring at me? Lin Ye wondered. Then it hit him. He'd invited them all along, and he was about to head to the next dungeon. Su Mumu exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Which dungeon? Lin Ye affirmed, Nightmare level Earth Green Goblin. We can all get free attribute points. I'll go in alone first, then prepare for everyone. Upon hearing the name, Su Mumu panicked. What? You're challenging a nightmare level dungeon alone? You're going straight into a nightmare level? That's the highest difficulty for newbies, and while the rewards are great, the monsters are incredibly strong. Even experienced players get hurt in there. Are you trying to die? Even if you're strong, you can't risk challenging a nightmare dungeon alone. But he brushed it off. Mumu, it's okay. Don't you trust my abilities? She grabbed his collar, saying, frankly, Of course I do, but still no. Nightmare-level dungeons can be dangerous even for some high-level players. Though these dungeons are for level 10 and below, many players above level 10 have been seriously injured. It's been a long time since a newbie dared to challenge it. An idea flashed in Baiju's mind. Great God Linye, Goddess Moo Moo. Something just came up, so I'll head out first. You two have a nice chat. After some struggling, he finally coaxed Moo Moo. Don't worry, I know you're concerned about me. It was the same with the hard level instance. Let's go home and eat first. Moo Moo secretly plotted in her head, not expecting Moo Moo to object so strongly, so she could only deceive him for now. She finally agreed after a long while, so I'll clear it tonight when I get the chance. Fine, or I'll tell your parents. Okay, I'll listen to you, but she still finds it hard to believe. Would Linye really listen so easily? During this time, news broke of a suspected strongest rookie. This year, among the rookies undergoing testing, a genius cleared a dungeon alone, defying all rumors. I managed to get some footage from inside the Academy dungeon today, and this information has everyone talking. Is that true? What is it? Looking at the silhouette, it just looks like a normal guy. Don't exaggerate. The experts have analyzed it, and it's impossible to clear that dungeon alone. Why do you all assume it's a man? Why couldn't it be a woman? If the strongest rookie is this humble, I think it's Goddess Sumumu. Her heavenly gift is rare, she's very strong, and she's a mage with high attack power. That comment makes sense. I didn't think there could be a strongest newbie. I can vouch for that as a student. As a student, I can confirm that someone cleared a dungeon solo, but I can't recall his name. I think he passed the test. Who is it? Clearing a dungeon solo must mean they have top-tier equipment, right? Which young master or lady from a rich family is it? Let's guess. Is this year's strongest rookie Huang Xiaofeng, the young master of the Huang Corporation? Or is the real prodigy at Jiangcheng Vocational Academy the #1 academy? In a country this vast, there must be other experts clearing dungeons solo. But whoever it is that cleared the Yangbao hidden dungeon alone, they're definitely the coolest rookie of the year. Untouched throughout, blessed with Tianfu's strength, theoretical knowledge, and the ability to analyze dungeon mechanics, the admins posted more photos. See what they're trading. That's the Greatsword Hunter, a master strategist from the forums and a student at Jiangcheng's top vocational academy. Seeing Moo Moo glued to her phone, he asks, "What are you looking at?" "Let's eat." Seeing no reaction, he snatched her phone, making Moo Moo angry. "Lin, yeah." During the meal, Su Moo Moo's mother kept giving them food. "You two have worked so hard these past few days. Eat up and take care of yourselves." She smiles in response, saying, "Yes, Mom." Lin Ye is also polite, saying, "Thank you, ma'am." Sumo's father asked curiously, "Xiao Ye, how did the trial feel?" "I suppose it went smoothly." He nodded. Everything went smoothly. He suddenly recalled how I'd always wanted to become stronger, even as a child. We all know that once you've made up your mind, nothing can change it, but don't overdo anything. After all, everything is so easily broken. Hearing this, Lin Ye jokingly asks, "Uncle, did someone snitch on me?" He confirms, "Yes, it's the person right in front of me." A flustered Su Mumu says, "Dad, why would you say that?" Su Mumu's mother said, "We won't interfere with what you want to do, but sometimes we hope you can be like Mumu. A healthy and stable life is enough." Su Mumu's face showed a hint of anger. "Not at all, I assure you." "Yes, I'll follow Mumu's example and become a quiet, salted fish." Seeing this, she wondered why she felt like she was being mocked, but then he affirmed, "I'm just kidding. You can rest assured." Linye promises he won't do anything beyond his capabilities. The old man nods in satisfaction. "Good. Remember that. This family will always have your back." However, Linye declined. "My uncle has earned enough. Keep this for yourselves." The couple hesitated, but Su Mumu said sternly, "Xiaoye, you'll need money for the exam. I'll be angry if you don't take it." He quickly reassured her, Okay, don't be angry." And so he accepted the card, feeling incredibly grateful. "Mom and Dad, can you see me? I'm doing well now, thanks to them. Deep down, I cherish this hard-won life, and it fuels my determination to become stronger for them." Linye is ready to face the nightmare-level instance, Huang Xiaofeng's home, where curses echo. "Damn it, Zhao Kaihang, you dared to stab me in the back." Zhao Kaihang calmly replied, "Big brother, I was saving you back then, paying off a debt for you. Without me, you'd probably be in the hospital right now." Hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng insisted on yelling, "A lot, do I need you to save me?" "You're just a piece of trash, damn it. If I had all my gear, it wouldn't be a problem." But just then, Zhao Kaihang left. "Rest up." Enraged, Huang Xiaofeng grabbed a glass of water from the table, smashing it as he growled, "It's all your fault I've been humiliated like this. Brothers, what a joke." Contrary to that discontent, he seemed unconcerned, truly believing that as the young master of the Huang Corporation, he could do whatever he pleased. "Uncle Huang asked me to take care of your requests, and I shouldn't have agreed. You deserve to be beaten to a pulp." Not even his own mother would recognize him. Suddenly, a strange smile crept across Zhao Kaihang's face. He'd almost forgotten. He emphasized each word. "You don't have a mother, do you?" Huang Xiaofeng's anger erupted. "You're a useless piece of trash, unworthy of being my brother." Zhao Kaihang simply sneered. "Huang Thiu-feng, you have no idea who you've provoked this time." He knows all too well that this rookie, appearing out of nowhere, could wound him without using any active skills. There are even rumors he can solo dungeons. Though unconfirmed, a mysterious figure has recently risen to prominence, attracting the attention of many factions by selling dungeon guides and gold-tier drops, leading students to form their own guilds. What are the odds that two standard rookies like that would come from Jiangcheng? Huang Xiaofeng picked up his phone and said, "Hey, help me take care of someone. Get all your brothers, give them equipment and weapons. If you don't have enough, ask me. I have plenty of money." Thinking about it made him even angrier. "Don't worry, I'll handle anything that happens. Just teach that ignorant kid a lesson and make him understand who's really in charge at Jiangcheng Academy, starting with the first level of the Goblin Dungeon, the Misty Forest." Lin Ye cautiously stepped inside, and a message appeared. Goblin Underground City. Levels 5 to 8. Nightmare difficulty. A dungeon maze inhabited by countless goblins, with 5 levels, where the number and strength of the goblins increase with each level. If you can't clear the final floor, please exit as soon as possible. Note that you won't receive any items if you fail to clear it. In his understanding, the Goblin Dungeon is one of the most difficult instances at this stage. With long completion times and unreasonable requirements, even talented professionals don't dare come here to farm monsters for equipment and free attribute points. The two most notable features are that each floor must be cleared in under 10 minutes, and on the 5th floor you must bravely fight the ferocious goblins and defeat the hidden boss, the Goblin King. The clock starts ticking with 30 seconds to quickly eliminate the goblin soldiers. Lin Ye estimates it will take 2 minutes and 5 seconds to delve into the first level and face the goblin captain, but the results are quite promising. 3 minutes and 59 seconds, not far off from his prediction. But as he ran, he suddenly slammed to a halt. Here, Lin Ye decides to summon the divine artifact, the Calamity Bell. The alarm bell rings, 3 minutes and 59 seconds, quickly passing the first floor, and the upgrade notification appears. The Divine Art of Healing has leveled up to level 2. Name, Lin Ye. Class, Priest. Level, 6. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Intelligence, 25. Spirit, 10. Speed, 10. Awakened Talent. Reverse, Genkun, Single Target. Skills, Healing, Plunder. Support. Skills, Purify, Another Imprisonment. Area Skill, Divine Art of Healing, Advent of Calamity, Level 2. He's pleased with his progress, having cleared the first level in just 5 minutes. It seems his strategy of gathering monsters in one place is working perfectly. Even with insufficient damage output, there are still 5 minutes to boost it, and all the monsters on the 2nd level of the Goblin Dungeon have been eliminated. All the monsters on the 3rd floor of the Goblin Dungeon have been eliminated. All the monsters on the 4th floor of the Goblin Dungeon have been eliminated. With those goblins dealt with, Lin Ye immediately descends to the 5th floor, where the Goblin Palace awaits. "Human, you dare trespass in my domain?" It was the Goblin King. Level 8, Strength 12, Constitution 12, Intellect 10, Spirit 9, Speed 8, Golden Talent. Skills include Earth-Shattering Dragon Spear, Rampage Dive, and Army Summoning. Immediately, a strange suspicion arose in his mind. I've barely entered, and it's already a boss room? No mobs at all? The Goblin King didn't hesitate to curse his death. The Goblin Dungeon Lord's ground, Shattering Strike possessed extraordinary power and terrifying attack strength. Its movement speed is a bit slow, but it makes up for it with solid muscles, sturdy golden armor, and a golden spear with a wide attack range. Thanks to that, he doesn't need to worry about his weakness. He didn't expect an AoE skill like Ground Shatter right from the start. Not fast enough. I'll have to dodge to the side, avoid its landing spot, then lie prone to reduce the impact of the shockwave. But Lin Ye decides to reverse the ground slam's damage, healing 1521 HP, and reverses the shockwave damage for 479 HP, stunning the Goblin King. In addition, he focuses his attack, reversing the healing spell, deducting 200 HP from the Goblin's HP stealing spell, causing the Goblin King to grit his teeth, struggling to the very end. Lin Ye smiles, satisfied, as the Goblin King uses Dragon Spear, reversing the skill's effect. Your HP is restored by 200, and your attack power is temporarily increased by 40. The Goblin King uses the dive skill to reverse the skill's effect. Your HP is restored by 140 points, and the knockdown state is removed. The Goblin King is curious. So, my skills have no effect on you? He decided, then suddenly realized the Goblin King had entered a frenzy. The Goblin King's voice soared as he warned, "I've figured out your weakness. My people, hear my call. Arise and destroy my enemy." He couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a nightmare-level boss, he's proving difficult. But it's not time to use the ultimate move yet. Suddenly, Lin Ye's eyes widened as the Goblin King commanded, "Attack that ant directly. Don't use any skills. Let it die in agony. Skills are useless against you, but can you withstand hundreds of normal attacks?" Immediately, the two sides clashed fiercely, and the Goblin King, refusing to give up, lunged forward with the skill of the Swift-Wind Demon Boots. Meanwhile, his troops unleashed a barrage of attacks. Arrows rained down, but he smirked. What did it matter if they hit? Lin Ye immediately summoned his healing artifact. His clothes were riddled with holes, but his body was completely unharmed. The Goblin King roared in anger. "How is this possible? Can't I kill you?" But Lin Ye just gave him a cold glare, his actions incomprehensible. "Damn it, you detestable human, what is that look in your eyes?" Lin Ye retaliates. Stealing healing arts, reversing healing arts, stealing arts. Skills of the diseased mad demon tribe. After provoking him, he decides to run, infuriating his opponent, and flees. "You cunning humans lack the spirit of battle. Why don't you stop and have an honorable duel with me?" Lin Ye sneered. "Your warrior's spirit, you say." Finally, he decides, but should indeed return to the main stage for a showdown. Lambda grips his weapon, turning to counterattack with divine reversal therapy, and disaster descends. The Goblin King's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. This is my demon god power. How could it appear in the lowly bodies of you humans?" Lin Ye calmly assessed. This time the end should be a pillar of fiery red light shining straight down. His voice was light as a feather. "That was fast, wasn't it?" The Goblin King roared in fury as the system announced the Goblin army had been defeated, granting 1,000 experience points, and that the Goblin King's HP had plummeted to 1%. Entering a near-death state, all attributes are greatly reduced, and the desire to attack is also significantly diminished. The Goblin King trembled and wailed, "My life is over. My life is over." Lin Ye doesn't let up, continuing to use reverse healing and plunder. After it's done, the system announces that he has defeated the Goblin King, receiving 5,000 experience points, leveling up to level 7, and completing the Nightmare-level Goblin Dungeon. The reward summary begins, having fulfilled all hidden conditions, earning an SSS rating. He received a special buff from the Goddess of Fortune, and his gold treasure chest was upgraded to a platinum treasure chest. He smiled. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Baiji's blessing is really powerful. The gold tier chest is immediately upgraded to platinum, and with 20 hours left, he has plenty of time to clear the dungeon again. The system asks if he wants to open the chest, and he decides to do it. Information unlocked, the screen displays Platinum Grade Skill Holy Light, the item Peaceful Flames, 15 free attribute points, the Platinum Grade item Sparkling Stone, the Platinum Grade skill Mystical Stars, and the Gold Grade item Sandstorm Bow. Holy Light Skill Book, Platinum Grade, requires a Holy Light Mage or Priest. Initial effect consumes mana to deal magic damage with a holy effect, especially effective against undead and demons. The Golden Grade item, Flame of Peace, deals 300 damage when thrown at an enemy. The Platinum Grade item, Sparkling Stone, is an accessory that cannot be forged until it reaches level 1. No requirements, and when equipped, it increases all attributes by 20 points. It also has an active skill called Blink. Sparkle recharges every 5 minutes, stacking up to 3 times. Consuming 1 charge allows instantaneous movement up to 10 meters in a chosen direction. Looking at the results, he smiled with satisfaction. 2 Platinum Grade skill books, 1 Platinum Grade equipment, and the Holy Light with attributes that counter certain types. Not to mention the Glittering Stone with a rare teleportation skill and added attribute points. Moreover, the Mystical Stars not only has a wide area HP recovery effect, but it can also grant all teammates damage immunity, meaning that after using Heaven's Vault Reversal, it will be an even greater wide area damage skill. Its instantaneous burst damage is stronger, and it can reduce or even negate damage, while also increasing the damage received by enemies. Even the toughest monsters will quickly fall. A new strategic level area of effect skill has appeared. Let's learn the Mystical Stars skill first. Holy Light might not be as useful. If not, he can learn it later. There aren't that many skills anyway. The system asks again, confirming the use of 15 free attribute points to increase intelligence. Lin Yu made his decision. All 15 free attribute points would go to intelligence. Soon, the notification arrived. He had learned the Divine Stars skill and equipped the Sparkling Stone, increasing all attributes by 20 points. With everything done, Lin Ye stepped out of the dungeon, pleased with the results. This update is another leap in quality. Name: Lin Ye. Class: Priest. Level 7, Strength 10 plus 20, Constitution 10 plus 20, Intellect 42 plus 20, Spirit 10 plus 20, Speed 10 plus 20 plus 20, Equipment activated, Boots, Windstone, Gemstone, Heavenly Gift, Awakening, Reverse Chankin, Single Target Healing, Strategy, Support, Qingxi, Forbidden Art, Area of Effect, Divine Artifact Therapy, Calamity Advent, Level 2, Divine Stars, unused. An unexpected voice rang out and caught red-handed. He turned to ask, "What a coincidence. You're here for the dungeon too." Sumumu snapped. "Lin Ye, why are you still pretending?" Finally, she sighed in frustration, and as if suddenly remembering, Sumumu asked, "So you've cleared the Nightmare Goblin prison?" Lin Ye raised his hand in confirmation. "Okay." Hearing that, she seemed a little sad. "I see. I just had the idea and wanted to try this dungeon, so that's why you're teasing me. This way, please." Sumumu pursed her lips as a car sped past, assessing them, finally catching up at the last few teleport points. They've finally noticed Lin Ye, haven't they? That guy just screams punch me from head to toe. Huang Xiaofeng spat out each word, "Take care of him for me." But seeing his companion's silence, he glared, grabbed his hair, and roared, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you stupid?" "No way, that guy's way too scary. I can't do it." Huang Xiaofeng cursed relentlessly. "I knew you useless students were good for nothing." Then he grinned sinisterly. "Luckily, I came prepared." After a tiring day, Lin Ye buries himself in his computer, posting his level 5 Holy Light storm skill from the Nightmare difficulty dungeon online, asking for 8,000 Alliance coins to unlock it. And a storm of comments immediately floods in. Is this God-level player back at it again, taking on Nightmare level all alone, and guaranteeing a grade from A to S? Am I seeing things? I get it. He probably got an SSS rank, right? Can I go with him next time? I've never tackled Nightmare mode before, and I really want those free stat points. Now, even the method of gathering monsters in one place takes up to 7 minutes, but look at the Great One's clearance time. 4.5 minutes. Enough talk, I'm going to try it out. Just how accurate is this Goblin's aggro range adjustment skill? You also have to maximize skill cooldowns to maximize damage. Otherwise, it's a waste if you can't wipe out the mobs. Oh my god, they say it's Nightmare level, but this guy is the Goblin's Nightmare. It hasn't been up for long, and a paparazzo has already dropped the T. The admin is Lin Ye, a student at the Vocational Academy, the strongest candidate in this year's exam, rumored to have sold the Hunter Greatsword, and the only one to clear an SSS-ranked dungeon solo, along with 3 photos of him. People immediately questioned it, calling it fake news. How can 3 photos prove anything? A newbie dungeon is one thing, but a student clearing the Goblin dungeon on Nightmare difficulty alone? This Bap Para stuff is ridiculous. Even after awakening Tianfu, Lin Ye remained a mystery, choosing the priest class when no one even knows what Tianfu is. That's why I remember him so well. The only thing that can be proven is that he actually sold the Shadow Dagger. As for the god's terrifying calculations, his theoretical knowledge must be maxed out, but Lin Ye's grades are actually quite average. The information on his ID card suggests he's just an ordinary student, a far cry from the elite professional players. He exploits the monster's limited perception, uses the dungeon's layout to his advantage, and then relies on precise calculations to pinpoint the true range of their hatred. Furthermore, Lin Ye is a priest, so the admin couldn't possibly be Lin Ye, a priest who doesn't need cleansing skills like Holy Light, right? A bunch of notifications came in totaling 8,000 Alliance credits. You have a purchase request for Holy Light at 100,000 Alliance credits. Would you like to consider it? You have a purchase request for Sandstorm Bow at 150,000 Alliance credits. Would you like to consider it? He immediately decided to sell them. After confirming, the bank sent another message. Dear Gold Card customer of the Financial Alliance Bank, you now have 500,000 Alliance credits, bringing your total balance to 1.5 million. He hadn't expected 500,000 to be this good. Perhaps this is how to clear the level without taking damage, except for the boss stage. But no one else can do this but me. No one dares to buy the walkthrough anyway. But no matter, the Nightmare level dungeon is still a qualitative breakthrough for my equipment and data. Making money is secondary. Looking at the display, the carp buff has 15 hours remaining. Lin Ye calculates that the carp effect will only last for another 15 hours, so he can rest, regain his energy, and then continue fighting in the next dungeon. Finally, he decides to get up after some online trading. Lin Ye stretched his limbs, deciding to go for a run, using exercise as a form of rest and to strengthen his physique a bit. As night fell in a park near his home, Lin Ye was jogging, training diligently, when a car suddenly sped toward him. He turned to see Lin Ye, and the car screeched to a halt, surprising him. Huang Xiaofeng, his friend, spoke up. "What a coincidence to see you here. Lin Ye, get in the car, I'll take you somewhere." Did Lin Ye only tell Zhao Kaiheng not to provoke me without explaining anything else? I don't like trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. Huang Thufeng jumps out of the car, cursing. "Damn it, don't mention that traitor's name again," the follower chimed in. "Enough nonsense. Young Master Huang wants a duel. If you refuse, they threaten your whole family's safety. Did they really track me down here?" Lin Ye's lips curled up. "Good, but I hope you act like a gentleman and don't cry for help when you lose." He furiously cursed at his teammate. "Damn it, don't you dare slander me!" Huang Xiaofeng grabbed his teammate's collar, proposing they not interfere, as he wanted a one-on-one fight, causing his teammate to tremble. "Young Master Huang, what if you can't beat him?" he stubbornly insisted. "What? This outfit I'm wearing is more than that deadbeat could earn in a lifetime. How could I possibly lose? Get out of here, you hear me?" Lin Ye scoffed, realizing they'd not only called for backup, but were whispering and scheming according to plan. He was losing patience. "Hurry up, all of you, come at once. I'm busy and don't want to waste time." Hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng retorted, "Just you wait. You'll regret this soon enough. I'll make you crawl like a dog, and as for Lin Ye, I promise to make your life a living hell." Under the silent night, the three of them got into a car and drove away. The car stopped at a forest, and the people inside spoke up when they saw them arrive. Boss, young Master Huang." Lin Ye seems excited. "So many people came. Hurry up, is it a one-on-one fight or a group brawl?" Huang Xiaofeng sneered. "One-on-one?" He pulls out his diamond-grade Fong-An sword, challenging them all to a one-on-one fight, but to him, they're all the same. He openly showed his contempt as Huang Xiaofeng roared out an order. "Die, you bastard." Lin Ye begins to activate his formation. He quickly moved to meet all of their attacks, their high speed proving unexpected. Lin Ye leaps away, confusing the group, when suddenly one of them launches a surprise attack. Though the attack was strong, he quickly dodged it, clicking his tongue as he wondered if there were stronger opponents. "Looks like I'll have to use my reversal talent." Looking at the battlefield I just created, they laugh like madmen. "You're nothing but a wet behind-the-ears brat." Just then, Lin Ye's weapon emitted a strange, humid aura. As the smoke clears, they tremble uncontrollably. The once healthy group clutches their chests, coughing up blood, unable to comprehend what just happened. What kind of move is this? Only Lin Ye knew the truth. He hadn't attacked, but the healing spell had reversed into plunder, a truly bizarre ability that shattered the defenses of E-rank gold equipment. Seeing their comrades like this, they gathered around asking, Boss, are you okay?" He reassured them. "I'm still kicking. Who cares about this guy's tricks? He's just a priest. There are plenty of us and we're all decked out in gold gear. Let's blow him away together." The remaining fighters quickly obeyed, realizing their leader was right. From all sides, they charged forward with Iron Fist, Flying Strike, Flame Cannon, and Thousand Leaf Harmony. Seeing their desperation, he could only chuckle. Then a voice echoed, and the mystical stars reversed. The others watched in disbelief as Lin Ye unleashed the Hell of Fallen Heavens, a technique so terrifying it sent them scattering in fear. But it was too late. They collapsed where they stood, their demise unyielding. "No way, were we just instantly killed?" At that moment, a provocative voice echoed. "It's better to rely on money than people, after all. Turns out it's Huang Xiaofeng boasting. This is the item I bought at the Sotho auction, a level-less diamond-grade equipment set that cost tens of millions. An unlimited-level diamond-grade set with flexible stats and a +100 to all attributes. The name alone shocks the defeated crowd. Sotho Bai is the most prestigious auction house in all of China. Just the entrance fee is worth over 100 million. With resources like that, no wonder he's the sole heir to the Huang Corporation. That equipment must be a legendary treasure. With such strong backing, he was brimming with confidence. "Lin Ye this time. I'll make you kneel before me." Thinking he'd instilled fear, he gloated, "What's wrong? Scared already?" Huang Xiaofeng stepped over his fallen comrade, warning that it wasn't too late to beg for forgiveness. But he calmly retorted, "All that glitters is not gold. No matter how strong your equipment, it can't hide the weakness in your heart. You can't wash it away." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger, and Huang Xiaofeng unleashed his Wind Shadow Assassination and the Curse of Death. But as danger approached, he teleported away, a sight that only fueled his disbelief. What are the outsiders noticing? No, that's not right. What move did he use to take down all the gold-equipped fighters? How could his damage be so high? What exactly did he do? They even knew it was more bizarre than that. For a moment, he felt like this kid wasn't even human anymore, like something that appeared during the demonic tide. Huang Xiaofeng roared in disbelief. No way. Did you put all your attribute points into speed? I'm clearly getting attribute boosts from this epic gear. Finally, he told himself, if my wind shadow slash hits, you're dead. Before he could finish, Lin Ye appeared, cutting him off. Your base stats are just too low, that's why you can't hit me. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Now it's my turn, right? First, let's find your weakness. Soon, the healing spell reversed, the plunder spell activated, and the system announced 1,000 points of damage, damaging the target's armor and negating the diamond-grade equipment's stat boosts. He couldn't believe it, staring blankly at my diamond-grade equipment. A surge of rage consumed Huang Xiaofeng, and he decided to gamble, unleashing a flurry of attacks. But the more he attacked, the more Lin Ye dodged. Huang Xiaofeng chased after him, shouting, "Stop right there!" Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in pain, and before long, Huang Xiaofeng was rolling around on the ground, feigning injury. It hurts. What kind of trick did you use on me?" Lin Ye simply replied. Yes, he affirmed that a useless person with no combat skills like him could be pierced by his normal attack. After a while, he finally suggested that he could surrender now and sign the agreement. I, Huang Xiaofeng, willingly gift my diamond equipment to Lin Ye as a sincere apology, promising to never repeat my past mistakes. He may be humiliated, but Huang Xiaofeng stubbornly refuses. Dream on. Don't even dream about it. But before he could act, his body was struck with pain once more. He laughs. My skill cooldown is over. Your expensive defense gear is as good as gone. He strains his neck and shouts, "You dare threaten me, you dog? Eat this!" Cornered, he unleashes the heavenly meteor barrage, leading to a terrifying clash. Huang Xiaofeng laughed triumphantly. Trash, are you still alive? But before he could act, his whole body suddenly convulsed. From the dissipating smoke, Lin Ye emerges, lightly snapping his fingers, casting a healing spell. Instantly, energy radiates from his body, mending his broken bones. Huang Xiaofeng cursed, "This is disgusting. If you touch me, my father will never forgive you." At this, he coldly warned, "I hate it when people threaten me." A new formation was then activated. Reverse healing, plunder skill. As it unfolds, Huang Xiaofeng screams in pain, and he assures, "Don't worry, there's still plenty of blood left. Let's continue." A terrifying power strikes. His followers can't believe their eyes as Huang Xiaofeng is broken, healed, and then crushed again. Seeing this, they could only sigh. Torture? Is this torture? Boss, are you sure the one we touched is really a priest? In the end, the aura of killing intent grew even stronger as Lin Ye summoned the descent of calamity. The group panicked, clutching their heads. "Young master, he's not really dead, is he?" In the distance, cameras captured the entire scene, leaving the live stream audience in utter confusion. What's going on? What scoop does the paparazzi have today? What the hell is going on? Isn't that the famous young master, Huang Thiufeng? Who is he facing? So many gangsters. Is this a hit? The henchman is stunned, not understanding what skill this is, as the screen displays the time mage's stats. Where does Huang Xiaofeng get his courage? He continues to challenge, like a dog begging for scraps. The netizens were shocked, commenting that Huang Xiaofeng was being so rude and uneducated. No wonder he was so smug. So he had a trick up his sleeve. How much did that gear cost? I hate rich people. The story quickly heats up. An arrogant young master bullies an unyielding youth. The expert's powerful moves leave them in the dust, and everyone is displeased with their attitude. Can money really do anything? Am I seeing this right? This is a priest who can both heal and attack. What kind of talent does this priest have? To tear through a warrior's unlimited level diamond gear to find the master? I want to be his disciple. A moment later, someone commented, "Wait, he looks just like my classmate. Are you at Jiangcheng Vocational Academy? We might be talking about the same person. I heard they had a falling out a few days ago. Apparently, Huang Xiaofeng tried to hit on the sun goddess but failed. I remember that person being a priest. Is that important? First, this guy was caught clearing dungeons by someone spreading rumors, and then, out of nowhere, he infuriated Huang Xiaofeng. Isn't that the perfect setup? He must have awakened some kind of top-tier talent. Now netizens are digging into it. Didn't someone once say the IP address of the god who sold equipment and power showed he was in Jiangcheng? That's right. Although this player set a dungeon record, the dungeon level wasn't of a professional scale. Plus, his transactions have been screenshotted before. Your schoolmates must recognize him, right? I'm not just stirring things up. Seeing this, Bakchi jumped into the comments. It's not Lam Da. I've bought equipment from the expert before. He's very modest, so let's not gossip. But her comment was quickly refuted. The person above is giving themselves away. This is the real deal, and she can't shake the feeling. What now? The master can't hide anymore. There must be plenty of others better than me who want to team up with him. Does this mean my chance to cling to him is over? Online, people have already created a fan club, the Lin Ye Group 8, declaring the invincible Lin Ye. He can heal, deal damage, tank, and restore mana, a hybrid support, and main force. He carries 3 positions like a god. But why is the priest draining the warrior's health? Does this mean the discrimination against the profession is about to end, and the priest will no longer be at the bottom? Has the star of a new era been born? Before the reform of professional players, let's create the Lin Ye sect, break down resource barriers, and shatter the limits of talent. Online, Huang Xiaofeng faced intense backlash. People like him were truly detestable, pretending in front of girls only to rely on his father, even calling people to a class reunion to have them arrested and fined. The young master of the Huang Corporation looked down on ordinary people like us, only to run into a brick wall and crumble. Look at his arrogance. He's just a useless leech who relies on money and not even his own. His father, Huang Tianqi, is a high-ranking official in the Professional Alliance, so he'll definitely rely on his dad to get into the alliance later. How could the Professional Alliance let such scum in? Netizens are boycotting en masse. Like father, like son, they both deserve to fall. The Huangthi Group is on the verge of bankruptcy and closure. Something smells rotten. The awakened union owes us an explanation. Deal with it. With the situation so tense, TV immediately reported that the market value of Huangthi Group's stock had evaporated. A hacker launches a massive attack, all because the chairman's son bullied a classmate. At Sumumu's house, they were also watching, and she spoke up in dissatisfaction. This Huang Xiaofeng is going too far. Mom, Dad, we have to teach them a lesson. He quickly stopped her, and Sumumu's mother chimed in. This child's bad character will naturally lead to his own downfall, but if he relies on power that isn't his to suppress others, he'll never become an outstanding professional. Sumumu's eyes still held some concern. Mom, you worry too much. If we interfere and your parents step in to smooth things over, won't that just turn Xiaoye into another Huang Xiaofeng? He can handle it himself, can't he? At the same time, Shang Guanyan watched and marveled. Linya hasn't even taken the aptitude test, and he's already this good. Shang Guanyan paused the video to get a better look, a smirk forming on her face. His awakened talent must be legendary, or higher. Choosing a priest is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He praised him endlessly, saying such a once-in-a-century genius should be fast-tracked into the Professional Alliance. What do you think about recruiting Lin Ye into the league first? Everyone happily agreed, for the sake of global stability. Someone like this must be brought into the alliance as soon as possible. One of them even provoked, Old Huang, why are you still here? Don't you want your son anymore? They laughed, judging him, but this wasn't a major problem for Minister Huang. What an opportunity, why not seize it? Chairman of the Huang Corporation, Minister of the Alliance Branch. With a stern face, Huang Tianqi replied, Yun is at the company handling work and has already planned the compensation for Lin Ye. I'm a substandard father. I sincerely apologize for my son's actions. I've sent someone in my stead. Rest assured I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. In the arena, Huang Xiaofeng struggles, begging for mercy. So now he begs for mercy. Did that startle you? From afar, Zhao Kaiheng rushed over with news. Chairman Huang wanted to speak with him. Seeing this, Huang Xiaofeng laughed maniacally with satisfaction. My dad's here. You're finished just to wait to die? In response, he just smirked. What's wrong? If Chairman Huang wants to pressure me, he can come himself, he retorted. No. The Huang family is willing to compensate for Huang Thufeng's actions, and Uncle Huang wants to apologize to you personally. Huang Thufeng witnessed this and was stunned, bowing his head to this pauper. Are you crazy? He asked again, as if he couldn't believe his ears. No, what did you just say? My father wants to apologize to him. What nonsense are you spouting? After a moment, Huang Tianqido got through and immediately took all the blame. Hello, are you Lin Ye's friend? Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Ye simply nodded. Okay. As a father, he bowed his head, taking all the blame, saying, I am Huang Xiaofeng's father, and everything he did was because I didn't teach him well. He repeatedly apologized, saying how sorry he was for causing so much trouble. Lin Ye politely replied, You're too kind. Huang Tianqi took all the blame for his son, but mere apologies weren't enough to atone for his son's mistakes. I want to apologize to you in person and compensate for the losses, with equipment and items as long as it's within my power. As for Huang Xiaofeng, he asks that I hand him over to Zhao Kaiheng for strict discipline, a request that infuriates Huang Xiaofeng. But Lin Ye agrees with a smile, saying that if his attitude is so sincere, he will agree. But the specifics of the compensation. The condition I'm setting is 3 sets of unlimited level diamond equipment. 1 for a priest, 1 for a mage, and 1 for a swordsman. Also, I want 5 million alliance credits. Can you do it? Hearing this, Zhao Kaiheng panicked. What? Chapter 12? His face paled. Limitless diamond tier equipment, 3 different classes. It would be hard to find even across the entire country. Hearing the request, Huang Tianqi hesitated slightly. Unlimited diamond tier equipment was one thing, but 3 sets might take a few days. We don't have them on hand, but rest assured, I'll have someone special sweep the secret realms. The Alliance is also ready to provide resources and assistance. At this time, Huang Xiaofeng had already been taken into the car and was being cared for. How annoying, having to clean up after him again. Zhao Kaiheng sensed something was off and used his mirror to investigate, confirming the presence of electronic devices in the distance, causing the camera to suddenly cut. A person leaned in and said, "Thank you for watching. CEO Huang has personally apologized and is negotiating compensation. Please tune in to the official channel's stream tomorrow for details." Thank you, everyone. Seeing this, Lin Ye was also shocked. It seems the Alliance has taken notice of me. Have they discovered my talent is extraordinary? He chuckled reassuringly. It's fine. A month is enough. The Alliance members were stunned. Clearing 50 secret realms in a month? Is that even possible for a rookie? He eventually agreed. Bring your teammates tomorrow night and I'll treat you all to dinner. As for the online rumors, I'll clarify things on the professional forum so Chairman Huang can lay low after tomorrow's meal. Huang Tianqi frowned slightly. Had this young man named Lin Ye thought this far ahead? He smiled, deciding to go along with it, secretly thinking that the boy had a bright future ahead of him, a true prodigy. With that settled, he ended the video call and handed the phone to Zhao Kaiheng, respecting his and Huang Tianqi's attitude. He would let it go this time, but fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. He hurriedly took the phone. I understand. Uncle Huang's family is a bit complicated. Extreme circumstances can make people extreme. As Lin Ye interrupted, I don't pry into Uncle Huang's family matters. With a little acquaintance, one shouldn't say too much. Zhao Kaiheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, thanking him for understanding. The next day, at the 5-star Nox Chilan restaurant, the first officially recognized 5-star restaurant in Jiangcheng, always highly rated, with master chefs from all over. The restaurant's hallmark is its unwavering commitment to customer experience. Whether dining alone or in a group, private rooms are always available. Each private room has its own service team, arriving when called, ensuring the best time to enjoy the cuisine. Most importantly, regardless of status, even ordering the restaurant's cheapest golden fried rice entitles you to supreme VIP treatment. Arriving at the restaurant, Su Mumu still felt a little uneasy. Even though Huang Tianqi had personally apologized to him on stream, he still needed to be careful at this dinner. He reassured him, "Don't worry, it's okay." Deep down, he knew Huang Tianqi's sincere apology was just a way to get on his good side after seeing his potential. The staff greeted him warmly as he entered. Mr. Lin, this is room 88, reserved by Mr. Huang. Please, come in. Inside, Huang Tianqi had been waiting. Lin Ye, you've arrived? Please, have a seat, and you must be Su Mumu and Baizhi? They confirmed, that's right. Huang Tianqi said warmly, Come, please sit here. Yes, thank you. You can bring out the specialty dish now, please. He politely said, The 3 of you, please allow me to apologize for my son Huang Xiaofeng's behavior towards you. I apologize for not teaching him how to treat people, which led him to commit such malicious acts of harassment. Hearing this, Su Mumu was quite surprised. There was no intimidation or arrogance. Baizhi was also taken aback, amiable, approachable, and reasonably humble. They were both intrigued that Huang Xiaofeng's father, a leading figure in Jiangcheng, was such a person. Lin Ye was also impressed, as a parent's love extends to planning for their children's future. The chairman of the illustrious Huang Corporation humbles himself. He speaks of Chairman Huang's sincerity. I understand. If Huang Xiaofeng can learn from his mistakes, I won't hold the past against him. The two shake hands, signaling their cooperation. Suddenly, his bodyguard interrupts. Sir, the item has arrived. Should we show it to them now? Huang Tianqi nodded in agreement. Yes, show it to them. The bodyguard then presented the item, announcing, Yes, the equipment's name is the Demon King's Grand Attire. This 4-piece equipment set, currently at crafting level 1 with diamond quality, has no level restrictions, requires a priest to equip, grants plus 30 to constitution and intelligence, increases self-healing by 15%, and has a passive rejuvenation effect. When struck by an enemy, recover the damage received, cooldown of 10 seconds, and a special 50% increase to self-healing. Seeing the equipment, he couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being diamond grade. But fortunately, it doesn't conflict with the individual pieces he's currently using. It seems like a simple boost to health and survivability, but in reality, the reversed damage will be directly doubled. Lin Ye smiled. I'm very pleased, and Baiji was equally moved. Thank you. Sumumu was surprised by the generosity. A full set of diamond gear, even for the Wang family, was a serious investment. She politely replied, saying the equipment was excellent, and thanked Uncle Huang. They would accept it for now. Viewers watching the live stream were also amazed. Was this really Huang Tianqi, the top figure in Jiangcheng and the boss behind the Huang Corporation, showing such respect to a newcomer like Lin Ye? What does it matter if he's a big shot? He still didn't teach his son well enough, so he ran into a tough guy like the Great One. That's right. If their apology isn't sincere and they don't compensate Master Lin Ye enough, we'll spit on the Huang family until they drown. But since the master has said he won't hold it against them, let's go. The two parties chatted amiably and dined together, after which Lin Ye spoke first. Well, that's all for today then. He nods in agreement. Okay, there are reporters waiting outside, so I'll escort you out. Huang Tianqi added, this is a nightmare tier pass for the Land of Bones. Of course, not all of it, but the promised dungeon resources will be compensated later. He was thrilled to hear that. Great. The meal's over and the reporters have been waiting outside. Lin Ye is coming out? Reporters clamored with questions. Lin Ye, we heard your awakened talent is reverse healing, allowing you to clear any dungeon solo. Is it true, Mr. Lin Ye, that you cleared the newbie dungeon solo and achieved an SSS rating? Please answer. No awakened has ever done that alone. Are you the anonymous master on the awakened forum? Outside, the world bustled, but inside Huang Xiaofeng's room, a voice commented on the squalor. A stray dog indeed. He opened his eyes, asking in confusion, what the hell are you? A strange laugh echoed in response. Me? I am Lord Maikao from the Abyss, a high-ranking demon with pure blood and immense power. Hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng sneered. I thought you were something special. Once awakened, we humans will send you back to the Abyss like worms. Maigao was furious. How could a guy who was beaten into a laughingstock by the pastor be so smug? It quickly backtracks. This is a strategic retreat, you know. Then it continues to provoke him. Huang Xiaofeng, are you really content with this? The foolish humans laugh at you. Your friends and family offer no help, instead fawning over those who oppress you like lapdogs. So what do you say to a deal with me? I can give you unparalleled power, let you crush those who humiliated you, and show your father that you are the one who deserves his attention. Growing impatient with the rambling, he yells, Get lost! This time I'll let you off easy, he growled. I'm a genius among geniuses. I don't need pity from insects like you. Keep your power. Despite being provoked, Mai Tao had to remind himself, could I just kill this idiot? Enduring, it's all for the KPI. After some thought, he decides to retreat for now. In short, when you've made up your mind, call out the name Mai Kao. I will heed your call immediately, grant you the power of the Great Abyss, and lead you to become a fallen being who fears nothing. In the 6th to 10th level Boneland Secret Dungeon, Nightmare difficulty, standing before the entrance, Lin Ye asked, Baizhi, how many awakenings do you have left this week? To give you some background, this is the Land of Bones, a desolate place shrouded in death, swarming with skeletal armies that will awaken upon your arrival and see you as fresh meat. She immediately replied, Once. I used one already after going to the dungeon twice. He sighed. Then don't use it yet. Let's save it for better resources later. Although Lin Ye knew it was a nightmare-level resource dungeon with our diamond equipment, the best platinum-level drops in the dungeon wouldn't benefit us much. The Huang family promised us better dungeon resources this week, opening up a Cataclysm-level dungeon for us. Now we just need a transitional weapon. Even if we don't get anything good, we can sell it for a high price. So, we have 3 goals for this dungeon run. Free attribute points, a platinum weapon, and an SSS rank technique for the nightmare level. Watch closely. Consider this a live lesson. Hearing this, Sumumu happily winked. All right, until you fail, I won't intervene. The 3 of them then ventured inside. System notification. This dungeon's difficulty, known as bone broth among professionals and students, requires 4 conditions to achieve an SSS rating. First, slay the final boss, the Undead Knight. Second, destroy all undead remains. Oh, and without using the Holy Sword, the Secret Realm's unique weapon used to suppress all undead in the Land of Bones. 4, before passing through the gate, Protect the holy sword with at least 60% health. Seeing that scene, Baiju trembled. The bone land was called bone broth because of the similarity between the normal and hard levels. Just use the holy sword as ammo, even though it's your first time in nightmare mode. Sumumu reminded her, questioning if exploiting the 3% damage difference still qualifies as nightmare mode. Then he hugged her, comforting her. Don't be nervous. After this dungeon, we'll sell the equipment and power to buy you snacks, okay? But Baiji shyly refused. I don't need any. Linya could only helplessly accept his fate. Fine, I'll work for free. You stand in front and demonstrate, and now, let's begin. Watch closely. Linya bites his finger to draw blood, then drips it into the crack. Suddenly, the horde rushes in, eager for a feast. His plan was to use his blood to lure the remains, so they would ignore the holy sword's protective barrier, which hated evil the most. Seeing the time was ripe, Linya used reverse healing, entering a state of constant blood loss. He coughs up a mouthful of blood and all his stats plummet. Seeing this, the horde rushes in even more frantically. Sumumu reached out to stop him. Let's fall back. Then she tossed out another pill, which Linya caught. This is a painkiller. It alleviates pain from injuries, but it doesn't heal. He catches it and quickly swallows it. His strength gradually returning, Linya moved faster, constantly calculating his life value below 25%. His life force is below 25%. His judgment was correct. These undead crave fresh blood more than they hate the holy sword. Seeing the dire situation, Bai was worried. Shouldn't we go help him? But Sumumu patted her shoulder, dismissing the idea. No need. Shouldn't we trust him completely? It's Linya, after all. Linya slashes his wrist again, and immediately the system warns that his life value is below 10%. Life value is below 10%. Then the notification reappears. Having reached the border of the Land of Bones dungeon, he sighed in relief. Linya approaches it to recover the divine artifact, restoring 250 health. Life force plus 250. Life force plus 250. Seeing this, the group was startled. He sneered. It's too late to lose your appetite now. With the Star Spirit art, a dangerous glint flashes in Linya's eyes. He unleashes the Fallen Heaven and Earth Hell technique, reducing the life force of all skeletal undead to 0. Moments later, the dust settled, revealing a massive crater before Linya. Sumumu and Baiji stood watching as he fixed his gaze on the spot, his deep voice echoing. Who dares disturb my slumber? The undead night boss has awakened. He roared, I'll use your skulls as cups and drink your blood. The character sheet revealed a level 9 undead knight with strength and constitution at 15, willpower at 20, spirit at 15, agility at 10, platinum aptitude, and skills including Vengeful Fire, Undead Wrath, and Nether Abyss. A powerful surge of Vengeful Fire erupted. Linya softly utters, Reverse Healing Spell. His spear plunges into the earth, unleashing a crimson light. The spell of Plunder. He stared in disbelief as his life force dropped by 500, and then Linya mocked him, calling him weak. He followed up with an inverted therapy, divine artifact, calamity descent, increasing damage by 50%. Before that blow, the information panel showed that the undead knight had fallen into a state of serious injury, activating the passive skill, Undead Resentment, enhancing the attributes of the undead knight. The Skeleton King commanded, Fall back, my brothers. He noticed that all undead creatures were now regenerating 100 HP per second. A horde of Death Knights has been summoned, and they surge forward to attack. Foolish human, you have nowhere left to run. Any last words? To that taunt, Linya simply sneered, while Baiju watched from afar, worried. Seeing this, Dashen and Sumumu comforted her, saying these monsters were too foolish to understand mathematics. Each second, the undead knights gain 100 HP. But Linya doesn't need the Holy Sword's restriction-breaking power. She's sure that suppressing them for 3 minutes will be enough to end them. In the battle, notifications about life values continued to sound. Life value plus 100. Life value minus 500, undead slain. Life value plus 100. Life force reduced by 500. An undead has fallen. The Skeleton King stares in disbelief. Linya suddenly appears to correct him. Those last words should be directed to yourself. He used reversal therapy and plundered life force, inflicting 750 damage, including a 50% damage increase, leaving him defenseless. Then the Skeleton King vanished completely, and a system notification appeared. Killed the Divine Realm's undead night boss, gained 6,000 experience points, completed the Land of Bones dungeon beginning reward summary, completed all hidden conditions, evaluation upgraded to SSS, obtained 1 golden treasure chest C and 11 platinum treasure chests. Meanwhile, Lin Ye has also leveled up. You have reached level 8, name Lin Ye, class priest, level 8 energy. 10 plus 20 constitution, 10 plus 20 plus 30 willpower, 42 plus 20 plus 30 spirit, 10 plus 20 agility, 10 plus 20 plus 20 equipment. The 4-piece set of the Devil Emperor is activated. Thick Tabi, Emerald Ring, Awakened Talent, Universe Reversal, Single Target Healing, Plunder, Support, Purification, Restriction, Group Divine Punishment, Disaster Descent Level 2, Stars Misalignment, Fallen Heaven, and Earth Hell. With everything done, Su Mumu exclaimed, "Lin Ye, not bad." Suddenly, new information appears. Su Mumubai's finger shows no output or movement, running a judgment, calculating no experience rewards. Her eyes widened in surprise. Challenge succeeded. Final quest completed in the God Realm Remains dungeon, protecting the Holy Sword, guarding the porridge the entire time from undead creatures, obtaining the unique reward, the Stone Sword Key. The unique Stone Sword Key, the gateway to a once-secret kingdom. The land of the undead can be opened in a suitable location with the highest difficulty, genius level. Baiji stammers, seeing such a valuable item for the first time, a key to a genius-level dungeon. "Am I seeing things?" the system asked again. "The final quest of the Land of Remains has vanished. Do you want to activate the treasure reward?" Just then, Su Mumu spoke up, saying that in the Bone Ladder dungeon there was a one-time secret key that had never been opened. He agreed the one-time secret realm item and the normal dungeon key were different. Both disappear after use. The rewards inside are the same, making them extremely valuable strategic resources, and while newbies only see normal, hard, and nightmare levels in normal dungeons, there are actually calamity, disaster, catastrophe, apocalypse, and execution levels beyond that. Top-tier common dungeons and rare one-time secret realm dungeons are controlled and monopolized by professional guilds, and Baiji's eyes lit up. So, at the same level, the rewards from a one-time dungeon are much better than those from a normal dungeon? Su Mumu replied with a smile. Many times better, and they always give unique rewards to worthy challengers. But at this moment, Lin Ye was a little confused. Wait, none of the SSS rankers had HP shields that could maintain 100%. She didn't pay any attention and pushed him forward. Why bother with them? Let's start opening the chests and see what our great god Lin Ye can get with his lucky aura. Lin Ye reluctantly nodded as the final lock opened, revealing platinum-grade treasures, multiplied free attribute points, platinum-grade equipment, and the Fang of the Huntress. The stone staff yielded platinum-grade treasures, 10 free attribute points, platinum-grade equipment, the Fang of the Huntress, and the stone staff. He picked up a few items, but nothing suited a priest, except for this staff. "Mumu, don't you need a weapon upgrade?" As expected, Su Mumu forced a smile. Those 10 free attribute points were worth it. Seeing this, Lin Ye activates it, adding 10 to his willpower, bringing the total to 52 plus 20 plus 30. He suggested to Su Mumu that she exchange for the stone staff, probably corresponding to the earth element of the 5 Elements Grandmaster. The mission was complete, she wondered. Where to next? Lambda replied, "Our team of 3 already leads in equipment and stats, so let's grind again and accumulate experience to reach level 10. The group teleported away, leaving the area behind. Lin Ye asked, "Can you two handle the Land of Bones on your own? Following my lead, you might not reach SSS rank, but you can easily get S rank and gain more experience." "I'm fine." Just then, someone brushed past them, shouting in a panic, "Wait, there's danger!" The scene before them stunned the 2 men, as Su Mumu screamed, "Baija!" A man had taken her hostage and smirked. "Hey, you bastards, did you get the stone sword key? Level 15. The assassin threatened, "Hand over the stone sword key if you know what's good for you." Tension was evident on their faces, and if not, their little companion. At that moment, Baiji's anger reached its peak. "Damn it, how she threw him off. Why should we give it to you guys?" Meanwhile, his accomplice behind her smirked sinisterly, and sensing danger, Baiji fled. Unfortunately, she couldn't block it. As she lay unconscious on the ground, the men sized her up, noting her potential. Unfortunately for them, Lin Ye's rage is building. Release her if you don't want to die. The hooded figure isn't giving up so easily, telling him not to be so violent. Actually, I have a soft spot for the strong ones. Before he could finish, our hero charged forward like a storm. The leader was caught off guard, exclaiming, "What? They're screaming. What the hell?" Seeing this, the leader cursed up a storm. Hey, what kind of work are you guys doing? Weren't you supposed to stop him? The purple-haired man sputtered. You're just a kid who hasn't even reached level 10. How is this possible? They were all crushed by the tears of rebirth. Lin Ye coldly shouts, Get lost! Who gave you the courage to rob us? Seeing this, the cloaked figure fearlessly provokes him, saying, You'll regret your arrogance today when you reach hell. The group clearly has no regard for human life, as the bald man uses death magic to threaten them. Kill this kid first. The two girls are nothing. Sumumu couldn't believe their ruthlessness. Were they truly so indifferent to their comrades' lives? He remained unconcerned, simply suggesting that Mumu and Baiju step back as they carried the scent of the demonic tide. He knew in his heart that they were all fallen beings. They willingly traded with the abyss, sacrificing their own talents for power far beyond their natural abilities. Forfeiting their humanity and turning against mankind, Lin Ye decides to use the divine artifact's reversal therapy. Calamity descends, and a small flame spreads, causing the cloaked figure to burst into laughter, mocking the useless skill. He suggests that the second-in-command equip these guys, stripping them bare. The bald one already has his weapon in hand, but he doesn't expect him to move and crack his fingers. The other two are shocked. Well, what? They trembled, blaming each other. You idiot, heal me now. The purple-haired guy replied, his voice trembling. B-boss, didn't he just die a moment ago? He couldn't believe it. How could a priest below level 10 possess such devastating power? Unless he also made a deal with a deep abyss demon? No, the one who attacked was that Lin Ye. This guy isn't just some ordinary class holder. No, he's not even human. Faced with this, the cloaked figure yelled, Run! But it wasn't that easy. Lin Ye had already cut them off, declaring, You're staying with me. I won't let you escape. He then used the All-Stars reversal, causing the group to collapse, shaking their heads wildly. No, he finally focused his power to create an explosion. A fall from heaven to hell, and they screamed in pain as they took the hit. As the smoke cleared, Lin Ye just smirked. All skills, after increased damage, could instantly kill nightmare-level bosses, battling professionals 5 levels higher. Can their life force really reach 0? They're definitely dead. Just then, Su Mumu spoke up saying if we hadn't acted, we'd be the ones dead now. Beidru was also a little worried, asking if they should dispose of the bodies. What if their guild comes a-looking for us? Lin Ye calmly opened the tracking news and reassured her, Don't worry. No guild or faction would openly acknowledge these fallen. I've assessed the news of the fallen escaping, and if they don't go public, they won't care if they form their own camp. Platinum and gold equipment with locked attributes, but only fiends can use it. What a waste. Or so he thought until his eyes lit up. There it is, Lin Ye retrieves a treasure. A Calamity-grade lost giant wood pass. He's quite pleased to see this. A Calamity-level dungeon pass. Good stuff. The Catastrophic Giant Forest Dungeon. Nightmare difficulty was once used to test aspiring adventurers. For years, no team has cleared this dungeon. Lin Ye anticipates the second boss, the Undead Kingdom Soldier, will become a nightmare for all students. It was a roadblock on the path of every elite player, a cataclysmic giant forest dungeon that parties would challenge. Their goal wasn't just high-level gear or experience, but to get the first clear drop without taking damage. The key to the Forgotten Lair's disaster-level dungeon, that's what it is. Lin Ye had a plan, but that was for later. A moment later, the three of them moved to another location. They arrived, and Su Mumu cried out in excitement. The giant corpse forest. She wondered if they could go, and he confirmed with a smile that they would enter once Baiji's talent cooldown was over. Lin Ye emphasized that they not only had to reach level 10 in the dungeon, but also try to get the Forgotten Lair Pass, Chapter 16, as Baiju clung to his arm. So, what do we do with these fallen ones? Burning them or chopping them up will still leave traces. Su Mumu suggested burying them, then had an idea, if only they had a summoner who could turn the bodies into food. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly intervened, and after hoisting them up, he proposed a plan. Why not throw them into the dungeon so they disappear as the dungeon's timer runs out? Hearing that, Su Mumu responded, Good idea. I didn't realize dungeons had this function. Standing in front of the dungeon entrance, he raised his hand to check the time. All right, let's head back and prepare, a mix of work and relaxation as the carp bait awaits. Once Baiji's koi feeding time was over, they immediately headed to the doomed giant forest, and the other two happily agreed. Lin Ye reassured her, Don't worry, we earned more alliance coins than we spent today. Meanwhile, Baiju was happily enjoying the delicious food. Seeing everyone so happy, Lin Ye suggested they come here more often, and she agreed. But Su Mumu suggested, It's better to save the money for equipment. I'm not a child, and I don't need to spend so much on entertainment. Baizi chimed in sheepishly, Big boss, I can split the bill, or I can pay for it. He smiled, waving it off, saying, "Next time, our team has plenty of funds." Just then, a waiter approached, saying that gentleman had already taken care of his bill. The three of them exclaimed in surprise as Lin Ye turned to stare into the distance, wondering who he was. Sensing eyes on him, he quickly steps forward to greet them. "Hello everyone, I'm Shangguan Yan, an officer of the Professional Alliance and head of the Lingyun sect." He stood up to greet them. "Hello, I'm Lin Ye, a student at Jiangcheng's #1 vocational academy. These are my teammates." Shangguan Yan nodded. "I know I came to invite you to join the Spirit Cloud sect to make it easier to enter the Professional Alliance first." The three of them were stunned, and Su Mumu repeated in surprise, "Enter the Professional Alliance first?" To that offer, Lin Ye quickly clarified, "But I'm not taking the professional exam. Besides, if I agreed, I'd be entering the Alliance without showing my strength publicly. Wouldn't people suspect I use special privileges to get in? So I definitely won't agree, and I have no plans to join any sect." Shangguan Yan, accepting the tea Lin Ye offered, admitted, "I honestly never thought you'd refuse. Even a strong person wants to consider their options. He's very relaxed." "No problem. I hope to see you join the league soon." Shangguan Yan was not discouraged by the rejection and continued to offer, "Contact me anytime you need anything." This is also the Alliance's way of showing preferential treatment to talent, and it stems from my personal feelings as well. I await the day you come so I can fairly test my skills against yours. Lin Ye politely replied, "No problem, the Spirit Sect, is it?" He found this person somewhat interesting. Then, on Monday at Hovian Academy, Lin Ye spoke up suddenly. A new challenge begins, and Baizhu quickly follows suit. At this point, the system issued a notification. "You have been granted an unknown power." He obtained a special buff, attracting the attention of the Goddess of Luck, and each time he clears a dungeon, he can receive a treasure upgrade. It lasts for 24 hours. Lin Ye also took out the treasure to activate it using the pass. The key fuses activating the portal to the Forsaken Giant Forest. The server is working at full capacity. The dungeon portal activation request is being verified. The catastrophe plunder has begun, and a notice appears. Entering the Forsaken Giant Wood. Level 8 to 15. Calamity difficulty. Introducing the calamity of the world, who calls this place home. Their destination is the silent underworld, a land where the giant race perished, a realm of despair filled with death. Stepping inside, Su Mumu muses that the Forest of Lost Giants is said to be a fragment of a larger, separated secret realm. Although level 8 is accessible, its difficulty is catastrophic, unmatched by other dungeons. And a monster awaits them in the distance. She called out, "Here it comes." The monster before them was an undead warlord soldier, level 8, strength 15, constitution 15, intellect and spirit 12, agility 2, with golden talent and skills including horizontal slash, charge, jump slash, and thrust. Su Mumu charged forward. "Lin Ye, leave these two small monsters to us." As she spoke, the two of them spat out tears of life. She narrowed her eyes. "My attack." The monsters are repeatedly hit, losing 150 life points. Losing 150 life points. Life value minus 150. Baizhu was also caught off guard. It really doubled. Meanwhile, Lin Ye snapped his fingers, casting a clear healing spell and ordered it to watch out for their horizontal slash and charge combo. She rolled away, feeling a bit more relieved. It seems the new equipment is working. Mumu and Baiju's attack power has surpassed most students of their level, and our two girls are still fighting fiercely. The two coordinate seamlessly, and seeing an opening, Su Mumu unleashes her poison bubbles. Baizhu adds her flame, slash to the attack, and the monster explodes. But the ground suddenly begins to shake violently, startling the two girls. Lin Ye reminds everyone to be careful and stay alert. The first boss has arrived, and the system registers its stats: level 13, strength 27, and constitution. 22 willpower, 15 spirit, 18 agility, 20 platinum aptitude, knight's charge skill, light protection, lion shield blade, holy light. The level 17 white spirit steed is burned by Lambda's relentless attacks, reversing the star's brilliance, the heaven and earth hellscape. Before Mumu could even breathe a sigh of relief, he was killed. The murderous intent in his eyes still hasn't faded, and he hasn't noticed the bleed stacks, increasing bleed damage. The White Rider emerges from the thick fog as Baiji and Mumu's soul spirit charge forward with poisonous bubbles and fiery slashes. They attack from both sides, dealing 850 damage respectively. Life force reduced by 50. The White Knight is poisoned and takes continuous damage, receiving a bleeding debuff. Life force reduced by 600. After taking significant damage, the White Knight uses the Holy Light Knight skill to boost all attributes. Mumu is surprised. Is this a fixed skill of the White Knight? It goes invincible when it's down to a quarter of its health? This first boss is quite the challenge. Linye explained that this is a unique skill the knight has before turning into a necromantic stain. I'll kite it. You two be careful not to draw its aggro. He leaps to the side, taunting. Come on, White Knight. In his mind, Linye calculated that this position was difficult to escape, but the view was clear, and the distance was perfect. A smile crept across his lips. A professional knight would definitely use a ranged attack, like throwing a spear. The White Rider casts a defensive buff. Knight skill, Lion Rampart, granting a barrier that blocks 300 physical and 300 magical damage, then strikes at Linye. The Knight skill, Light Spear, pierces the tree where he stands, but Linye remains unscathed, suffering no damage. He reverses the universe, gaining 1,500 life, increased attack, defense, and movement speed. The White Knight can't believe its attack didn't even scratch him. Linye slashes at its midsection, using reverse healing and plunder, his foot skidding across the ground. Ranged attacks are useless. What will happen next? I guess he'll use a charge-type skill, retrieve his weapon, and switch to melee combat. The White Rider charges towards him, gathering spiritual power for a rider assault, but Linye leaps up and dashes forward, using the flash skill. The two massive forces collide, shaking the earth with the power of purifying light inversion and forbidden art. He immediately dashes forward. After equipping the flash stone, all stats increase by 20, granting the active skill Flash, which instantly moves him 10 meters in the direction he chooses. Knowing his plan had succeeded, Linye smiled. Too bad, you've walked right into my trap. The White Spirit Knight didn't realize it had fallen into Linye's snare. After a series of attacks, its strength continues to decline. Health, 56. Health, 47. Health, 32. He saw an opportunity. After that ranged assault, its Holy Light skill had been greatly depleted, and now it could only rely on its bare hands, wasting its explosive attack speed. After the relentless attacks, its life value reached its limit of 500. Life value maxed out, the opposite of Linye. The White Rider's Divine Light skill ends, its Protection skill ends, and its Lion Barrier skill ends. Sensing the increasingly unfavorable situation, it turns to flee. But the chains created by Mumu and Baiji blocked the White Spirit Knight's path. It's too late to run now. Seizing the opportunity to attack, Linye leaps forward without hesitation. With the cooldowns expired, he channeled spirit energy into his weapon, reversed Divine Therapy, and unleashed Calamity, striking the White Spirit Knight head-on. Reversing the stars, plunging it into heavenly hell, it was completely annihilated. The White Spirit Knight was slain, granting 8,600 experience points. Linye leveled up to 9, Sumu to 7, and Baiji to 6. Baiji couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a Calamity-level dungeon, even the first boss is this difficult. Mumu pondered, if not for Linye's invulnerability skill, their current abilities and even diamond equipment wouldn't be enough to survive. Linye wiped the sweat from his brow and continued onward. The second boss, according to the guide, can be reached by following the signpost to the mountain. But he noticed something strange. Why weren't there any signs to guide them? Suddenly, vines appeared and wrapped tightly around the three of them. So that's it. This must be the teleportation method, especially for a talent-level dungeon. They were then dropped into a deep abyss, remembering to roll upon impact to avoid being marked as injured by the dungeon. With a surge of power, he created a cushion for their safe landing. Is this finally where I meet the legendary old master? While he wasn't paying attention, someone landed a crushing blow to Linye's chest. Moonlight Piercer, watch out! Mumu shouts in alarm. Linye! Baiju stares in horror as a boss-level entity descends. A special introduction. A mysterious, unknown being appearing here for some unclear reason. The sword pierces Linye's chest, causing him to collapse. The Cursed Teacher, a name I've long heard whispered. No wonder it's a top-tier boss, it can attack players without even revealing itself. Should I use the reversal of Qiankun? If I can't evade its attack, it'll be a disaster. The Dark Spell Knight draws the Menking Sword. The Cursed Enchantment. Upon entering combat, you automatically enchant your weapon. An enchanted weapon deals magic damage on impact. Unleashing the incantation boosts all stats before a devastating strike. Charging towards Mumu and Baiji's Moonlight Sword aura, this homing attack is unavoidable, affecting high HP classes and striking the weaklings behind them, leaving Linye helpless. Too fast, he shouts. Mumu, Baiji, don't run, just block it directly. Baiju immediately stacked defenses. She managed to block the Dark Sorcery's sword energy. It's so powerful, I feel like my hand is broken. Baiji's life points are dropping rapidly, and Mumu rushes to her side. Baiji realizes the Moonlight Sword aura isn't the old mentor's most powerful skill. Mumu catches her and offers her a pill. This damage is from the sword energy clashing. Luckily, I came prepared with medicine. We can't let Lin Ye switch to his original priest skills to heal us. Lin Ye rises, spins his weapon, and unleashes the power of the stars, launching a relentless assault on the dark cursed knight's fallen hell. The attacks come in rapid succession: Hand of Affliction, Life Drain, and Steel Cure. Mumu's eyes widened in shock. Even Lam Da's triple combo only took off a third of the Dark Knight's health. Our equipment is top of the line. She couldn't stand by and immediately came to his aid. The wood-style poison cannon and ice-style ice spike skills are used. The Dark Cursed Knight is frozen by Mumu, but it quickly breaks free. A murderous glint flashes in Lin Ye's eyes as he leaps into action, weapon raised, striking a mighty blow against the Dark Knight. Before the blow could land, Lin Ye was sent flying. Its rising dragon slash struck him squarely in the stomach. HP 157. The Dark Cursed Knight follows up with a triple slash, but his HP continues to rise. Life points increase by 789, then 521, then 378. It silently stared at Lin Ye for a long time. The Dark Knight has discovered his weak point and slashes at Liam's neck. Mumu and Baija stood frozen as he touched the gash, gaining 88 life points. Suddenly, Lin Ye smiled, realizing the power of the cursed teacher was not to be underestimated. He steels himself, knowing he must focus. As the Dark Cursed Knight advances towards the girls, Lin Ye ambushes it from behind with the plunder skill. It turns its head to look at him. The Dark Cursed Knight's hatred points toward Priest Lin Ye are at 100%. Lin Ye shouts, "Stick to the plan." Mumu clenched her fist. "Okay, you're running and casting the plunder skill." Lin Ye thought to himself he had already activated all the hatred and pulled it in this direction. To prevent it from attacking Mumu and Baiji, no matter how tough it is, we can whittle down its health. After all, this innate skill can turn the tables. This is how to counter boss damage. Behind him, Momo and Baiju were also fiercely attacking the Dark Knight. Lin Ye glanced back. Even at the disaster level, its health and defense attributes had been greatly improved. For us, all we need is a little more time. Suddenly it stops, its aggro shifting, and it looks toward the tree where Baiju is hiding. He thrust his sword forward, unleashing the reversal divine artifact, Calamity Descent, to draw the Dark Knight's attention. Health points minus 937, and Lin Ye plants his staff into the ground. "Hey, old-timer, remember that you're fighting me. I'll stand in front of my teammates to nullify your ranged attacks." Lin Ye leaps into action, unleashing a devastating attack. Celestial Degradation, Hell on Earth. He lands the final blow. The Dark Cursed Knight collapses, using his sword for support as a blue light emanates from his body. Lin Ye is surprised. It's Baiji. She rushes to his side, destroying the Dark Cursed Knight and forcing him to surrender, earning 9,300 experience points. The Dark Knight has been permanently removed from the Vanishing Cloud Giant dungeon, and its difficulty has been reduced from Calamity to Nightmare. The Nightmare difficulty of Vanishing Cloud Giants has been reduced. A control panel suddenly appears before him, completing the final mission: Vanishing Cloud Giants and defeating the secret boss, Dark Cursed Knight, without taking any damage. He receives the Dark Cursed Knight Summoning Reward. Summoning a level 15 Golden Emperor-grade Dark Cursed Knight to fight for him for an hour, usable for about 20 levels with a 1-day cooldown. She looks at Lin Ye with admiration. "Boss, you actually eliminated the Cursed Teacher? He can even summon the Curse Master to fight in dungeons and reduce the dungeon difficulty?" He smiled gently, patting Baiju's head. "Yes, this is the reward we deserve." Lin Ye ponders, his prediction correct. A boss like the Cursed Teacher, undefeated for so long, can now be defeated without injury. And with luck and accumulated buffs, the rewards are unimaginable. The dazzling light attracts Mumu's attention. "Look, the system notifications aren't finished yet, unless there's something even more miraculous to come." The system displays some text granting them access to the Cataclysm-level Forgotten Lair dungeon as Lin Ye and Mumu gaze up at the golden light above. "Congratulations, you've met the requirements for the Calamity-level Forgotten Lair. The Watcher of Original Sin will open the gates for you." He reached out to receive the item. "You forgot. I said before that beating the teacher was to get the qualification to hunt the Forgotten Lair." But Lin Ye was still a little worried. Completing the hidden quest, getting the hunting qualification, and changing the way the dungeon is viewed, he wondered if it would affect others. She strides after him. "Is something wrong?" "We're helping people here. No need to worry about being taught a lesson." To a great extent, they avoid failing the final test, thus embarking on the path to becoming professionals. Lin Ye leads Mumu and Baiju through the butterfly path, I wonder if this will deprive them of some necessary training to become professionals. No matter, let's move on to the final boss. Looking at the map, they've almost cleared the forest, with only the giant of the late Middle Ages remaining deep within. He wondered, the giant's forest-destroying setting was particularly magical. The second Dark Magic Knight is actually the strongest in the entire dungeon. While the final boss looks like a gorilla, its attacks are devastating. In reality, he's a fool. The system provides information about the final boss, the mid-tier giant. Level 15, Strength 25, Constitution 30, Willpower 10, Spirit 15, Speed 10, Gold Talent, Giant Sweep Skill, Giant Iron Fist, a mysterious unknown being. No one knows how it got here, and Baiju is starting to panic. So, to exploit its weakness, we need to immobilize its left foot, right? On the contrary, Lin Ye calmly advised her not to panic, saying that this guy is slow and telegraphs his attacks. He observes the giant's every move, deducing that if he sticks to its left foot, it can only resort to basic stomping attacks. But Baiji's anxiety remains. Okay, I'll aggro it. Lin Ye stops her. Wait a moment. He held out his hand to stop Baiju. Didn't I say we'd find another Dark Knight to do the work for us? A massive knight is summoned. Summoning the Dark Enchanted Knight, a level 15 being as powerful as when it was a boss, Lin Ye commanded, "Go, my enchanted puppet." Before the giant could react, the Dark Knight charged, slashing relentlessly with its sword. Moonlight pierced through, its health steadily decreasing, as the giant unleashed a sweeping attack. But as the giant turned, the Dark Knight spotted an opening. It relentlessly attacks the giant before landing. Rising Dragon Slash, Moonlight Sword Energy, Triple Slash. From behind, Lin Ye urges the two to attack, and Mumu unleashes a powerful move, saying, "Just give us the enhanced skills, Baiji." Dongjing and the others succeed, and the system appears once more. The Great Swordsman's encouragement boosts the team's attack and defense. Baiji attacks head-on with Flame Sword Energy, and Mumu commands her Soul Spirit to attack with Poisonous Mimicry. The giant could only stand there, taking the relentless attacks from all sides. And now, it was Lin Ye's turn to end the fallen celestial hell. He lands a devastating blow, killing the Boundless Realm giant boss of Trung Mat Trung, netting 8,000 experience points, leveling Lambda to level 10, to Mok Mok to level 8, and Bok Chi to level 7. Lin Ye is now enveloped in a golden aura of power, as Mumu looks on with excitement. Lin Ye has leveled up and words appear in midair. Through assessment, the challenger has completed some hidden conditions, raising the dungeon's rating to SSS. Double experience is awarded, raising Lin Ye to level 11, Su Mumu to level 9, and Baiji to level 8. Not only has Lin Ye leveled up, but so have the two girls. The rewards for the Giant Forest Destruction Dungeon are now being calculated. A purple treasure chest appears, upgraded to Diamond Tier thanks to the Goddess of Luck's observation, and because all hidden conditions were met, the rating is boosted to SSS. Influenced by the Goddess of Luck's observation, a platinum chest appears as well, followed by the question of whether to open the treasure chest. Mumu happily hugs Baiji. "Little Bai, your ability is truly the king of luck, a reincarnated goldfish." I chose to open the chest and spoke up. This is why I added her to the team. The treasure chest opened just like that. Opening the diamond treasure chest, we received the diamond level Azure Sea Tide skill, the diamond level Giant's Heart equipment, and 15 free attribute points each. In a flash, the chest's contents are revealed. Opening the platinum chest grants everyone 15 free attribute points. They obtained White Spirit Knight chest armor, a platinum grade item, and a White Spirit Knight spear, also platinum grade. He receives 3 Taithach High items, and the system provides information on each. The Giant's Heart is an equipable item that adds 15 to all stats and grants the Giant Strength skill. When activated, it grants super armor for 5 seconds. The Taithach Hui increases armor penetration and physical attack power, while the Lightning Seal Scroll adds lightning elemental magic damage to weapons. The White Spirit Knight's breastplate increases strength and constitution, while decreasing the wearer's speed. Activating the set grants a unique effect to the White Spirit Knight's spear, a knight-exclusive weapon that increases strength and grants the light spear throw skill, upgrading it by 2 levels and activating a unique set effect. Azure Tide of Life is a priest-exclusive skill that restores all of your allies' HP, while randomly dispelling 2 debuffs. He rubs his chin, examining each item. Not a bad skill. Lin Ye spins his weapon, creating a vortex of crimson red. Azure Tide. Nether Sea of the Undead. 1,000,000 undead surge across the field, dealing 500 damage to all enemies within range, ignoring stat boosts and inflicting 2 random debuffs. His brow furrowed as Lin Ye pondered. It seemed his reversal talent wouldn't turn beneficial team skills into harmful ones. Like the boss's control skills, for example, the White Spirit Knight's charge, which stuns. slowing me down, he mused, but after the reversal, it'll dispel control effects on me and increase my speed. So after transforming Ocean Tide into a damage skill, it won't dispel debuffs on our side, but instead amplify debuffs on the enemy. The obstacles stretch on endlessly, but randomness defies definition. It could be reduced stats, reduced healing, or even control, causing a stun. Linya closed his eyes, learning the skill Azure Tide. After a moment, he realized, this reminds me to learn more dispel skills in the future to create a control-based fighting style. Two different powers are merging, and the description of Universe Reversal clearly states that if the talent reaches a high level, it can even change the nature of skills. Linya rubbed his chin, smiling, as the final interpretation belonged to the sense of existence of his talent. He can twist and turn things however he wants, and he turns to the two girls behind him. We'll sort out the rest outside. The teacher disappeared. I still need to tell the Academy and Shangguanyan about the dungeon difficulty decreasing. Linya's expression suddenly turned serious, likely stirring up another shockwave, giving a handicap of 20 meters. A soft golden light shone down on every street corner. The next day, in the principal's office, a scream shattered the silence. What? The Vocational Academy's headmaster slammed his desk, leaping to his feet. I must be hearing things. Did you say he defeated the Dark Magic Knight in the Forest of Giants' Calamity? After the disaster-level dungeon reached SSS rank, the system notified him that the final task was complete, reducing the difficulty of the Destruction Forest Giant by 1 level. Guanyan calmly replied, Yes, Linya contacted me after leaving the dungeon. The Alliance confirmed it was true. The principal asked, The Forgotten Labyrinth certificate? He nodded slightly. I got it. Currently, only 73 people work in the Forgotten Labyrinth. Guanyan recalls the deadly scene in the deep forest, where 24 people sacrificed themselves, and the rest chose to give up halfway, with not a single person making it through, or even halfway. His eyes suddenly fell. None of them could attempt a second challenge. Guanyan recalled the image of himself collapsing helplessly. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't obtain a second certificate of qualification, or they had exceeded the level limit. Seeing Guanyan's bitter smile, Tianqi patted his shoulder, saying they'd wait until he was stuck at level 15 before entering, so he wouldn't reach level 16. For such a talented specialist, the Alliance would do its best to provide maximum support. However, once inside the dungeon, they're on their own. The headmaster chuckled. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. The Academy and all its students are in his debt. The principal sighed. The commendation ceremony must proceed. I previously suggested sealing this dungeon during the meeting, but everyone opposed it. Tenki shook his head seriously, saying that soldiers are valued for their quality, not quantity. Students who can't face difficulties should be eliminated, and the Alliance won't support useless people unfit to be professional players. The principal frowned, sighing that the dark curse had already forced some students to leave the Academy. Guanyan waved his fan, saying, It's not like that, when suddenly the door burst open. Mumu stood in the doorway, holding up her phone. Sorry, Headmaster, to bother you, but Linya's team and I have run into some trouble. On the phone screen is a trending topic about Lin Ye on the professional forum. Less than 24 hours after we left the dungeon and reported the situation to the Alliance, his picture is already on the front page. The professional forum reported this, analyzing Lin Ye bit by bit. Was he a fallen noble, or did he have demonic talent? Mumu continued, saying that many people pointed out Lin Ye's stats, not only adding points, but also saying that his point allocation and strategy of selling equipment were corrupt. Below were all posts about Lin Ye, inviting readers to click to see information about the demon, the fallen Lin Ye. They say Lambda made a deal with the demon to trade equipment, corrupting the atmosphere and demanding severe punishment. Mumu's amber eyes flashed with anger. If Lin Ye was the Academy's most outstanding student, their hope for the future, then everyone should know his character and strength. He is the pride of our Academy, and she pleaded, Please do something for Lin Ye. After listening to Mumu, the headmaster finally spoke, Student Su Mumu, we understand your feelings. Guanyan immediately opened the control panel, and a post about Lin Ye appeared before his eyes. ID God's son, a level 35 member of the High-Level Alliance, followed by comments debating his abilities and strength. A graduate of the capital's top vocational academy, as self-certified below. Please see my analysis below. Lin Ye is a fallen one. All this talk of mysterious talent and a peerless genius appearing out of nowhere is nonsense. No cultivator with talent has ever left home, let alone chosen to self-destruct while decked out in diamond-grade equipment. They don't admit the videos are fake, meaning this guy made a deal with a demon. I have connections. My dad's friend is his teacher, and many people at their academy are suspicious. Those videos are staged with passers-by. Is it real or fake? I'd rather believe he made a deal with a demon than eat melon seeds. Now I'm sure this is a scam. A scammer is a little better than a fallen one, so I hope the professional league investigates thoroughly. They should be punished severely, not protected. Kuan Yan and Tianqi silently stare at the screen, asking Lin Ye to come out and prove himself, or we have reason to suspect and revoke his qualification for the profession assessment. But Lin Ye is clearly just a student. Isn't this presumption of guilt a bit much? 1 minute you're creating gods, the next you're tearing them down. How unsightly. This is laughable. You've been brainwashed by hype, and those who dare to question are often ostracized. After reloading and flying for a while, the headmaster approached Moo. Student Su, let's go verify the situation with this teacher together. He laughs. Whether this teacher even exists is debatable. A smile creeps across his face. This was clearly fabricated by outsiders unaware of the inner workings of the Alliance. I suggest a joint statement from the Alliance, the school, and the royal family. But I fear even that won't be enough. Realizing the forum was suspicious, Lin Ye proposed, "Everyone, I request a mana examination." Kuan Yan was surprised as Lin Ye, he, and Tianqi held a press conference. The three-party alliance's denial of the rumors had a certain impact, and the so-called news from within the school was actually from a non-existent person. The source of the rumors admitted to causing them, directly confirming that Lin Ye was dealing with demonic entities. The crowd gathered at the Alliance headquarters, and as Lin Ye emerged, a barrage of questions erupted. "Lin Ye, can you tell us why you need to undergo a demonic energy test? Lin Ye, is there a connection between your talent and demons? Can the credibility of the Alliance be guaranteed? How can we know the machines haven't been tampered with?" Lin Ye, you're the pride of our academy. You can't fall. And with that, the murmurs grew louder. Lin Ye arrives requesting a mana inspection, knowing the Alliance's corruption runs deep. His silence sends chills down the reporters' spines. His words dripped with mockery, saying that such timid people shouldn't be reporters. "Speak up. Why are you all so quiet? You were just questioning the Alliance, acting like the world revolves around you." A voice cuts through the argument, announcing that the live broadcast has begun. Look, stop arguing with him. Lin Ye steps into the demon energy detection point, where a man approaches him, saying, "Please enter the formation for inspection." He takes off his coat and replies, "Okay." Golden light enveloped Lin Ye, beginning the test for demonic contamination. 5% complete. The man watched him, thinking he didn't need to do this. Some people just can't stand others being superior. His eyes filled with gloom. Most experts believed in his power, but Lin Ye didn't care about the doubts of others. "Actually, I just find it all very interesting. The examination is a 15% complete." He continued, "What are they saying?" "Actually, I don't care. I just don't want those who believe in me to worry too much." The man replied, "I understand. The examination process is halfway complete, 50%. Another man steps forward. "We hope you have a good result, otherwise we can only arrest you on the spot." He still wore a smile. "Good, the inspection is almost complete, 85%. The others there felt nervous for Lin Ye, 100%. On the contrary, he remained unusually calm. The demon energy infection value is 0%, and no pact with evil spirits was detected. Relief washes over them as they see that Lin Ye is not infected. "Great, I'll print the report for you right away." The reporters outside couldn't believe what they were seeing on the screen. What? Not even a trace of demonic energy. How is this possible? The comments on the live stream have completely turned around. Who are they to casually accuse him of being evil? Why aren't they talking now? Oh my God, a cultivator with such immense power and no demonic pact. What is his gift? That's right, I'm also curious if he's the Heavenly Star incarnate. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Peerless night god, invincible night god. Lin Ye stood before the live broadcast equipment. "Now, I'll reveal my stats and level. If anyone objects, challenge me one-on-one or as a group. Your choice." Xiaofeng threw off his blanket and jumped up. "Damn it, can you believe this? There's no way that guy Lin Ye isn't possessed by some kind of demon. How else could he have cheated his way through?" Without hesitation, he leaps through the window. He has to be stopped. Carrying 2 bags of snacks for Sumumu and Baizhi, Lin Ye is secretly followed on the street by a shadowy figure. Huang Xiaofeng scowls in disgust, thinking, tea, milk, and snacks for the poor. Lin Ye has truly fallen. How could he be so indulgent? He suddenly cried out in confusion, "Hey, where is everyone?" Lin Ye kicked Huang Xiaofeng hard in the butt, saying, "You've escaped from prison." He lost his balance and screamed. Damn, so insidious. Lin Ye calmly replies, "A stalker is still more dangerous." Rubbing his rear, Huang Xiaofeng loudly proclaims, "Don't be ungrateful, I'm here to warn you." Lambda looks puzzled as he leans in conspiratorially. "You've met them too, haven't you?" "Some evil horn thing?" he replies softly. "No." Linya thinks to himself that he's met some nasty characters. Huang Xiaofeng shouts, "Don't act tough. I only let you beat me so that demon Ye Zhenyuan would come looking for you. I advise you to report to the Alliance for investigation and cooperate with them to track down the demons." Linya asks suspiciously, "You said the Abyss Demon valued you, but you not only resisted temptation, but also surrendered willingly." Huang Xiaofeng laughed triumphantly. "A bunch of lowly creatures who don't even dare to show their faces in the human world, yet they dream of making me submit." He continued to brag, "I am Huang Xiaofeng, born to be the main character, first in wealth, first in looks, and first in strength. Do I need these lowly wastes to prove myself?" Speechless, Lin Ye chuckled inwardly, thinking he was just lacking support to be number one. Lin Ye sighed. But to be fair, although this guy's personality and qualities need some work, he resisted the demon's temptation, which makes you see him in a new light. Lin Ye ignores him and turns to leave. "I don't just hate the Abyss Demon's talent, I hate that I can't reach it. You understand this point very well, I'm sure." Huang Thufeng seemed a bit unconvinced. "What do you mean?" "Lingu, you wait for me. I don't trust you, and I'm going to report you." Looking at the clear, calm sky, Lin Ye secretly planned to contact Huang Tianqi and lock him up. Perfect. Suddenly, his phone rang, and a barrage of messages flooded the screen. "Lin Ye, Night God, how dare you? We've caught the imposter." This message comes from the Jiangsheng No. 1 Night God Academy Professional Supporter Association. The message is from Dathan Wansui. "Lin Ye Dathan, how dare you? We've caught the imposter." "He's also profiting off your strategy," Lin Ye asks. "Who is it?" Night God Longleave quickly responded, "He's plagiarizing us. He took your strategy, made a few changes, and is now profiting from it, while slandering you." He calmly asked, "Is there any proof?" The reply came swiftly. "Yes." He gathered a small group to fabricate lies. "You dragged my brother into this, and he screenshotted it for me." Lin Ye sent a voice message, adding that this person should be blacklisted, losing all their power and equipment. "As for spreading rumors, everyone can take screenshots of the evidence and send them to me. I'll announce it on the Professional Alliance forum." Yeshen Wansui asked cautiously, "Yeshen, but the brothers are angry and want to teach him a lesson. Is that okay?" "See it," Lin Ye dissuades them. "The job change assessment isn't far off. Don't ruin your futures over such a petty person. For future job holders, the best punishment is to not obtain free stat points. Having captured Cao Yuan, I can give you all a secret cultivation technique." The other person was surprised. "Huh? You mean a technique that's not for sale?" "You're so indifferent, of course. Copy whatever you want." Friend A is excited, really? Lin Ye calmly continues. "And that's not all. If you see more people like Cao Yuan, report them, and I'll give you even more power-ups." A friend marveled. "When will I be able to dish out power-ups as easily as you do?" Lin Ye continued, "Oh, and a heads up, the Bonelands Truancy Guide will be out soon, so check out the preview." The image of the Skeleton King appeared, previewing the Bonelands truancy skills. Lord Ye is stunned, maintaining the Holy Sword's HP at 100% through the gate. "What the hell?" Friend A was also taken aback, saying, "Lord Ye, this is too unreasonable." Friend B says generously, "Brother Lin, you'll always be my brother. Please show no mercy and reward me handsomely." Lin Ye says seriously, "I need you to spread the word to the students that buying pirated copies from Cao Yuan infringes on my rights. From this day forward, anyone who buys or distributes pirated copies will never receive any guidance I publish in the future." "Understood, Lord Ye." Friend A shouts, "Down with piracy, down with bootleggers. Let's go all out, friend." From today on, a person sitting in front of a computer diligently deletes all pirated guides by Lin Ka. Baiji stared intently at her phone. Anyone caught pirating again would be blacklisted and unable to receive future guides. Anyone who covered for them would be considered an accomplice and blocked in the same way. The blonde-haired guy slammed the table in frustration. "Based on what? So we can't even save a little alliance money?" Another girl chimed in. "Exactly. Let's see Cao Yuan as a good person." A series of indignant words suddenly erupted. These strategies were all painstakingly created by Lin Ye himself. Cao Yuan is nothing but a profiteer. Voices rose in protest. "You want SSS rank rewards at the lowest price? Is that even reasonable? You expect Lin Ye to work for you for free." Enraged, one person scoffed, "Fine, don't let us use it. How much power could these ridiculous terms possibly produce anyway? It's all just Lang Si." The Land of Bones maintains 100% of the Holy Sword's health and power. We have a test version. Everyone suddenly got excited. What? I want to save my life. Me too. I've been craving this for so long. That guy's gone too far. I don't believe it. Then don't watch it. The user has left the group chat. Seeing this, one person in the group gave an order. We'll permanently ban this ID and investigate his identity. All other accounts will be blocked as well. Everyone agreed. No problem. I've blocked him too. I'm looking forward to your guide. One guy excitedly says, how do I join Night God's inner circle? I want to join too. Two other girls expressed interest, saying they'd pay to delete the pirated versions and support the original. His group notifications kept popping up, saying that in addition to the Land of Remains, there were other dungeon guides, and that they could try them out in the group and even exchange strategies with the expert. Young and old alike are here. Another person is determined to brave hell for the master, just for a guide. I want to join Lin Ye's fan group too. We're a serious strategy group. Forget Mu Qiang, I'm a die-hard fan of Brother Lin. He was surprised to see the group had added over 999 members. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Lin Ye sighed helplessly, but when retaliating against petty people, you really have to strike directly at their weaknesses. Hitting them where it hurts is more effective than fists, ensuring a stable income stream free from malicious competition. And he finally arrives home. Lin Ye immediately opens the system, ready to reorganize his data and equipment. His stats immediately appeared, but Lin Ye noticed an error message on the system panel and clicked it, revealing a notification. Reversing the Tier 2 situation, he estimates this is aiming for unlimited firepower, but leveling up can wait for now. After the job examination, Lin Ye carefully considers. After breaking through level 10, with the blessing of leveling up and free attribute points, my intelligence has reached nearly 150. The next goal is to achieve an intelligence value of 150 after removing the bonus from equipment, then quickly improve agility, spirit, and physique, and finally consider strength. Even so, his secondary stats were still top tier among the students, and after some thought, he sent a message. Zhao Qihang, this is Lin Ye. He replied almost immediately, Brother Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Ye cut straight to the chase. I want to buy gold tier or higher priest equipment, including weapons, sandals, necklaces, and jade pendants. I'll send you the specifics in a message. Zhao Kaihang was perplexed. Lin, gold grade is easy, but if you want superior, it'll be troublesome. Lin Ye replied, It's fine. Gold grade is good enough, without hesitation. Okay, wait for me to send you the items. 10 minutes later, Zhao Kaihang sent Lin Ye a message with the items he had chosen, along with attribute maps, flaw descriptions, and prices. Lin Ye pondered. Is there still room for profit with this gold-grade weapon? He added, I want a priest's weapon, a healing staff. How about it? A bone necklace and white bird jade pendant. And he was fine with the shoes being unsuitable. All right, scratch that then. That'll be $350,000 total. No problem, and while you're at it, Lambda agreed. I also need some forging stones to upgrade some equipment. Zhao Kaihang was stunned. Right now? The price might be... Lin Ye was speechless. I can't exactly tell you I'm going to conquer the land of death. Zhao Kaihang panicked. Sorry, Brother Lin, I was being nosy. I'll get to work right away. The forging costs plus the previous equipment totals 2 million alliance coins. Lambda happily looked at the items that appeared one after another, such as the bone necklace, the 100-bird jade pendant, and the refined healing staff. He eagerly began refining, focusing his power around the staff. He successfully forged the items to level 10 and smiled with satisfaction. For now, this will have to do. Lin Ye figures this level of equipment should be enough with an SSS rank in the Land of the Dead. After all, in dungeons like the Land of the Dead, the drops can only be good, not bad. Then, he noticed a sudden commotion outside, but as Lin Ye saw the figure calling out, Mu was stunned. Clutching her towel, she awkwardly wondered, why didn't you make a sound when you came home? I used your bathroom, you don't mind, do you? The hot water in my room isn't working, Lin Ye said, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's okay, do you need me to take a look? Mu said embarrassedly, No, that's all right. Right, do you have time now? I want to talk to you. Lin Ye was taken by surprise. I can, but you should dry your hair and change first. Don't catch a cold. Mu stammered a few words, then hurried off. Wait for me, it'll only be a few minutes. Lambda softly replies, Okay. 5 minutes later, he looked at her intently. What is it? Why so serious? Mu cautiously said. I wanted to say that Xiaobai complained to me before that she really doesn't like the greatsword class very much. There are still many aspects she's not used to, and even with updated equipment, solo dungeons are still a bit difficult. Lambda contemplates. Oh, really? She never mentioned anything to me. Besides, I saw her wielding the greatsword with ease. It might be a little troublesome, but she can still manage. He continued to analyze, saying that if they could find proof of a hero who could change professions, she could choose a better one. I'll ask Huang Tianqi if he has a solution sometime, but Baizhu needs to decide if she really wants to change classes. Mumu's face suddenly fell. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm relieved. I'll head back now. Suddenly, he speaks up. Don't be. As if seeing through her, he knew she had more to say than just about Baiji. Lin Ye pressed. I'm asking about you. Mumu was embarrassed. That's right, she'd been seen through by this arrogant guy. So, don't laugh at me when you hear this, okay? He playfully teases, Of course not. She cried out, Hey, don't laugh at me. Mumu hesitantly asks, Linya, you're level 11 now, right? Have you noticed, ever since our talents awakened, the distance between us seems to grow wider? Linya was momentarily stunned. Is that so? She smiled faintly. I knew it. We've been together since we were little. I thought even after awakening our talents, we'd be the best partners, the most understanding, the most reliable. But you don't seem to need me. You can get hidden level rewards and be the center of attention all on your own. She mocked herself, saying she only followed my orders, completing minor tasks I could handle myself. Yang Ying was on the verge of tears, happy for me, but the gap between us was growing. During the dungeon raid, I gradually felt that I was actually a hindrance, unable to become a pillar of the team. Lin Ye smiled, gently patting her head. Mumu, you're overthinking things. Mumu felt wronged, thinking, You idiot, you just don't understand. She smiled wryly. He wouldn't understand the feeling of desperately trying to keep up, only to fall further behind. I don't want to rely on him anymore. Understanding, Lin Ye said. In that case, you need to be even more disciplined from today onward. Snacks and late-night meals are canceled, except during dungeon breaks. Wake up at 5 a.m. and exercise with me to improve your reaction speed. This hit Mumu like a bolt of lightning. Wasn't agility just a matter of planting stat points? Wu Feng said, Do you think you have enough points? You're crying even louder. Linya then opened his system and handed her an item, saying, All right, take this. Mumu asked seriously, Is this the giant's heart for me? He replied softly, Yes, a fruit for you. Lambda was confident this was perfect for her transition, especially since her clone could double the effect. She cherished the gift in her hands, listening as he said, Mumu, trust yourself. Your talent combined with your profession means unlimited potential. Mumu immediately shows her resolve. All right, I'll do it. No more takeout starting today. Linya could only offer a wry smile. Does this girl still need real incentives even when she's grown up? Suddenly, she grabs his hand, and Mumu pounces on Linya, pinning him to the chair. Please, Teacher Lin, test the potential of my biomimetic tears first. Caught off guard by her actions, his spirit emerged proudly, offering massages, cooking, and cleaning. Mumu seemed to master everything with enthusiasm, and they were all eager to please, leaving Linya to helplessly endure it all. Baizhu was sneaking into the room when Mumu suddenly appeared, greeting her with surprise and delight. Little Baiji, you've arrived. Linya stood behind Mumu and politely said to Baizhu, Thank you for making the trip. Baizhu anxiously asked him, Do you want to go to the land of death now? Won't you rest another day? Suddenly, a surge of light emanates from Linya's body. System notification. You have been granted the special gaze of the goddess of luck through an unknown power, and each dungeon cleared will increase your bonus by 1 level. Extending 24 hours, he gently took out the key and reassured her, No need. I've rested. It's the others who need it. Let's go see a movie. Baizhu and Mu. Mix work with pleasure for double the effect. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye inserted the key into the portal, using the stone sword key to summon the Land of Death secret realm and open the portal. The system announces their entry into the once-in-a-lifetime death realm, choosing the highest difficulty, Calamity. As he steps through the gate, armor automatically envelops his body. Lin Ye coldly says, Let's go. Baizhu is stunned by the sight of the Calamity level difficulty. Calamity level, Lin Ye thought. After successfully passing through the gate, the system provides information on the level 15 to 25 secret dungeon, the Land of Death, a disaster-level difficulty zone, extremely dangerous, and far beyond the capabilities of a professional. Proceed with caution into a restricted area of life, shrouded by death. Any living thing that enters will become food for the undead army. He silently encourages himself that fortunately there are no intruders in this dungeon. It doesn't seem as terrifying as I thought. Linye uses the skill, Shifting the Universe. A series of red alerts appear. The life energy in your body has disturbed the Death Potion Dragon. It's awakening. The life energy within you has disturbed the Withered Demon King. It is awakening. The life energy within you has disturbed the Immortal No. It's awakening. The life energy within you stirs the giant flesh devourer. It's awakening. The life energy within you has stirred the Daughter of Death. It's awakening. Before him now stands a horde of savage, skull-headed soldiers. The system identifies them as level 15 Lost Spirit Legionnaires with Strength 10, Constitution 25, Intelligence 10, Spirit 15, Agility 10, Gold Aptitude, and skills including Manhwa, Wrath of the Dead, and Nether Abyss. The awakened undead army is ambushing, while some soldiers eye him, drooling delicious living flesh. Linye looks up at the sword, sealed by fiery chains. The system says that with the undead riot, the seal is broken, and the holy sword, Crown of Scarlet Flames, which suppresses this place, has appeared. You will temporarily gain unparalleled power, the unknown divine artifact, the Crown of Crimson Flames. When equipped, any attack will deal 500% damage to undead creatures. He gained a healing prohibition, 50% damage immunity, attacks imbued with holy fire, and the ability to inflict massive holy fire damage. He suddenly realized, this holy sword, isn't this Bone Broth's lazy build? Linye thought to himself that he certainly couldn't use it. Before him appeared crucial information. The basic and additional requirements to clear the land of death were as follows. 1. Survive for 2 hours under the undead army's assault, awaiting the arrival of the Divine Exorcist group. 2. Kill any secret realm boss, obtain anything, special request. First, kill all the secret realm bosses. Second, eliminate the endless undead and cleanse the land of death. Third, do not use the Holy Sword Crimson Flare for 2 hours before the Holy Priests arrive. The first 3 tasks, 5 unknown, and 4 tasks to complete before then. Immediately, Linye soared into the sky and unleashed the star reversal technique. He slammed his weapon into the ground, sending the soldiers flying hundreds of meters into the fallen hell. They cried out in terror. You're not human. How can a human emit hellfire? It hurts. System notification. All health points of the Undead Legion minus 754. Linye, radiating power, uses his skill, reversing the artifact's healing to inflict a fatal lightning strike, wiping out 463 of the Undead Legion's health, activating a 7/7 blood drain, and causing 1,304 damage per second, annihilating the Legion. Linye smirks, thinking that, as expected, after upgrading his equipment and stats, the Demon King's added 90% healing cleared out these level 15 gold-tier undead soldiers in seconds, not even needing the Azure Tide's ultimate skill. Suddenly, the situation changes unexpectedly. But the system announced that a new undead army had appeared, requesting a breakthrough of the blockade to kill the boss and destroy the Death Altar. Linye smiled and took out a blue pill. He silently thanked Mumu and Baiju, truly grateful for his 2 good teammates. The system provided information to use all of the following props. Use the Amazing Speed Potion to increase your movement speed for 5 minutes, made from Phoenix Bird eggs. Your agility will temporarily increase by 50 points for 5 minutes. Use Thunder Rush to gain the Blitz Sprint effect for 5 minutes, continuously increasing your movement speed. Using the Smoked Roaming Chicken to temporarily boost his stamina, Linye bolts through the soldiers like lightning. He sliced through the enemy ranks in the blink of an eye, his eyes glowing a blood red. He uses the Reverse Flowing Sea skill, riding a wave of blood to wipe out the undead shrimp soldiers, increasing damage by 10%. The river of blood transforms into a monster, terrifying the cowardly enemies as the system announces that all foes are in a state of soul burn. All enemy attack forces are weakened, and all enemies enter a state of toxin exposure. Silence debuff applied. Defense decreased, speed greatly reduced, enemies are stunned, development time increased, HP reduced by 1080, and the undead army has been destroyed. Having achieved his goal, Linye commanded the black water to recede, revealing an altar and a towering zombie before him, as the system provided information about them. This is the Death Altar, with 10,000 health and no attack or defense. It's one of 5 strange structures in the Land of Death that continuously summon undead creatures from the astral realm. They are guarded by 5 bosses of the secret realm. Once defeated, the undead in the current area will stop being summoned, and those already summoned will not disappear. The level 15 Giant Corpse Head Butcher's stats are unknown, but it has platinum aptitude and skills like Corpse Explosion, Poison Immunity, Regeneration, a Division, Iron Hook Grab, Death Cleave, and Devouring Blood Recovery. It's a corpse-made undead that loves to tear enemies apart and devour corpses. This massive, unique form of the giant-headed zombie will split and revive upon death. System notification. Reverse purification and nether imprisonment have been successfully cast. Without hesitation, Lin Ye rushes towards the zombies, thinking that he only needs 30 seconds. At the same time, he orders his Blackwater soldiers to go and defeat them. Lin Ye unleashed 2 moves simultaneously. Reverse healing. Plunder. Reverse divine artifact therapy. Calamity descends. Reverse all stars and fallen world. After his attacks, the system announced the defeat of the Death Altar, preventing the summoning of undead creatures in the area and the defeat of the giant zombie Butcher. Colossal Corpse. Butcher ×2 appear. The corpse quickly splits in 2, but Lin Ye calmly aims his weapon and fires 2 beams of light. Stealing skill, system notification. Defeat of the divided zombie. The Skeleton King and Immortal Witch Doctor have awakened. He silently observes the zombie's corpse on the ground, contemplating that even a difficult genius-level instance is not intimidating as long as there are level restrictions, at least with his current abilities and equipment. Then he called out to his Curse Master. "Come forth. I need you this time." A powerful Curse Master immediately appeared, followed by his battle-hardened dragon, summoning a level 15 gold-tier Dark Curse Master into battle. Lasting for 1 hour, Lin Ye leaps onto the dragon's back, the undead awaken, and he soars over the mountain before landing. His destination: the lair of the Skeleton King. The system identifies the Skeleton King as level 15, with unknown strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility, but platinum aptitude, and skills including Legion's Might, Death Flag, Evil Aura, Flesh Revival, and Shield of the Dead. The Skeleton King uses Light Ring skills and the Clan's Tomb to strengthen surrounding undead creatures, favoring a Sea of People tactic to hunt enemies, followed by the Immortal Necromancer sitting on his lap. Level 15. Strength, Physique, Intellect, and Agility unknown. Platinum aptitude. Skills include Death Ripple, Icebone Magic Black Hole, Lunar Eclipse, Ice Seal, and Bloodstop. Introducing a powerful warlock who willingly merges with a caster, using black magic and necromancy to transform into an immortal being, with exquisite magical abilities and intelligence far surpassing ordinary undead. Lin Ye, eyes full of murderous intent, slams his weapon into the ground and yells, "Kill!" Frustrated by the priest's inaction, he calls out helplessly, "Priest!" The master raises his sword to his shoulder as Lin Ye commands, "Do it!" striking his weapon against the ground. Seeing this, the immortal witch's attitude instantly changes as she lunges toward the master, who unleashes a moon flash attack, striking her and causing her to scream in pain. Her life force is reduced by 14 or 41, but unexpectedly, she grins. The immortal witch's body emits a blinding blue light. Minions crawled from the abyss to attack the priest, but they were no match. He activated his shield, a spell shield. The spell shield can nullify all magic damage, negating it entirely for 3 seconds, and the weakened immortal witch reaches out to the Skeleton King for help. "Skeleton King, help me!" Just as he rose, Lin Ye appeared behind him. The Skeleton King heard the noise and turned back in surprise, watching as he slammed his staff into the ground, summoning black water and declaring, "Your opponent is me." He activated his skill, reversing the Azure Sea Tide's undead sea, and the black water quickly engulfed the Skeleton King. The system announces the Skeleton King is frozen and weakened, losing 999 health, while the caster lands a series of fatal blows on the immortal witch. Dragon Slash, Triple Slash. He unleashes a combo, leaving her suspended in the air. Then, the slashes explode with power, tearing her body apart as the curse detonates. The explosions left a thick cloud of smoke, which the immortal witch tore through to unleash a dark orb. She screams, "Black hole!" but the sorcerer easily dodges the attack. He turned to glance at the immortal witch, who was now ecstatic, laughing uncontrollably as she gathered a giant icebone orb. With no wasted movement, he cleaved the moonlit undead witch in 2 with a single strike. Still reeling, she could only scream a curse. "King of the Abyss, I offer you my soul." Even as her body dissolved, she cursed her foolish enemies to hell. Seeing the danger, Lin Ye quickly warned his master, "She's going to self-destruct and take everyone with her." The system announces the blood freeze. The immortal witch sacrifices her soul, negating all remaining health, unleashing a large-scale ice magic, causing massive ice magic damage, and a freezing effect. Finally, the immortal witch is trapped in a large block of ice. She cries out in confusion, "What?" While his master cleaned up the remains, he reported, "Target eliminated." Lambda praised his master upon hearing this. "Well done, teacher." Meanwhile, the soul of the immortal witch is also gradually dissipating. As for Lin Ye and the Skeleton King, he watched him fade away and said, "Calamity is coming." The king struggled in his final moments, denying that humanity's true despair still lay ahead. As the Skeleton King fades, the system announces their victory over him and the Immortal Witch, fulfilling the clearance requirements, slaying the dungeon bosses, and opening the portal. They can now leave. Having met the dungeon's requirements and earned the corresponding points, Lin Ye returns to heal the Dark Magician's wounds. He reflected on his accomplishments. The Death Altar was destroyed, and he had the Dark-Winged Dragon, a comrade and war buddy of the Dark Magic Knight in life. But nowadays, the Dark Shaman rarely summons it. Lin Ye rides on the dragon's back, holds the shaman's hand, and explains that the altar is gone, and the undead creatures pose no threat. Finally, they decide to clean up and move on to the next place. Then, he and the Dark-Winged Dragon flew off, and on the way, Lin Ye mused, only 2 bosses left. He turned back to praise the Dark Mage sitting behind him. Thanks to you, Dark Mage, you've saved me a lot of time on the road to fight monsters. Hearing that made him overjoyed, but suddenly they were ambushed. Hundreds of ice arrows rained down alongside a ferocious black dragon. Lin Ye raised his arm to shield himself and warned his master, "We've been spotted, master. Be careful." The master jumps down, taking the opportunity to strike the dragon, and with Lin Ye they land successfully, ready to fight as the system provides information about the boss in this secret realm. The Death Dragon, level 15, with clearly defined strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility. Diamond Aptitude. Skills include Icy Breath, Dragon Might, Ice Seal Halo, and Absolute Agility. Dragonclaw. This great dragon was once worshipped in life, but was resurrected by the king of the undead. Empowered by death, it now wields immense ice magic, inflicting lasting damage and slowing enemies. And beneath the dragon's feet, a woman's shadow lurks. The Death Maiden. Level 15, with clear strength, physique, intelligence, and agility. Diamond Aptitude. Skills include Bone Chill Arrow, Magic Silence, Adamant Assault Aura, Sharpshooter Talent, Enchantment, Dark Arrow, and Life Absorption. Once a noble elven ranger, after death she was resurrected by the king of the undead, becoming a swift and deadly dark ranger. The magic bow in her hands carries the power of death, transforming slain enemies into her own dark slaves. Lin Ye calmly asks the priest, "Priest, who's scarier, you or a one-time secret realm? Don't give others a chance to compare themselves to an SSS rank dungeon." As he said that, he leapt into the air and unleashed his ultimate move. Reversal of the Stars, Celestial Fall, Hell of Heaven and Earth, Reversal of the Azure Sea Tide, Sea of Undead. The system announced that the Goddess of Death's health was continuously decreasing. The Goddess of Death loses 1555 health, and the Death Dragon loses 1555 as well. Unfazed, she quickly fires her bow at Lin Ye, cursing him. "That lowly human dares to attack me?" Her arrows and the dragon's assault are aimed at him. Lin Ye smirks. "Want revenge? Let me show you what a real surprise attack looks like." Her attack sends the mage flying, leaving a hazy Lin Ye to absorb the massive damage. The Goddess of Death laughs mockingly. "Is that all you've got?" But she was wrong. Lin Ye catches the arrow with his bare hand, then drops it to the ground. The system announces increased movement speed, dispelled freeze effect, increased attack power, and increased movement speed. The Goddess of Death cried out in alarm. "Impossible. My arrow pierced his heart. The skill is nullified. The immunity is gone." She hastily stopped the evil dragon, but something felt strange. But it's too late. The evil dragon spews a freezing blast at Lin Ye. However, it has absolutely no effect on him. His health is constantly being replenished, and the system announces that he has dispelled a bronze effect. Meanwhile, a figure lurks behind the Goddess of Death, watching her intently. The shaman seized the opportunity, but the Goddess of Death anticipated his arrival, turning to defend herself, retreating and unleashing a barrage of arrows, hardly believing his speed. Gritting her teeth, the Death Goddess knew she couldn't let him get close and ordered her minions to attack the priest. "All undead, heed my call. Stop the enemy." The shaman charges in, cutting down the undead soldiers with a single strike, then pierces the Death Goddess with his sword, Moonlight Strike. She, now weakened, summons chains to bind herself, silencing her magic. The system announces life absorption, draining the Death Goddess's blood. Blood plus 347,567. The Death Goddess raises her bow to block the priest's attack, muttering, "Damn it, if only that foolish traitor knew anything other than close combat." Taking advantage of an opening, she reaches behind him and attaches a purple talisman to his back, saying, "Then, kill yourself." The system provides information about the charm, a charm that controls a creature with its power. The weaker the creature, the longer the control, up to 60 seconds, or as little as 1 second. The effect can only be dispelled after the death goddess dies. There's no other way to get rid of it. The suicide command takes effect, and the master's health begins to drop after being controlled by the charm. It commands the charmed creature to commit suicide, inflicting 300 damage with each forced attack, lasting until the suicide charm dissipates, draining the caster's power. It slowly succumbs to weakness. Seeing her chance, the goddess of death draws her bow, aims at the shaman, and grins wickedly. Even a second is enough. She fires the frozen bone arrow, greatly reducing the dark cursed knight's movement speed and slightly decreasing its attack power, as ice gradually consumes the caster's body. Seeing this, Lin Ye anxiously commands the caster. The mage switches to defense mode, summoning a shield to block the dark ice arrow, while the summoned dark armor takes the brunt of the impact, greatly reducing its speed and damage by 70%. The goddess of death, gathering power, threatens. After taking so many of my skills, once I break your shield, your life is mine. Then she fires a fatal arrow, excitedly asking, "Out of blood, are we?" Meanwhile, the shaman secretly charges the shield. The goddess of death sneers, "You're finished. Once I'm done with you, I'll take care of your friends." Suddenly, thousands of dark tentacles appear, binding and restraining her, a forbidden art, the reversal of azure imprint. It was then that Lin Ye calmly began to question her. "You told him to shield the priest and asked the goddess of death. Who's taking care of who? It's just the right time for Teacher Joe to use Azure Sea Tide to get rid of an eyesore." The tentacles tightened around the goddess of death as she screamed in terror. "What is this?" "This is the turning of the tides," she asks him in disbelief. "How are you still alive?" The priest simply stares at her. He unleashes a move to deal with the shield-bearing dragon, shattering and scattering it. Soaring Dragon Slash. Lin Ye points his staff at the dragon, declaring, "Astral Shift! Your attack will tear it to shreds." The goddess of death cries out in anguish. The death dragon roars, her eyes emitting two brilliant beams of light as she preys on the weak. Lin Ye calmly calls out his skill, Catastrophic Advent of Reverse Divine Artifact Therapy. A pillar of energy descends from the sky, swiftly obliterating the death goddess. With the leader gone, he pointed northwest and told the priest, "You take the northwest. I'll handle the southeast." A swift sweep. The two worked together to clear the altar. Lin Ye muses that clearing the altar will end it all, and despite this dungeon being special, it's not as difficult as he initially thought. He used the Blue Sea Tide turning skill to reverse the Sea of the Dead, thinking he could clear the level in under 10 minutes. He had more than enough time compared to the 2-hour limit of the fourth quest, and Lin Ye triumphantly stood atop the mountain of corpses. The system displays a notification. You have completely annihilated the remaining undead creatures in the land of death. You have fulfilled the requirements of the previous 4 quests, but something feels off to Lin Ye. The system alerts him that the conflicted Songduke angel, Kuro, is about to descend, triggering a 5th special mission, Choose Your Destiny. The system presents him with 2 choices. Accept the god's blessing and receive Kuro's reward, surrendering the holy sword, Minchiosich DM absorbed from the undead souls and leaving the land of the dead, or kill the god by destroying Kuro's phantom avatar. Lin Ye wondered, what does this mean? Is there another hidden boss in this instance? The system reveals that choosing to accept the god's gift will immediately grant an SSS rank, while choosing to kill the god and destroy Kuro's avatar will result in a high-level Omega rank. If he fails, his rank will drop to C. He mutters to himself, realizing that SSS rank isn't the highest rank after all. He argued inwardly, but did the other professionals know this intel? Were the Alliance's top professionals hiding and blocking it, or were they completely unaware of the truth? Lin Ye hesitated, unable to make a choice. Impossible. First, they may not have needed to suppress this information, as only a select few could unlock these conditions. Secondly, dungeons rely on the system to create hidden realms, so unforeseen changes are possible. Thirdly, the Omega Tier and angels exist, but are beyond human reach, like the ancients and the cosmos. The angel's eyes widened, staring intently at him and the priest, its largest eye bulging before it emitted a piercing shriek and vanished. The system announced that the Dark Knight had withdrawn from the battlefield and entered cooldown. As Lin Ye shielded himself, he exclaimed, "The oppressive feeling is terrifying. Is this the ancient pact? The highest leader of the angels? But according to the system, I shouldn't have to face this thing. Where is Kuro's clone?" Then a feather suddenly appeared. Kuro appears with an angel overhead, and the system reveals his stats. His title, Kuro, the Two-Winged Angel, an ethereal doppelganger whose level discourages challenges. Challenge not recommended. Strength, constitution, willpower, spirit, sensitivity, aptitude, and skills cannot be displayed. Here's a brief introduction to angels, powerful beings born in holy nations. They combat the undead with divine abilities that suppress the breath of death, and Kuro praises him. Human, you've done well. I thank you on behalf of the Holy Kingdom. These vile undead should rest eternally in the depths below. Offer up the crimson flame and you may leave. Feeling a bit cheated, he questions him. Leave? Wait, don't I get a reward? After all, I took care of all the undead creatures here. Kuro suddenly became agitated, snapping fiercely. Are you questioning the angel? He raised his flaming sword and warned Lin Ye. Human, be grateful, and leave this place at once. Don't interfere with the angel's remaining work. He realized with surprise that the angel here was such an upright being, not on the side of humanity at all, and even regarded humans as cannon fodder. Then, as he pressed a button on the system, he asked Kuro, what other work needs to be done here? My Lord Angel, he said, ready to call upon the darkness, by what right do you claim my achievements as your own? He uses a technique to reverse the situation. But despite Lin Ye's politeness, Kuro arrogantly points his sword at him, slandering him as a lowly being, saying that contributing to the great holy nation is already a generous reward for humanity. Yet you dare to harbor such greedy thoughts, defying the will of the gods. Without another word, he strikes a preemptive blow with the plunder skill, telling Lin Ye, silence, say no more. Kuro, enraged, shouts, the power of the gods descends. He unleashed a terrifying lightning strike, sending Lin Ye flying and quickly pressed the attack. Kuro relentlessly bombarded Lin Ye with lightning as he landed. But with his extraordinary agility, Lin Ye easily dodged, and Kuro, seeing Lin Ye forced to flee, smugly said, a clear opening. Kuro pierced him with his sword, the crimson flame immunity striking true. But Lin Ye quickly uses the reversal skill, reversing the situation. He smirks as his life value increases by 1678. Kuro's face contorted in rage as he watched Lin Ye flee, shouting, you can't escape divine punishment with heresy. Kuro raises his sword to the sky and cries out, summoning thunder. While Lin Ye is constantly being healed, his life force increases by 2647. He grits his teeth and invokes his technique, reversal of the celestial stars. The two attacks collide, plunging the world into hell and deducting 1531 life points. Kuro growls, mortal seeking death, system notification received, damage boost. He fiercely tells Lin Ye to witness the end of opposing a holy angel. Judgment. Be judged. He calmly parried, but inwardly assessed the angel, who seemed intimidating at first, but now felt less intelligent. Perhaps because it was an illusion and not the real thing. Seeing that his power did no damage to Lin Ye, Kuro cried out in astonishment. How is this possible? Whether it's physical or magical attacks, ranged or melee skills, why aren't you taking any damage, you lowly human, and instead are constantly healing? He smirks, thinking, anyone who's seen me kill a boss wouldn't ask such a question. Kuro, unwilling to accept this, decides to unleash his ultimate attack. Invincible? Do you have an invincibility skill? No, that's impossible. But it was no use against Lin Ye, who stood tall and calmly stated, that's right. So you can only cut a strand of my hair, a piece of my coat. That's all. Then he used the move again, reversing the azure sea tide, and Lin Ye's black water engulfed Kuro's sea of undead, deducting 2,352 life points. The two-winged angel's illusion is affected by the slow debuff, and its attack is greatly reduced. Lin Ye pointed his palm to the ground and reversed the divine artifact, healing and eliminating disasters, and Kuro was quickly defeated. The two-winged angel's illusion is affected by the triple debuff of slow walking. Life force, minus 2,027. He lay sprawled on the ground, his health bar near empty, and gasped in pain. You. Lin Ye shoved his staff into Kuro's face and used reverse healing plunder, draining 2505 HP. In an instant, Kuro vanished into smoke, and the system announced the defeat of the fallen two-winged angel phantom, clearing the Land of Death secret dungeon. Rewards were being calculated, including a Diamond Tier 6 treasure. All hidden conditions were met, and the rating reached SSS, influenced by the Goddess of Luck's special ability. He receives another Diamond Rank 6 reward and clears the secret dungeon once, achieving an Omega rank. The secret dungeon is about to disappear, and the accumulated power manifests as a unique reward just for him. Lamia is curious about this unique, exclusive reward. The system announces he's obtained a unique, unranked, specialized growth weapon, the Flash Moon Shadow. As he accepts the sword, the system provides information. Equipment name: Flash Spirit Moon Shadow, a unique weapon, currently a developing weapon. Current level 1. Quality unknown. Equipment requirements: Professional Cleric, Professional Lambda. Equipment effect after equipping. Adds 1 point to all attributes, possesses the energy of Liberation form. Destruction form, Moon Shadow form, Devour evolution, Sea Moon body. Moment of silence, Moon Shadow gap. Data about the sword appears one by one, evolving and devouring. The inherent ability to nurture similar weapons can improve quality, enhance weapon attributes, and unlock new abilities. A Blade of Liberation. Each sword provides healing energy to the target struck, excluding yourself, restoring blood to the opponent, and unlocking the ability to use the Sea Moon Oath, a Blade of Destruction. Each strike deals physical and magical damage to the target, excluding oneself, unlocking the power of the Twilight Moment, the Moon Shadow form, restoring health to the user. It also unlocks the Moon Shadow Gap, Sea Moon Oath, Twilight of Extinction, and Spatial Moon Shadow skills. This blade can save lives, and it can take them. Lin Ye gripped the sword tightly, his heart filled with joy. 3 forms, 3 ultimate moves, almost perfectly suited to my innate talents. Moon Shadow Wraith. The Moon Shadow form. What I'm most concerned with is its quality as a growth weapon. Like this dungeon, could it reach a level higher than Diamond? The system announces that opening Diamond Yang grants 20 free attribute points, a Diamond tier item, Icebone Guidance, a Diamond Necklace, an Ancient Dragon Necklace, a Diamond Skill, Attack Speed Amplification, a Platinum tier item, Magic Stone Heart, a Spirit Butterfly item, a custom weapon, and 6 rare special potions. Lam Yi thinks for a few seconds about the Ancient Dragon Necklace and the Attack Speed Badge, a perfect defense item and an invincible battlefield strategy. He taps the arrow on the system screen and says, "Add all points to intelligence." The current stats are almost at a level 20 professionals. The system displays his stats: name, Lin Ye, class, priest, level 2. Strength 15, plus 20, plus 50. Constitution 15, plus 20, plus 30, plus 30, plus 50. Intelligence 95, plus 20, plus 30, plus 30, plus 50. Spirit 15, plus 20, plus 30, plus 50. Agility 15, plus 20, plus 20, plus 50. With activated gear and skills, he heads through the portal, thinking that this is only his first goal. Hearing the noise, Lin Ye spun around, asking who was there as the man charged with his spear, cursing him. "Die, Lin Ye. Today is the day you die." Cao Yuan thrust his spear into Lin Ye, ranting, "It's all your fault. You ruined me. Everyone wants me dead, wants me gone, because I took your power. My family, my friends, they all abandoned me. They made me drop the exam and give up my degree, all thanks to you." Yet Lin Ye remained unfazed. He blocked the spear and questioned him. "Are you finished?" He thought to himself, "I told those students not to waste their time on petty anger." They also promised not to interfere, originally intending to teach him a lesson and prevent him from gaining attribute points. Now he's making a scene about dropping out. And even if the Alliance and the school take notice, the most he'll get is a punishment and confinement. Lin Ye then used his spear to bloody Cao Yuan's nose, asking, "Secondly, speculation and slander, using my power, this is what you said." He trembled bitterly, his whole body suddenly emitting a black aura. Cao Yuan suddenly jumps up and attacks him, leaving Lin Ye stunned as he mutters, "Demonic energy." Lin Ye swiftly dodges the attack. Could this Cao Yuan be? Cao Yuan grits his teeth in anger. "I've said it before, you're not worthy to be his opponent. You're just a clown, a minor character despised by everyone." He recalls memories of being beaten, of no one liking him. Furthermore, Cao Yuan is abandoned, with no one caring for him. He was ridiculed. "You're just dog poop, a stepping stone for geniuses, but if you don't behave like a dog, you'll be hated even more." Then, consumed by rage, Cao Yuan's eyes flashed with hatred as he roared, "I have to kill him. Very good. Do you desire the power to defy fate and change everything? If you wish to become strong and control the destinies of others, then embrace us in the abyss." Suddenly, a dark shadow merges with him. "From now on, you can only rely on me, Lord Yu Min." And then Cao Yuan slams his head on the floor. "Yes, Lord Abyss, grant me the power of the abyss." His body turned dark purple, growing larger and larger. "I'm done being human." He reaches out his hand and shouts. The fallen Cao Yuan has been seduced by the abyss's demons. But Cao Yuan only responds with a sinister laugh. "So this is the power of the abyss?" "So strong. My body is too strong." Lin Ye still tried to dissuade him. "Cao Nguyen, it's not too late to turn back. If you continue, I'll have no choice but to kill you." And he raises his hand to strike, invoking the rules of the Awakened Union. Article 11. When encountering a corrupted individual influenced by the abyss, any professional is authorized to use any means necessary to eliminate the threat and prevent further harm to innocent lives. Still unrepentant, he raised his sword high, laughing maniacally. "Kill me? You think you can? This is your karma, Lin Ye." Xiao Yuan immediately rushed towards Lin Ye, swinging his sword, a horizontal slash of abyssal sword energy, but he quickly somersaulted backward to avoid the blow. Lin Ye was horrified to discover the slash had grazed him. It caused continuous blood loss and allowed the power of the abyss to seep in, reducing his overall strength and increasing the damage he took. Lin Ye's expression darkened. "If that's how it is, don't blame me for summoning my sword." Lin Ye then lunges forward, using Flash Moon hidden double blades, thinking, "Even with the power of the abyss, you're no match for me. At best, you're just a mid-level boss." Xiao Yuan laughs triumphantly. "Analyze that, a priest who only leveled up strength, you're dead." Lin Ye smirks, thinking, if that's the case, there's no need to use universe reversal immediately. The abyss demons are surely watching, and if they discover my near-invincible skill, their retreat and report to the others would create an unfavorable situation. So, he decisively slashes down at him, and Xiao Yuan is shocked, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? "Weaker already, how could one of your strikes draw so much blood?" Lin Ye mocked. "Still, you managed a little cut." He smugly looks at him. This copycat brother is bad at both theory and observation. He can't even sense level 2 physical magic damage. I should just use him to lure out the demon. Then, Lin Ye rushes forward, swinging a sword that nearly obliterates Xiao Yuan. His eyes flashed red as Lin Ye spared Cao Yuan's life and cast his spell. Invite the demon in. A dark vessel watches from above. Is a coward truly not enough? Even after the transformation, his combat power is still so weak. A swordsman with amplified stats can't defeat a priest? Oh well, he was just a pawn anyway. Then suddenly, that dark figure entered his body. Lin Ye is as good as mine. The shadow imagined Xiaofeng collapsing in despair. If Lin Ye dies, Huang Xiaofeng will be devastated, making it easier for me to invade. If Lin Ye would just let me use him, wouldn't that little pawn Huang Xiaofeng join my Maicao army directly? The shadow laughed maniacally through Cao Yuan's body, but I still prefer the second option. He then attacks him, causing Lin Ye to lose a large amount of blood. The shadow, using Cao Yuan's voice, asked with amusement, "Surprised, the main course is yet to come." He seizes the moment to heal himself, recovering some of his lost blood, enraging the shadow. Next, Lin Ye and Cao Yuan's body engage in battle. "You're not Cao Yuan, are you? The Abyss Demon." So the shadow was the Abyss Demon all along. It didn't hide it, laughing madly. "Unfortunately, the people from the Professional Alliance are already on their way. No time to waste with you. Just hurry up and die." He laughs defiantly, ignoring the offer. The Abyss Demon proposes, "Or you could join us." Just what he was waiting for, Lin Ye thinks smugly. He's taken the bait. The imposter then asks, "Join you? What benefits can the Abyss bring me? Tell me." Dark energy emanates from his body as he shouts, "Isn't this dark energy strong enough for you?" "See that?" it boasts proudly. "This is the power of the Abyss," Lin Ye said nonchalantly. "That's strong, huh? Interesting." He raised his hand, retracting his power, and spoke of the Abyss Demon. "Do you know Huang Xiaofeng? He refused your comrade's invitation and even cursed you out, didn't he?" The Abyss Demon continued, "I was the one who invited him. In the end, this kid didn't know what was good for him, daring to scorn the power of the Abyss. If he didn't have such an astonishing compatibility with the Abyss's power, I would have long since." Lin Ye continued to provoke it, saying, "So you're saying you gave this fool an opportunity he didn't seize?" Remembering Xiaofeng's contempt, the Abyss Demon angrily muttered, "I am Huang Xiaofeng, a genius. Monster, don't you understand yourself?" The more it thought, the angrier it became. Watching this, he couldn't help but sigh. Huang Xiaofeng really wasn't lying or hiding anything. This demon's intelligence seems on par with his own. Lin Ye continues his charade, saying that even with abyssal power, he'll expose himself and be hunted by the Alliance, so he might as well give it to me. Despite hearing this, the abyssal demon remained wary. Why was he trying to deceive him with words? "I've already gained the trust of the Professional Alliance, and with my power, I can quickly become a core member, secretly wreaking havoc on human society and destroying this damned world." It questions suspiciously, "You want to destroy the world? Why? Aren't you supposed to be everyone's favorite hero?" Lin Ye feigned contempt. "Humans are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites." He clenched his fist. Do the gifted really protect the weak? If so, why did my parents die then? Those with power ignored us. In the end, my parents lured the monster away so I could live, but they suffered a tragic death beneath its claws. Linya recalls how the so-called professionals exploit the weak, who in turn prey on those weaker than themselves. There is no justice or fairness here, only greed and selfishness. No light of humanity, only darkness ruled by the strong. No one is innocent. Everyone deserves to die. Even the Abyss Demon was moved to tears by your lies. Well done. It slowly leaves Cao Yuan's body. I have felt your pain. The smoke coalesces into another body, a true form revealed. The shadow lunges forward with an offer. Join our Abyss family, and I will grant you the supreme power of the Abyss. My Cao, that Abyss Demon offered a massive power to destroy this garbage world together. Linya reached out to receive it, the power drawing ever closer, but he suddenly sneered, summoning the famed Moonveil blade. Then, Linya's face darkens as he activates Annihilation mode, snatching his sword as the demon cries out, You're toying with me? Linya doesn't reply, and attacks. In this state, his damage is greatly increased for the next 10 seconds, and he turns to the blasted Maisao, unleashing the Star Shift, Fallen Heaven, and Earth Hell, and lands another blow. This attack cuts its health in half, and Linya's eyes reveal a serious damage buff. Empowered, he unleashes the reversal of the Azure Sea Tide, the Sea of the Undead, a blow that inflicts double the pain, along with burning and attack reduction. Then it was swept into a crimson sea teeming with the undead. This is hell. Just what is this human? How can he inflict such high damage? As soon as he said that, a bolt of lightning struck Maisao. The calamity of divine reversal therapy had descended. He struggled to escape the sea and lightning, even as his blood was continuously drained. No wonder the useless Cao Yuan couldn't defeat him, even with the power of the Abyss. Anyone would have struggled. Shake, he asks with disdain. You want to shake? Run. You've revealed your true form and entered battle mode. You can no longer rely on illusions to move, can you? Hearing this, Maisao asked in shock, You knew my abilities from the start? To catch my true form, you sacrificed yourself to set a trap? Linya exuded a dangerous aura. Enraged, it roared, You cunning human! I will fight you to the death, and lunged at the Abyss hand. But he successfully evaded it, leaving Maisao bewildered, when suddenly Linya appeared from behind. It sneered, Very well, so you've used your dash skill. Maisao continues his assault, wondering where he can possibly run. The Abyss's claws inflict damage upon him. He grins wickedly. Got you. Suddenly, Linya flies high and uses healing magic to restore his health. It's over, Abyss Demon. He coldly looks down, reverses the healing spell, then slashes down. Using the plunder skill, and a notification appears. He has eliminated the Abyss Demon. His sword suddenly swirls with energy. So it turns out it absorbs the remnants of the Abyss Demon, and successfully leveled up its abilities. Linya happily gazes at his sword. Apparently, it doesn't grant any experience in actual combat, but the weapon can evolve by absorbing the essence of the Abyss Demon to enhance its quality? He wondered if it could only be upgraded with the remnants of Abyss Demons, or any creature's remnants. What just happened? I don't know, I couldn't see anything. Are the professional responders here yet? Hey, why is someone on the ground? They quickly reassure each other, telling them not to worry, the city patrol has been notified. They said they'd be right here. Linya stood alone, gazing at the sword, contemplating whether to report to the Alliance about the weapon's growth through absorbing the remnants of the Abyss Demon to level up. As for Cao Yuan, a group of people suddenly rushed over, and the others immediately removed their equipment and threw their weapons to the ground, amusing him. Did they come looking for me? A man pointed a gun and ordered me to put my hands on my head and stay put. Otherwise, I'm authorized to attack you immediately, so cooperate quietly. Okay. Linya then drops his sword, and the man takes aim. Paralyzing poison dart. Sorry, it's standard procedure, you won't feel a thing. The cuffs from his gun paralyzed his hands. These are the professionals who maintain the city's security. To prevent the suspect from attacking others, they'll use paralysis skills to restrain him. But thankfully, they're humane, and don't need to clash with him. Linya quietly observed them, questioning citizens, examining the scene, providing medical aid, comforting residents, and gathering information. He noted their actions, each one performing their duty. Suddenly, a report came in. The critically injured man was a student, but he possessed abyssal power, suspected of being corrupted by an abyssal demon. He frantically shouted that there was a bone cocoon underground, as he described, and the skeleton of an abyssal demon. The man analyzed in surprise. A level 20 abyss demon, covered in wounds from a barrier. It seems the longsword professional we just controlled killed it, but why is it just a skeleton? Could it be that the image of Lin Ye defeating it appeared on the screen? Those around him cried out in disbelief. How is this possible? No way! He looked at them smugly, the information above his head clearly showing his name. Lin Ye, level Y. Identity information. Top professional in Jiangcheng City, third-year student at the academy. The group marveled. That abyss demon was killed by this student? I knew he was a genius, but this is too much. A student killed an abyss demon. Suddenly, a man spoke up. Lin Ye, greetings. I'm Wang Ma Chao, captain of the first squad of the Jingcheng Professional Union's Abyss Demon Suppression Task Force. As he dispelled the paralysis, Ma Chao asked, Did you defeat this abyss demon? And was that dying student seduced and turned into an evil being by the abyss demon, only to be controlled by you? Lin Ye approached him and replied, It was me. The student is Chao Yuan from our school. He turned evil in front of me and tried to assassinate me, so I took action. With suspicion, Masu asked directly, But how did you capture the abyss demon? They usually don't appear in their true form. He chuckled smugly, replying, I guess it was watching potential fallen ones from afar, so it made its move on Cao Nguyen, making him pretend to be very interested in becoming a fallen one. It revealed its true form to grant me power, shocking everyone around me. Is that even allowed? Ma Chao thought to himself, speechless. Indeed, even experienced high-level professionals might struggle to deceive a cunning abyss demon like this. Yet this student, about to take his career exam, could pull it off. He sweats as he expresses his admiration. To fight a fallen one and a true demon without taking damage, and to stop the fallen one's health at exactly 1%. Even seasoned professionals would struggle to pull this off, let alone a student. Then Ma Chao requested, So I hope you'll cooperate with us and come to the Alliance branch. Another person quickly spoke up in defense, but he's no ordinary student. Captain, haven't you heard the rumors about Lin Ye? He's quite famous. He crossed his arms and retorted, It's not like I don't go online, but we need to consider the severity of this. Ma Chao explained, It's also for the safety of all Jiangcheng residents. Fixed procedures are necessary. Lin Ye, I hope you understand. Though this may affect your next job assessment, I can't condone it. Lin Ye thought in silence. It seems the goddess of fortune's blessing will be wasted. But based on the true damage test against the bewilderment just now, I also have a great advantage in the job assessment. He sighed helplessly, calculating that the data hadn't reached the target, but the output had already exceeded the limit. After some thought, Lin Ye agreed, saying, Understood. I unconditionally support your work against the abyss demons. Suddenly, Ma Chao's pocket vibrated, and a man appeared, issuing orders. Wang Ma Chao, you don't need to bring Lin Ye back to the investigation department, nor do you need to monitor him. He exclaimed in shock as the man signaled to him, Postpone the abyss demon case until he completes his job aptitude test. Ma Chao, pale, questioned again. But this is standard procedure. How can it be violated? He anxiously pressed, If I release him directly, I'll be punished by headquarters, right? The man on the projector assured him, No one will make trouble for you. This is not only my opinion, but also that of the chairman of headquarters and all the other ministers. Do you know the famous teacher? The news he revealed shocked everyone. He killed it without taking a scratch and even got certified into the Forgotten Hidden Organization. Monsieur looked at Lambda innocently, thinking, I thought the rumors online were only half true. Could it be that he really has a god-tier talent never seen before? No, it could be another specialized talent that counters dark nights. He chuckled, scratching his head, and asked, Sorry, so I don't have to investigate anymore? The man calmly replied to Lin Ye, Of course, just focus on your own preparations. The man chuckled. If you need help, don't hesitate to call on these professionals. Ma Chao handed him the sword, saying, I'm sorry, Lin Ye, but there's still something I need to ask. Lin Ye took the sword and replied, Go ahead. Seeing this, he asks directly, Does this have something to do with the case Wang Xiaofeng reported earlier? He replies somberly, Yes, this demon is the one who seduced Wang Xiaofeng, but failed. Because his plan failed, he chose Cao Yuan as his second target, though inwardly he's assessing the situation. As expected of a professional, quickly connecting these two events, I guess there's no need to hide anything. He then explained, Indeed, Wang Xiaofeng's physique, after examination, is a rare fallen genius, 1 in 10,000. Lin Ye suddenly remembered and spoke up, and I easily tricked the abyss demon. But Wang Xiaofeng couldn't fool it, always mentioning me in its presence. He smiled slightly, continuing his analysis. The Abyss Demon thought Huang Xiaofeng had feelings for me and rejected temptation, so it initially wanted to replace me to guide him. The man laughed heartily at those words. Excellent. Not only did this young hero eliminate a deep Abyss Demon and capture a fallen one, but he also extracted useful information, proving himself stronger than the high-ranking professional layabouts. Then we won't disturb your progress any further. But Lin Ye crossed his arms, looking suspicious. Wait, there's something I need to say, but I'm not sure if it can be said publicly. Could you please handle this and have anyone who isn't involved leave? The man gave the order. All right, everyone, disperse. Wang Machao, take your team and leave, and temporarily hand over the equipment to Lin Jia. Machao acknowledges the order, then speaks up. Yes, the entire squad moves out, lining up to withdraw from the dispersal area. He approached, looking apologetic. Please forgive my earlier rudeness, Mr. Lambda. Take it. Lin Ye politely replied. It's okay. The man quickly created a private space and activated security mode. All right, the area's clear. Please, speak your mind, Mr. Lin Ye. Clutching his sword, he began to explain. This is the Shadow Moon Dagger, a growth-type weapon I obtained after clearing the Land of Death. After I used it to kill a deep abyss demon, the weapon absorbed its power. He asked again in disbelief. You mean... Lin Ye then recounted that there was too little information on growth-type weapons, and even the best libraries lacked detailed information. He had searched the entire library but found nothing. I must ask, can all growth-type weapons kill demons from the abyss in the real world to level up? The man slowly explained, growth-type weapons are incredibly rare. Since the Alliance was first established, only 3 such weapons have been recorded. But this involves certain secrets. I don't know the specifics. He suddenly revealed another piece of information. The growth weapons I know of level up by defeating monsters in normal dungeons, not by killing otherworldly creatures like demons in reality to gain power. Afterward, Lin Ye gazed at the sword thoughtfully. So my weapon is the first case. He smiled, not denying it. Thank you for trusting me with information of vital importance to the Alliance. He raised the sword and spoke. If that's the case, I'd like to share my theory. I believe that while the Moonshadow Hidden Dagger is currently the only weapon based on abyssal demons, where there's one, there will be 2. And with the immense power radiating from Lin Ye's weapon, it can't be the only one of its kind. More weapons or tools like this may appear, becoming the bane of the abyssal demons. I believe this is extremely beneficial for humanity. He continued, This is good, but it's best to keep this a secret for now. As he said, all eyes were on Lin Ye. Innocence is no defense when carrying jade. Jade is too rare. It will first incite jealousy and envy. The man then praised that if all young people had his vision, the Alliance would be stronger than ever. He cleared his throat and said, All right, I'll report this. The Alliance will definitely treat it with the utmost importance. What you need to do now is prepare for the professional exam. He added before leaving that the Alliance would contact him after his most important exam was over. He quickly agreed. Okay. Lin Ye then turned off the screen, approached Machao, and returned his phone, which he acknowledged with a wave. Mr. Lin Ye, we hope you'll join the Alliance and become one of us. Feel free to call me Old Wang. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, then replied, Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Old Wang. Elsewhere, in a solemn setting, a man spoke up first. Tianqi, what do you think? Tianqi listed his observations with an amused expression. Not only does he possess superior strength, but he's also calm, composed, and far-sighted. In this generation, I've only ever seen that in Shangguanyan. He chuckled, then revealed, To be honest, I always thought Shangguanyan would be the leader of this generation. The man understood Tianqi's thoughts, but it was a complicated matter. Young people have their own way of doing things, but because Lin Ye obtained a growth weapon to fight the demons in the dungeon, Lin Ye, Mumu, and Baiji are referred to as children of opportunity with a bright future. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears under the table, tearing through the sky and entering the city. Voices echoed, repeating, My cow is dead. My cow is dead. Elsewhere, a strange anomaly appears. The sky turns pitch black, and a bizarre object materializes. Meanwhile, Lin Ye enters an empty room and announces, I'm home. Meanwhile, Mumu secretly hides in the distance. Lin Ye looks around, scratches his head, and just as she's about to jump out and yell, he suddenly turns and spots her. Breaking the silence, Lin Ye says, Sumumu, I see you hiding behind the sofa. She pouts and complains, Couldn't you have at least pretended to be surprised? He chuckled. You said you'd work hard, but you've just been lazing around at home eating snacks? Mumu immediately retorted, Who said I was lazy? Mumu then held out her hand, saying, Look, the system screen shows I'm level 10. She proudly boasts, I've already reached level 10. Linya exclaimed in surprise. So fast? Mumu proudly shows off. So, what do you think? Am I amazing? Does this mean we can raid together tomorrow? Suddenly, Linya pinched her cheek and said he'd have to review her data first. You've been working hard lately, huh? Staying up all night? Mumu retorts angrily. That's not true. She quickly clarified, explaining that it was the little wooden figure that had been helping her practice all night. Linya repeats, little Mumu, with suspicion. And then Mumu presents something. He hasn't even reacted yet? Tears of the nursery. She leans back, chuckling, and describes it. Mimicry Tears. A new skill upgrade. She cleared the dungeon alone so I could directly receive the rewards from the Yang treasure dungeon. So I experimented further. Linya scratched his head, puzzled. So, her Tears of Rebirth have no limits of distance or time, allowing her to clear dungeons solo without any manipulation, while Ji Li fights the monster. That's right, she's currently in the LCNet Nightmare Lake. Mumu tapped the screen a few times, saw the system notification, and realized the dungeon boss was heavily injured and about to fall. Lam Ye leaned down to face her. So, your talent allows you to grind dungeons and level up at any time, and also monitor progress in real time. She excitedly replied, her face flushed. That's right, little Mumu can help me with anything. Are you jealous? Then he plopped down next to Mumu. Indeed, I want an all-purpose assistant like that too. But there's one thing. Are there no fatigue value restrictions for the underwater maze dungeon? Can infinitely enter secret realms. Mumu lightly coughed and affirmed, Of course. Otherwise, how could I level up all night? Master Lin, why are you suddenly acting so foolish? Lin Ye pulled out his phone and continued, Oh, I'm just surprised that your talent actually works so well. So, it seems I need to redo your stat point allocation from level 10 to level 20, though he secretly thought it's merely useful. Suddenly, Mumu's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Wait, what did you say? I get stat points. He continued tapping on his phone, replying distractedly, Yes, I need to combine your talents with your current skills and effective attribute equipment to adjust a method that best suits you. Then she raised her hand in agreement. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Linya continued typing on his phone, then asked for her height, weight, and waist size, causing Mumu to blush and shout. Huh? Startled, she kicked Linya and stammered. What are you trying to do? He quickly stood up to explain. What are you thinking? This is related to the attribute modification rate at higher stages. Linya chuckled and continued, explaining that her stats would directly affect the stats of the tiers of the shelter, thus maximizing their advantage. As if to illustrate his point, Ji Li landed a critical hit on the monster. Then, Linya crunched the numbers on his phone. While low-level battles don't care about taking out small monsters, higher-level battles pay attention to details and minor operations, where even a slight stat increase can change the outcome. And how much money would it take to make up for that little bit later on? Mumu turns away in a huff. I know, but who knew it had anything to do with measurements? Forget it. Wait for me a moment and no peeking. Suddenly, Linya remembered and said, Right, what about Bai Zhi? Doesn't she want to change classes? Ask her if she's willing to share her stats. It's not really appropriate for me to ask. He was afraid that if he asked, it would make Bai Zhi think too much. Of course, it was her private matter, and she could refuse if she wanted to. She angrily turned away, muttering about wanting to know other people's data as she slammed the door shut. Linya is left scratching his head, wondering if he only wanted to help his teammate gain an advantage, while elsewhere, Mumu sits fuming in her room. Sumumu? Isn't Sumumu just a set of data? She ponders this, wondering if anything is more important than becoming stronger. Mumu then recalls moments from her childhood, realizing they've been together since they were little. So what hasn't he seen? Embarrassed, she reached into her shirt, but felt uneasy. Did they really need to measure the actual size? Mumu threw out 2 pads, measured herself and thought it was still 80B, all that milk, and not a single increase. Suddenly, Mumu gritted her teeth in anger. Oh, wait! That Lin Ye wouldn't use this to make fun of me, would he? The image of him sneering flashed in her mind. Blushing, she covers her face, remembering she always patted her bra to 80C for checkups. What if he finds out and her image is ruined? Suddenly, an idea strikes her. Wait, there's little Mumu. Mumu is pleased with her idea. Why not just use her measurements? What's hers is hers, after all. Who would know the difference? She reached out and called out just as Chile should have finished her training. Chile was summoned, full of questions, as Mumu looked at her with a wicked grin. She cleverly grabs Chile. Hold still. Let me take some measurements. Lambda watches the commotion from outside, wondering what's going on. What are you doing? 10 minutes later, Su Mumu hands over the results. I've already measured. Look at it yourself and don't share it. Lin Ye examined the paper, commenting on her measurements, prompting her confused question. Is there a problem? He scratched his head and said, ADC, are you sure? This doesn't seem right. Su Mumu blushed and retorted. Lin Ye, no way. I got the same result when I checked before. If the data isn't accurate, then the combat power is useless. He glanced at her, explaining, leaving Mumu speechless. She snatched back the results and scribbled something down. Su Mumu corrects it to 80B with certainty. Okay, this is the real deal this time. Seeing this, Lin Ye tapped her forehead lightly, saying, that's more like it. Momu was taken aback by the pain, and he turned serious, asking, also, did you ask Baiji? What did she say? She rubbed her forehead and replied, she refused. Then, using body language, she elaborated, Xiaobai said she couldn't trouble the big boss with such tedious tasks. She recounted in detail, the boss has already given me so much good equipment and resources, and I've earned some money and free stat points. How could I ask for more? Then, Su Mumu took out her phone and spoke. The silly girl even clarified that she wasn't making excuses for fear of revealing secrets, nor did she feel that adding attribute points was useless. For this reason, she even sent me a health checkup report. To show her trust in you, Lin Ye rubbed his temples helplessly. If it were anyone else, I'd suspect it was a ploy. He recalled Baiju's gullible and innocent nature. She truly didn't want to bother anyone, yet feared being misunderstood as distrustful. Nevertheless, Lin Ye proceeded to transmit the data. As teammates, how could he not help? She quickly chimed in, and she has such outstanding talent? Confused, he turned and asked, what about talent? At that moment, a voice echoed as the system reported that Xiaomumu had learned a skill called Soul Shift, allowing her to summon soul spirits to fight for her. Fang Xingtrili muttered softly. Smumu knew the information, but there was no information about what would be summoned. Lin Ye couldn't believe it, pointing at her. She can summon too? Are you guys playing infinite Matryoshka dolls? She immediately waved her hands in denial, saying, no way, this is different. Then, Su Mumu explained that the soul spirit summoning skill can only be used in secret realm dungeons. Unlike little Mumu, this skill can't be brought into the real world. And furthermore, when a soul spirit dies, it's really dead. But little Mumu can be revived. Not stopping there, she added that she didn't know the rest since she hadn't tested it yet. To which he replied, I understand. Lin Ye suddenly had an idea, to test its specific effects in the dungeon. The scene shifts to the secret dungeon, the Lizardman tribe, as the system announces levels 8 to 10. The difficulty is high, introducing the Lizardmen as a large race with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Their warriors are brave and warlike, unafraid to sacrifice themselves, and possess considerable intelligence, employing various tactics to eliminate enemies. Fortunately, their individual strength is not too great. Only the strongest warriors can be recognized by the system and become powerful class holders. Looking at his weapon, Su Mumu asked curiously, Lin Ye, did your priest weapon change? There's even a hybrid form? Lin Ye smiled, confirming the information. I can let you experiment a little. Taken aback, Fan Xin Lei watched as her life value increased by 311, and he calmly asked, see? Then, Tamak Mok proudly declared, is that all you've got? Little Mumu, let your big brother show you how it's done. She raised her hand to cast a martial skill, Tears of Rebirth, using the special skill Soul Shift. Once again, a notification appears. Tears of Rebirth is using Soul Shift. A mysterious soul spirit has heard the call and is linking to your world. It's about to descend into the dungeon to fight for you. He was astonished by this information as the system announced the arrival of the guardian tree spirit upon Qi Li's summoning. Immediately, enemy information appears. Level 10, Guardian Trent Knight, Strength 30, Constitution 35, Intelligence 35, Spirit 35, Agility 20. Golden Talent, skills include Shield Strike, Heavenly Strike, Triple Slash, Death Protection, Despair Strike. Description: a spirit from another world, information unknown. Seeing this, Lin Ye pondered that although it was a golden level, it had clearly surpassed it, becoming a boss with outstanding supreme stats. He could foresee that if Mumu leveled up in the future, she would be able to summon even more powerful bosses corresponding to her level. It seems the soul summon is like a summoner's item, but unlike summoners, she won't die, and obtaining it is very difficult with a cooldown time. But this little girl's talent allows her to summon a boss as soon as she enters the dungeon. And there's no cooldown limit. Lin Ye stared at Su Mumu, lost in thought. Is this considered a demigod-level talent? After a moment of thought, he called out, Mumu, let's test it out quickly. She immediately turned to confirm, okay. A moment later, Su Mumu commanded, Go, Guardian Trent, destroy those lizard men. The Guardian Treant immediately charged into battle, confidently declaring, "Mere ants." Next, the Great Tree Guardian unleashed Heavenly Strike, instantly obliterating the lizardmen. The system announced that Heavenly Strike, the Great Tree Guardian's special skill, uses the power of war to strike enemies, dealing massive physical damage and creating shockwaves that inflict minor splash damage. The first enemy hit will be forced into a downed state, and now, brimming with confidence, it says, "Rest in peace." Lin Ye stared ahead, analyzing the enemy's Heaven Strike, which seemed somewhat similar to the Goblin King's skill from before, but its attack range and damage are far greater than the Goblin King's. Suddenly, Lin Ye turned to Su Mumu and asked, Lin, can I try fighting it?" She didn't expect this proposal from him, and Su Mumu immediately refused. "No, she's your teammate now. Isn't it good enough to watch them fight monsters and do quests? There's still a boss to defeat, and I want to see the Guardian Treant's solo power, so..." Lin Ye laughs and says, "No, I'm talking about the Tear of Rebirth." The Tear of Rebirth is shocked to realize his intention. She immediately rushes to protect her, saying, "I refuse." Based on Su Mumu's actions, Lin Ye deduces that she can't be resurrected. A moment later, he unexpectedly changes the form of the Annihilation Ring, abandoning the giant tree guardian to act in the next area. Meanwhile, Captain Lai, up ahead, can give me a good look at Lin Ye's abilities. I'll take it from here. Then, Lin Ye leaps into the air, surprising the Guardian Treant. Lin Ye lands a fatal blow with a basic attack, deducting 821 life points. After the move, he wonders, no critical hit or weak point strike, yet a normal attack didn't kill it. Lin Ye strikes again, triggering a system notification. "You have eliminated Lai Yin's Guardian." Seeing this, Su Mumu excitedly says, "Your normal attack damage is so high now." He brushed past the body, realizing the Flash Moon hidden weapon had indeed brought many benefits. Now, Lin Ye seriously analyzed everything. Before, he only attacked from afar, relying solely on reverse healing. He quickly realized something important. The faster the attack speed of the Blink Moon hidden, the greater the benefit. As he unleashed the deadly blow, Lin Ye concluded that this was the fastest way to attack the enemy's core. His sharp gaze fixed ahead. Lin Ye unleashes the power of Annihilation Time. A massive explosion follows, dealing 123, 1305, and 1275 damage. As he annihilated the lizardmen, Su Mumu was stunned, thinking, "If I eliminate Lin Ye, I'll become stronger. I can't lose." The Tear of Life quickly guided. "Protect the giant tree, continue to pave the way with me, and destroy all enemies." The Guardian Tree immediately agreed, and Lin Ye, changing the Savior Tree ring, said with a smile, "Next, it's your time to shine. I'll be responsible for keeping your health up." Then he solemnly sensed that it was time to witness the effects of the lunar shadow and the oath of the sea moon. A moment later, the system announced that he had arrived at the Lizardman tribe. 300 Lizardman warriors will fight to the end, protecting the city and their leader, and those 3 level 10 Lorans will pack quite a punch. Lin Ye excitedly directed, "Leave the healing to me. I'll keep that Guardian Great Tree alive." She raised her hand, casting her martial skill. The Guardian Treant smashes through the city walls, entering a state of charge. The giant tree guardian charges, its movement and impact force increasing, while simultaneously casting lunar shadow. Su Mumu seizes the opportunity to rush forward. Lin Ye unleashes the moon shadow interception, stealing himself for 3 seconds of invulnerability and a burst of speed. After casting, it can teleport up to 100 meters, a truly divine skill for both life-saving and pursuit. The system once again reminds him to summon the lunar water sprite. Note that all side effects on you and your target are removed. It relays this vital information. The lunar water mother gathers moonlight, restoring 521 health points every half second to you and your target. Lasting for 15 seconds, the Guardian Tree is surprised to see its health restored by 512 points. Just then, the Lizarin leader appeared, cheering on the Guardian Tree, urging it to show them its full power. Obeying, it unleashes a desperate heavy strike, and he analyzes the situation. Defense Spirit Chi Li has its own consciousness and immense power, needing no further guidance from Lin Lin. And only she can fully command the Guardian Great Tree. The Great Tree Guardian has immense attack power, but its weaknesses are also apparent. Too many close combat skills, making it vulnerable to ranged classes with high reaction speeds. But Lam Ye was already calculating, twisting the Ring of Destruction in his hand. He's learned enough and tested nearly all of the Flash Spirit Moon Shadow's functions. The system quickly notified him that he had reversed the stars, mirroring the fallen heaven and earth. After a battle, it displayed that he had killed the secret realm leader, Baz Lazarin. And then the giant tree guardian realized, "I can confirm it now. Why does this great one possess a power that feels so familiar?" Lambda exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, the guardian tree knelt, staring intently at him and proposing, "Great One, before I return to the spirit world, I have a request." Lin Ye, still bewildered, responded, "What is it?" He pondered. Wait, does this mean it's truly conscious? Summoned from another world, and a real being? It then dawned on Lin Ye why it was said that the guardian tree couldn't be resurrected. It was a one-time summon. He began to understand, like old Lao Shi, who despite his intelligence and memories was merely an illusion within the summoning tool, able to be resurrected countless times even if killed. Lin Ye mused for a moment, then curiously asked, "What do you want me to do?" He analyzed in his mind. These intelligent otherworldly beings are like the demons from the abyss or the angels we've encountered before. Lin Ye glanced warily at the guardian tree. Would it truly pose no threat to humans? Just then, it answered, "The Forgotten Lair. I hope you can take my master to the Forgotten Lair." The guardian tree urged, "I know you bear a special mark, possessing the authority to enter that place. My master also has this authority. You can take her with you." He seizes upon a key piece of information. "Who is your master?" "Who are you?" He noticed it glance at Chi-Li in the live broadcast room. "It's her." The giant tree guardian introduced itself. "As for me, I'm just an ordinary guard with no name." Lin Ye stared at it and commanded, "Stand up first." Then the system announced the completion information. The Goblin Tribe dungeon reward calculation is complete. You've received 1 silver coin. Additional hidden rewards cannot be obtained in a party. Do you want to open it? Do I? I don't fully trust the Great Tree Guardian on this matter. I need to confirm it before I answer you. Soon, Lin Ye spoke up, instructing, "Mumu, let's head out." Although Su Mumu was a little worried, she agreed. She looked at her proud expression, confused. What was up with Lin Ye? Meanwhile, he was focused on analyzing. Normally, a profession's awakened talent would absolutely be effective for the awakener, no matter what. A profession gives rise to an awakened talent, and only with that talent can the profession become powerful. A symbiotic relationship that Lin Ye takes note of. Once a professional is killed in battle, no matter how strong their awakened talent, it will be erased from this world. Even summoned creatures with biological characteristics and intelligence will still protect their master. But he unexpectedly discovers that fake tears can summon otherworldly creatures, causing them to call him master. The more Lin Ye thinks about it, the stranger it seems, especially since he possesses a pass to enter the Forgotten Lair. What kind of existence is she? Just thinking about the projection of the angel Kuro is baffling. I can't help but speculate that Su Mumu and all of humanity are in danger, and he secretly resolves to eliminate anyone who intends to harm the human world. Even if she's just a small fry, this needs to be dealt with immediately. So, Lin Ye stares at Su Mumu and says, "I have some things to take care of. You can either head back or do other instances." She immediately complied, replying, "Okay." Su Mumu quickly noticed him staring at her and asked Lin Ye, "What's wrong?" He then took out his phone and said, "It's nothing. I might need a little more time, so I'm letting you know in advance." Huh. Once alone, Lin Ye made a call. "Hello, do you have time now?" Cut to the 20th floor of the Tiandu building in Jiangsheng's city center. Huang Tianqi, curious, asked, "What's so urgent that you had to come see me in person?" He picked up his teacup, cutting straight to the chase. "Uncle Huang, you and the Alliance leaders must know I can clear the Forgotten Lair." He confirmed as he poured tea. "You want to know why none of us informed you about this dungeon, right?" Lin Ye thought to himself. Why is Huang Tianqi volunteering this information? It would be a shame not to ask. So he spoke frankly. "Is this because you were worried about my mental state, wanting me to complete the job change quest first?" Huang Tianqi sighed softly and said with some difficulty, "That's part of it. But I figured if you wanted to know, I could tell you. You probably don't know how difficult this dungeon is." Lin Ye began to ramble. "It's dozens of times harder than any secret realm you've encountered. Even the weakest monsters start at the diamond level, and many challengers die horribly before they can even escape." Then he posed a question. Why would geniuses who obtain entry cards risk their lives to enter? Based on the information he had, he guessed the equipment and skills were higher than diamond tier, a guess Huang Tianqi confirmed. The higher you go, the better the loot. Defeating bosses can even drop legendary-grade equipment. If you can clear an entire map solo, you might even find mythic-grade equipment and skills. Realizing this, he thought, "So that's it. They were afraid I'd get overconfident." Lin Ye suddenly felt fortunate. If I were like Huang Xiaofeng, thinking my talent and power were unmatched, rushing in recklessly, I'd be crushed instantly. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "So, what level do I need to be to enter?" He quickly replied, Level 15 is the minimum requirement, but I advise you to wait until level 20 and have all your equipment and skills ready. Then consider giving it a try. Lin Ye reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not that reckless. Since this dungeon is so important, I'll prepare thoroughly as if I'm taking the job aptitude test." Huang Tianqi was relieved to hear this. Actually, there's another important reason I wanted to talk to you about. Recently, most of the Alliance's forces have been focused on hunting down Abyss demons and the Fallen. The ghouls in the sewers have become increasingly aggressive lately. You almost got caught up in it. He gazed out at the scene below. Not only has the vile mutant Bai Zhao Cho appeared, but we've also received intelligence that demons from the Abyss have planted many spies within the Jiangcheng Alliance, and they're sure to make a big move. Huang Tianqi said with determination. We professionals must never allow the previous tragedy to repeat itself, Huang Tianqi pondered, adjusting his glasses. Therefore, the next plan may have some changes. Please pay attention to my messages then. Lin Ye hesitated as the man poured him more tea, speaking softly. Yes. To prevent any mishaps, the Alliance has locked down the entire city and is conducting an internal purge, searching for occupationalists with a tendency to collapse for temporary isolation. Huang Tianqi slowly said, The career examination is coming up, and we can't let these rats affect the candidates. Therefore, we can't release information to avoid causing panic. He reassured him. So you don't need to worry about the Abyss demons. Focus on studying. We understand their situation, and even if they plant someone, we have ways to deal with it. Hearing this, Lin Ye took a sip of tea and agreed. Okay, but I have a question. He paused, then continued. If a professional's awakened talent is summoning, and the summoned creatures are from another world, possessing their own consciousness and memories, he recalls the thousands of bizarre, questioning black eyes. Could it betray him? Huang Tianqi affirmed almost immediately, no. Lin Ye sensed he was hiding something. Huang Tianqi spoke slowly. You must know that awakened talents and job holders are one and the same, right? It's a power born from our very bodies, living and dying with us, our most steadfast ally. He continued, so no matter what creature is summoned from another world, it won't endanger the life of the class holder. Even if they seem to have their own consciousness, good or bad personalities, their nature is still unconditional obedience. Huang Tianqi calmly recounted. In a previous battle, we tested whether high-level control could affect the thinking of others, but even that couldn't make a summoned otherworldly creature attack its summoner. Lin Ye pondered, what if one were to summon a demon from the Abyss? He shook his head. It won't happen. Huang Tianqi continued. The Alliance has such talents. The Abyss demons they summon not only fail to lure humans into the Abyss, but instead integrate into the Abyss forces, becoming informants on their movements. Huang Tianqi raised his eyebrows. So you awakened such a talent, or was it someone else? Lin Ye clarified it wasn't him, but his friend and teammate. He rested his chin pensively, as it was clearly stated that summoned otherworldly beings would not betray. Furthermore, if she really wanted to bring the tears of creation into the Forgotten Cave, it would be difficult to avoid detection by the Alliance. Her awakened talent summons otherworldly creatures, and that creature realized I had a pass into the Forgotten Cave, so it asked to come with me. Huang Tianqi was shocked and immediately stood up. Oh, it can also use a pass? Lin Ye pondered. Maybe, but Huang Tianqi analyzed, if it won't deceive your friend, it won't deceive you. You can bring it, but remember to inform the Alliance beforehand. It seems your friend has unlimited potential. Rest assured, as long as the Alliance confirms it's a summoned otherworldly creature from an awakened talent, and not from an illegal summoning ritual or dark power, they won't restrict its actions in the human city. Rest assured, the League won't investigate your friend. On the contrary, someone with such potential will be valued and trained, with access to resources, equipment, and all future benefits. You don't need to worry. If that's the case, I'm relieved, Lin Ye said coolly. Clenching his fist, he thought, I hate this feeling of tension when I can't control the situation. At that moment, Huang Tianqi turned to him and asked, It seems you've asked everything you wanted to ask. Lin Ye hummed in response, and the man hesitated. Would you mind if I asked you something? Lin Ye replied. Go ahead. Hearing this, he took out a box containing file number 31, Mai Cao. Huang Tianqi flipped through a few pages, saying, I have Mai Cao's Abyss Demon Household Registration Check report here. According to the senior prosecutor's examination, the true cause of death was a unique magical attack. He analyzed that Mai Cao appeared burned, but in reality, its cells and organs had suddenly weakened and atrophied. Its bodily functions vanished in an instant, with the specific effects somewhat resembling the herbicide paraquat from the old days. Huang Tianqi handed him the file and casually asked, Could your awakened talent be the milk poison art? Linya took the file with interest. A skilled coroner had exposed the effects of reverse transfer treatment. However, he guessed right. Poison manipulation is indeed my awakened talent. Huang Tianqi smiled in satisfaction. That's good. We were just arguing about this before. He recalled the previous arguments of his subordinates as the man questioned him. Did you inflict my cow's wounds? Some experts believe they were caused by another professional beforehand. To your benefit, we've been debating whether this honor belongs to you, whether it should be counted as your merit. Linya was confused and stunned. Huh? Huang Tianqi puts on an act. Wait, I thought you knew everything. You don't know about the Abyss Demon bounty, do you? He's well-rounded. The Professional Alliance will record first-class merit for every professional who eliminates a Deep Abyss Demon. Huang Tianqi calmly patted him on the shoulder. Look forward to your medal ceremony and the reward you desire. Platinum-grade equipment, rare materials, or artifacts. You can even specify the field you want. Linya was a little excited. All right, I'll send you the items when I've made up my mind. Of course. Linya bowed his head in farewell. Well, I'll head back now. I need to lead my team through a dungeon. Huang Tianqi bid farewell. Go on, he said sternly before leaving. Good luck with your career test. Huang Tianqi is full of anticipation. Get first place and bring glory back to Jiangcheng. Linya was speechless. All right, I'll do my best, he added sarcastically. Did you make some kind of bet? Huang Tianqi coughed, startled. Huh, so I guessed right, and I burst out laughing. That afternoon, the last rays of sunlight stretched across the academy. Standing in the courtyard, Baizhi looked around, searching. Linya appeared and asked, Little Bai, were you looking for me? Hearing his voice, she turned with a bright, eager smile. I've made up my mind, she declared, full of determination. Here are all the figures and data I have. Linya smiled to himself, thinking that he didn't expect Little Bai to trust him so much. If that's the case, he can't let her down and must calculate carefully for her. He patted her shoulder, assuring her to leave it to him, and that once her talent reaches level 2, he'll take her to a 2-person dungeon. Linya solemnly tells her to wait until he's reviewed the data before she considers promotion, as Bai eagerly anticipates. Yes, really? Then I'll prepare myself well. Without waiting for a response, she excitedly runs off. Then I'll keep going. My fatigue hasn't peaked yet, so I'll head out. Linya shouted in a panic, Hey! He sighed helplessly, deciding not to extinguish her burning desire for now. Linya studies Baiji's profile, thinking, First, let's input the data from the last 3-person dungeon, then add her body stats and calculate. He spent the whole night writing and revising. Skill data and equipment data were complete, but muscle variability, reaction time, and habitual movements were also very important data. Linya was frustrated that the previous dungeon had 3 entrants, so Baiji's data was still inaccurate. He sighed in dismay. Right now, besides luck, Baizhi hasn't shown enough. He considers putting pen to paper to plan ahead, ensuring she doesn't reveal her talent and can pass the final test. Linya believed that after all, the personal instances of job advancement trials weren't just about luck. In an underground city, inside a dilapidated apartment dimly lit, the man extinguished his cigarette, a wisp of white smoke dissipating into the air. Smoke swirls as the fallen card of Sloth lazily speaks, Mr. Mai Gao is dead. The tall man with a long scar, the fallen card of Black Fist, booms, let's go kill the one who killed Mr. Gao. A figure emerges from the shadows, scoffing. Kill him? He confidently analyzes, the eyes of the Professional Alliance are everywhere now. If you reveal your abyss power, the suppression squad will be here in minutes, leaving you nowhere to run. He is the Fallen's trump card, a card that draws closer to the woman. Especially for those clueless giants, there's no escape, even with wings, right? Black Fist slams the table in anger, but she playfully pushes his hand away. My cow is dead. What I'm more concerned about is who the Master will send to be our next commander, and the assassination plan. Should we still carry it out? After all, she's the Fox, a member of the Wicked. Yan Kuai immediately raised his voice. Of course, we have to do it. Black Fist's rough voice booms out. Anyway, we don't have to do it ourselves. Just a little meddling, and we don't need to stop because of my cow's death. Suddenly, Yan Gui smirks, saying that all they need to do is add this little ingredient to the final exam dungeon. What he summons is a bewitching hellspawn, a special tool that, when added to the secret realm, will instantly increase the difficulty to a cataclysmic level, changing the realm's original form and summoning a boss never before seen within it. The effect lasts forever, Yan Gui said smugly. Whether the initial target is Shangwan Yan or some other student, this thing will solve them for us. He Quan touched the item and sighed. I don't understand why the Master would use such a precious item. If we could use it to get diamond-tier equipment or skill books, we could take them down together. In a flash, something whizzed past, catching him off guard and freezing him in place. It's only now that Yan Gui realizes the situation. While Blackfist tensely eyes the card in front of him, the card angrily scolds, "Idiot, do you think the Alliance are all fools? So you can just go around assassinating protected targets?" he said coldly, his face darkening. "Looking for a death wish?" The fox beside her chuckled alluringly. "Don't be angry, little card. Have some sympathy for the idiot." She mischievously provoked, "His IQ has never been high, so he only likes straightforwardness. Why do you always have to make fun of him?" Hearing them badmouth him, Blackfist's face turned cold, and Card of Contempt turned and left. "I hate idiots, especially those I have to work with. Bringing this donkey into the team, Mr. Maigao is just asking for trouble." Seeing this, Fox called out, "Hey, little Card." Blackfist clenched his fist and stood up angrily, then immediately bowed his head, whispering, "I'm truly sorry." The ghost grumbled, rubbing his spiky head. "You don't need to apologize. Blackfist, remember you're stronger than him. I'm more than you know, as long as you don't give up." The artifact's aura suddenly shifts and explodes, and the card senses the lingering chill and turns around. The Yama ghost, who was comforting Blackfist, was also stunned, and everyone looked in surprise at the person who suddenly appeared. "Greetings, my lord. We welcome you." His arrival was immediately followed by an announcement. "My cow is dead. I will send a new abyss demon to command and another fallen one to assist you. You've likely heard of this fallen one." He calmly spoke the name, Bexosil. Suddenly, images of a man's crazed rampage flashed through their minds. Yangui immediately acknowledged, "Understood. Of course we've heard of him." He continued cautiously. "He not only killed over a dozen high-ranking professionals, but also massacred a group of civilians in the club. He's slaughtered at least 1,000 people. His karma is incredibly deep." His voice was low and cold, devoid of emotion. "What's wrong?" "So, you're not happy with him?" the ghost fiend asked cautiously. "But my lord, while I acknowledge Bai Xiaochun's strength, his actions only threaten our lives. If he comes to Jiangcheng, I will refuse to participate in any further operations." He insisted that either Bai Xiaoshu leaves or he dies. The atmosphere in the meeting became tense, and the ghost was restless. The master praised happily, "Good. You have very good ideas. Rest assured, my little hidden demons, you have every privilege to reject me." He reassured them that Bai Xiaoqiu had no authority over them and would not be working alongside them. "He's come to Jiangcheng to take over your original mission of assassinating Shangguanyan, and the master emphasized that he will help you complete the new mission. This fallen one's task is to get Huang Shaofeng into the dungeon, a once-in-10,000-year evil genius who will become your powerful ally." He added, "After completing these two tasks, you can deal with Lin Ye, the one who killed Mai Cao, but remember, do not reveal your identities or existence." The master laid out the next steps. Lure the fallen enchantress into the final secret realm test, boost the boss, trigger a frenzy, and eliminate him without a trace, leaving the others to regret their actions. But Yan Gui questioned, "My lord, I know Lin Ye killed Mai Gao, but is he really worth it? To expend an item that can create permanent diamond-grade equipment?" Blackfist excitedly stated that once they all had diamond-tier equipment, their lord could kill anyone he wanted, but he didn't think so. Even if he killed Lord Mai Cao, he was only level 20. His threat level doesn't even compare to Shangguanyan. Wouldn't it be better to use the bewitching advent on Shangguanyan? The lord teleports right behind them. Those cryptic professional alliance guys, I still managed to get the intel. This Lin Ye probably got the qualification certificate for the Forgotten Lair in the eyes of those higher-ups. His life is far more important than the head of the Spirit Cloud sect, he whispered intently to Yan Gui. Now, everyone who once secretly protected Shangguanyan has moved to his side. Even if the four of you, plus Bai Xiaoqiu, attacked together, you might not even be able to hurt him. Do you understand? He immediately responded with respect. Understood, and the master was finally satisfied and departed. Once you complete your mission, I will bring you back to the Abyss and grant you the atonement ritual. But if you fail, it means you're unworthy of the Abyss's profound power. The four immediately pledged their loyalty, vowing to fulfill their mission. The next day at school, the teacher praised from the podium, Lin Ye, an outstanding student of our school, faced the Abyss Demon without fear, relying on his strength and wisdom. Having defeated it, the other students whispered amongst themselves, and the professional alliance even came to present a certificate of commendation. Lin Ye was truly terrifying. He didn't just beat Huang Shaotian and force Huang Tong to apologize, but now he single-handedly killed a Deep Abyss Demon? Murmurs of amazement spread as rumors claimed his current stats were #1 in the entire school. Didn't someone deny him and spread rumors that he was related to the Abyss forces? I've already bought it. Not only is Lin Ye the top student entering the Alliance, but he could also start his own sect and become its master. A question suddenly interrupts the conversation. But why is Lord Lin Ye suddenly showing off like this? Didn't he used to rely on our information? That's right, there were rumors that the forum's influencer was him, but he never admitted it. These Abyss demons are picking the wrong fight. Will they cause trouble? I have a feeling the Abyss demons aren't necessarily targeting him. Don't worry, the Abyss demons are just sewer rats. They wouldn't dare confront professionals head-on. Moo inwardly cursed. He never tells me when he's in danger. This fool is the hope of the Alliance. May they protect him and suppress the Abyss. Teacher Jiao then spoke, inviting the headmaster to issue the certificate. The proud headmaster praised, Lin Ye, you are an outstanding student of our school and a beacon of hope for the future of the Alliance. Lin Ye humbly replied, Thank you, headmaster. I'm undeserving of such praise. Because every professional is the Alliance's hope to eradicate the Abyss's power, treasures appear before him. Gold-level equipment and skill books for him to choose from. The students below gasped in astonishment. Platinum grade, amazing. But Lin Ye felt conflicted, as there was much he couldn't use. He thought to himself that the Blink Moon Hidden and the Ancient Dragon Necklace were of high quality, powerful, and had great potential for growth, making them difficult to replace with mere platinum gear. What makes it even more difficult for Lin Ye is that the 4 divine gates cannot be separated unless he finds 4 identical replacements and another item with an extremely powerful special effect. Only then can he consider replacing them. The platinum ring from the League, while boasting good stats and abilities, lacks cooldown reduction, a core attribute, and equipping it would mean sacrificing Flash, an active skill. Not that he's complaining, but it just doesn't offer any real improvement. It's just a shame these platinum items are so enticing. But then, he paused, noticing something, and the resolute Lin Ye pointed to 3 treasures. I've made my choice. These 3 items: the Invigorating Belt, Nimble Shoes, and Divine Light. The system panel displays the items in order, starting with the Platinum grade, First Level Encouragement Belt. Platinum, granting 450 health, plus 40 magic resistance, 100% health regeneration, and the Endless Vigor effect, increasing healing and shield effectiveness by 25%. Next, the Platinum grade, Level 1 Agile Boots, granting 10 agility, a 60% movement speed boost, and a 25% reduction in slowing effects. And finally, the Platinum grade Divine Light skill book for priests, which consumes mana to restore a large amount of health to a target, and increases all of their attributes for 10 seconds, though with a relatively long cooldown. He thought to himself with delight, isn't this the skill of the White Sacrificial Knight? Once the skill is reversed, it can drastically reduce the enemy's stats or even inflict a critical hit. Lin Ye activated the skill book, its light enveloping him, and then there were the Nimble Boots. When used with the Dragon Amulet, it can slow and weaken effects by 50%, perfectly targeting agile bosses and supplementing his own stat deficiencies. The students marveled. He's so handsome. I wonder what his stats are now. It's terrifying. Please, can we see the Grandmaster's stats? The headmaster quickly deflates everyone's excitement. The award ceremony is over. Everyone should return to their studies and prepare for the upcoming assessment. Then he turned to explain to him that the Alliance had secretly sent people to protect him. Today's move was also to make you the center of attention, making it harder for the Abyss faction to attack. Lin Ye understood, or so he thought. The headmaster looked at him seriously, asking about his plans, as the final job assessment was only 3 days away. Do you have any plans? Lin Ye calmly explained. I'll forge all my equipment to level 10 and help my teammates pass the exam. Suddenly, the principal's bracelet blared. He opened it to find words that shocked the headmaster. Urgent news. He immediately turned and asked, Can you tell me who your teammates are? Come with me, I need to talk to you. In the principal's office, he intently reads the member information in his hand. So, Bakchi, these 2 girls are your teammates? Lin Ye responded, Yes. Sumumu is no problem, but I'm a little worried about Baijer. This girl's talent hasn't been realized, and she wants to change her profession. The headmaster smiled. If you chose her as a teammate, she must have some advantage in terms of ability, right? Although the exam can't offer them any special treatment, if she passes, her path forward will be clear, and there's no need to worry about her continuing her studies. Don't overthink it. Just focus on leading your team to prepare for the exam. Lin Ye was relieved. Yes, sir. He sensed something strange. The headmaster knew what Lin Ye was asking. This is your true reward, but it's also part of our professional alliance's plan. After finishing up in the principal's office, in the level 10 White Lizard sub-dungeon, with the level 2 Goddess of Fortune, Lin Ye observes from afar that there are no problems with the attack range. Trust your judgment, but try to react a little faster. She immediately responded clearly, but the Lizarma leader seized the opportunity to attack. Baiji retreated to parry the blow as it leapt from the opposite side, attempting to strike her down. Seeing the situation, Lin Ye reminded her, "Don't hesitate or evade. The angle you aim for must be precise." Baiji's decisive blade falls, splitting one into two as a system notification appears. The Goddess of Fortune's favor can be used on the target. When used, it grants the special buff, the Favor of the Goddess. Each dungeon cleared increases the treasure chest reward tier for 24 hours and can only be used 3 times per week. Defeating her opponent brought a sigh of relief, and her eyes sparkled as she touched the treasure chest, activating her innate skill. That's the Hand of Fortune. When opening treasure chests, there's a high chance of receiving the highest quality equipment and skills that one can use. He marveled inwardly. Was this Baiji's new ability after advancing to second-level talent? How practical. It's like reducing the number of major lottery losses, significantly improving her earning potential, and directly avoiding the possibility of an unsavory profession. This realization stings Lin Ye, especially since Lucky Hand is a personal passive skill, unusable by anyone but her. He can't help but think about his own situation versus hers. He consoled himself thinking that in a way this was also a success as she happily ran to Lin Ye. "These new stat allocations and gear combinations were all your suggestions. What do you think?" He nodded in praise. "This is a remarkable improvement. As long as you're not hesitant and follow the instructions, you won't have to worry about the final exam." Watching her rub her wrist, Lin Ye pondered. She was still reluctant after all. At first he thought she was chosen by the Greatsword system because of her innate monstrous strength. He asked, "Baekji, are you sure you want to transfer classes?" Baekji frantically denied it. "No, I'm not. Actually," she frantically moves closer to Lin Ye. "No need, I really like great swords." Did I do something wrong?" He waved his hand dismissively. "That's not it." Lin Ye points to Baiji's injured wrist, knowing she's added a lot of strength points. "To become a great swordsman, you need more than just training. You need immense effort. But your career path affects your future." His voice turned serious as he said, "Let me be blunt, your constitution isn't suited to becoming a great swordsman. Forcing yourself down this path could cause irreparable harm to your body. We can walk with you for a while, but in the end, you may have to abandon this profession." The harsh truth devastates Baiju, but Lin Ye continues sternly. "Job advancement won't be easy. The solo dungeon's difficulty is extremely high, and only you can enter. I can't guide you, as I've never experienced it. At that rate, she could be seriously injured or never recover." He patted her head, advising her. "But if you overcome it, you'll have a completely different experience in future battles. Of course, I'm just offering a suggestion. Whatever you choose, you'll always be a member of my team." Her head is flooded with images of the past, her captain and teammates who, despite her being a newbie and often alone, have always genuinely cared for her. Seeing Baiji's silence, Lin Ye comforted her. "All right, let's think about it after we defeat this boss." With a trembling voice, she declares, "I, Baiju, am resolved. I've decided to participate in the class advancement." He looks at Baiji, overjoyed for her. Her mind reeling, Baiji stumbled, exhausted, with a splitting headache and on the verge of throwing up. Lin Ye came out and immediately spoke to Mumu, who grumbled about waiting for them for ages. Mumu complained that tomorrow was the final exam, and as a team member she couldn't even find her teammates. Lamya smiles, trying to appease her, and hands her something. "Don't worry, I have good news for you." He held up a piece of paper, asking, "Do you know what this is?" It was early morning in the professional examiner's hall, and the atmosphere was buzzing. "I'm so nervous. Please God, don't let me mess up." They stood before the boss countdown board, filled with emotion. "Great. With my talent, the worst case is I'll be tightening screws tomorrow. Want to go together?" The person next to him chatted with his friend. "No need. My dad already arranged a clerk position for me at the Alliance branch." Just then, the trio arrived. Excitement bubbled up in Bai. There are so many people. Mumu gently brushed her hair aside and asked, "Is little Bai ready?" Baiji obediently replied, "Yes." Suddenly, someone called out. Mumu and Xiaoye. Cece's parents stood in the non-student spectator area, holding a top 3 sign to cheer them on. "Go, go, you can do it." Seeing this, Lin Ye looked at Mumu and asked, "Uncle what? Still don't know?" She chuckled. "I definitely can't tell them." This made him a little worried, thinking they'd find out through other channels. "Looks like the security surrounding this news is extremely tight. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall explodes. It's the City Lord. The City Lord is here. The man with the purple hair is the City Lord of Jiang City. He began, "Good morning, students. I have an announcement. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this year's mock class exam will be postponed for 3 days. This announcement silenced the crowd, but there's another important reason why you're all here today." The players began to stir. What was going on? The final test has been delayed by 3 days. A sigh echoes from another district. Oh no, could it be another demon tide coming? Someone wondered. Impossible. I suspect there was a fight in West City. The scene is sealed off by the Alliance. No one is allowed in or out, and the signal is blocked. Could it be that otherworldly creatures have really snuck in here? The girl beside him paled. No way, I'm scared. The City Lord then announced, "Today marks the debut of our specially selected students in Jiangcheng." Lin Ye listened intently as he continued. According to the latest regulations issued by the Professional Alliance, each special recruit, before their final professional exam and their chosen teammates, will challenge an independent secret dungeon. The City Lord then revealed more of the new rules. Furthermore, this dungeon challenge will be conducted as a job aptitude test, broadcast live and recorded for all students to watch and learn from. And the first special rookie in Jiangcheng under the spotlight is none other than the Academy's top student, Lin Ye. Elsewhere, the card player frowned, hearing the news that the final exam had been pushed back 3 days. Lin Ye is suddenly announced as Jiangcheng's special rookie, and the dungeon he's about to challenge alone is the final exam dungeon. A shadowy figure emerges, asking, "Did you put the fallen into the dungeon?" He nods, looking confused, noting the strange coincidence of not moving to a new instance, sensing something amiss. Horrific images flash through his mind. It doesn't matter. We just need to get the descendant into the final test's dungeon and make sure the assassination target enters it. Everything else is still under our control. The Spectre then mentioned an important point. They just needed to confirm that Lin Ye had personally entered the secret dungeon where the artifact was located. If nothing else goes wrong, head to the base immediately and don't waste time on anything else. The card assured him, not giving him much to worry about. Rest assured, no one can detect the mechanisms I've tampered with, not even that useless City Lord. Despite the promise, Yangui hesitated, but ignoring the patrolling professionals could lead to them detecting the Abyss's aura on him, or waiting until they notice the dungeon's difficulty change and choose to seal off the entire venue. Then, he'd be stuck in Jiangcheng waiting to die. Suddenly, he placed the gold card into the wall, and the card's body gradually disappeared into the void. My first move is to retreat, but I'll keep watch. The target is about to enter the dungeon. How are things on your end? Has that idiot Black Fist dealt with Huang Xiaofeng yet? He frowned, confirming it once more. It's done. He's in our grasp. While Yangui explained, Heiquan guarded Huang Xiaofeng, and as for that little brat, we haven't been able to contact him. He replied, slightly annoyed. Forget him. As long as the assassination of Shangguanyan is successful, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to us. Back at the stands, the trio of Lin Ye are making their way to the stage. As soon as the announcement was made, I knew it was the great Lin Ye. Special admissions are reserved for those who've contributed greatly to the Alliance or awakened God-level talents. Even someone as skilled as Huang Xiaofeng wouldn't have a chance, let alone a second generation like him, or even Shangguanyan for that matter. The City Lord instructed him, saying he just needed to stand there. The headmaster already informed you, didn't he? The City Lord waved his hand, casting magic from his ring, and a pillar of light shot into the sky, forming a portal. Lin Ye, Mu Mu, and Baiji stepped into it together. Immediately, a system notification appears. You are about to enter an unknown secret dungeon, a secret realm dungeon, level, human, and above. Difficulty, nightmare. The difficulty of the final job class trial. A hidden dungeon, its name and details concealed by a special artifact. Challengers can only learn its secrets by entering. However, the notification light turned red, indicating that you and your teammates have entered the dungeon and received a return bone fragment, which can be used to immediately escape. Lin Ye frowned, sensing something was off, a warning that the return bone couldn't be used when attacked. The deeper they went, the more warnings they received. Warning: the dungeon's difficulty has increased to a cataclysmic level due to the Descender's influence, and the return shard is also affected. Having been warped, there's no escape from this dungeon. Baiji grits her teeth, enduring the searing heat. Mu Mu quickly uses her shield to protect the three of them. Lin Ye, could this be... He nodded, confirming the dungeon's mutation, and as he touched it, the system warned him that the dungeon's information had changed. The Anim Forest secret dungeon has mutated to a disaster-level difficulty due to the influence of a descending bewitchment, causing its internal structure to undergo a special mutation. A new map and creatures have appeared, but a large part will remain the same. Please do your best to survive. Once the dungeon stabilizes, Linye reminds his teammates, like a practice drill, gather up. Forming a defensive line in the Anam Forest, the final boss consists of 3 intelligent humanoid monsters, all at the golden level, their powerful aura engulfing him. The biggest challenge is dealing with the concentrated fire and encirclement of the 3 bosses simultaneously. The focus is on how quickly they can clear the stage and the finer points of their blood refinement process. Linye pointed out the positions that were vulnerable to damage, wondering if mistakes would waste skills and cause unnecessary blood loss. Mumu was worried, gripping her weapon tightly, admitting that without the demon's interference, this instance would be even harder to beat. Linye smiled, glancing at her. Indeed, Baiju was extremely worried at this moment. Back outside the screen, a smile creeps across his face. That tone from the big boss is making me sweat. 2 years ago, I participated in an inspection in the South Asian forest and was nearly beaten to death. And those fiends are even more hateful. They clearly want us examinees dead, even though they're human too. I wonder who's stronger, Linye or the empowered boss? Heaven protect us, let there be no more casualties. The card in the corner smirked, looking at the arrogant genius Wuzhi and his disgusting rabble. Your days of victory are over. Within the secret realm, Linye considers the situation, but no one knows how the alluring descent will change the world's terrain and secret realm boss. So far, aside from the high-temperature flames, the monsters and terrain haven't changed much. Then, he directly calls out the enemy. There they are, the snake people. Like they've been waiting for us, the system displays their info, level 15, golden talent. Their skills include poison darts, stealth, and ambush tactics. These are the snake people of the Nam forest. Half human, half serpent. They use coriander and panpipes in battle, preferring to hide in the green branches, waiting for their prey to fall into their traps. The snake men quickly fire off poisonous arrows, releasing a terrifying light and toxic smoke. That hurts! Linye quickly covered his nose with his cloak, and Azure Tide unleashed a stream of cool water to dispel everything. In an instant, the poisonous smoke dissipated, and the snake men stared in astonishment. As soon as the attack is neutralized, Linye orders a counterattack. Mumu, 2 o'clock right, Butterfly Gale, gather those 5 scattered snake men first. Following Mumu's lead, Baiju charges up her most powerful skill, aiming to instantly eliminate the 5 snakemen. Mumu and Baiju immediately acknowledge the order, and she unleashes her sweet yet dangerous move, Butterfly Storm. He seizes the opportunity, instructing little Mumu to target the 3 snakemen at 9 o'clock on the left, using Flame Seal to ignite them, followed by Ice Freeze. The flames erupt, incinerating the snakemen's forest, as a system notification appears, indicating the firestorm has dealt a fatal blow. Igniting the fire starter, the fire element amplifies within the target range, entering a state of continuous combustion. The snakemen's points are continuously deducted, 1551 life points, then 1553 life points. At that moment, Mumu used an ice freeze combo, freezing them before unleashing a devastating attack. Mumu continued her butterfly dance, a whirlwind of butterflies. Xiaobai and Baiji quickly confirm that they will provide support, their faces filled with determination. Lamin's flames take the form of a dragon, swirling in the air as the snakemen face another crisis, losing 167 life points. Linye watches from below as they are annihilated. Meanwhile, someone in the shadows tried to ambush him, but he sensed it long ago, switching to destruction mode. Linye simply swung his sword from afar, the slash tearing the tree behind him in 2. With the task complete, Linye slung his sword over his shoulder. Mumu, Baiju, let's move on. There's a wave of elite monsters coming, so watch out for the magic. Mumu quickly signals, okay. Meanwhile, back in the hall, the blonde-haired man frowned, wondering, is Lamb's weapon a sword? The purple-haired girl excitedly changes the subject. Why didn't anyone tell me the direction our god is taking is the path of physicality? The red-hatted man chuckled, and that beautiful girl even summoned a doppelganger. What kind of talent did this girl awaken? The young man next to her whispered. What are you talking about? That's the goddess Su from our academy. I heard the Alliance's higher-ups confirmed her talent is strong, so she's no ordinary person to be a teammate of Linge. Her father praised Xiaoye outside, saying he's grown up and is dependable. Her mother is also very proud, saying our Mumu is just as good, capable of anything, and that they can finally rest easy. Meanwhile, another card grinds his teeth in frustration, his face paling with anger, thinking that these useless fools need to find a way to join the Abyss faction if they want to become stronger. Those who only know how to suck up to others are truly weak. Then he strides out the gate just as the mysterious figure appears on the wall. Report, target number 3 has completely left the area. He requests confirmation on whether target number 1 has opened the gate to the abyss so they can move in. Early morning in the outskirts, the dark-skinned girl succinctly ordered the operation to begin. The mysterious figure hiding behind the wall heard the command, and the second Abyss Demon Squad encirclement began. His eyes sharpened. Target number 3 was the prey. They confirmed their target one last time. The fallen, the card. And with that, they move. Elsewhere, outside the exam hall, cards are tossed into the wind, transforming as they spin, their owner thinking, "Fools, you professionals won't stop my grand ambition." He smirked, thinking that today he would officially become a warrior of the abyss, as the card user transformed into a demonic being. "I'm not the same person I used to be. I am Card, reborn in the abyss, and I will crush this world beneath my feet." Just as he was reveling in his power, someone called out to the corrupted card wielder, infuriating him. "What?" the cool, dark-skinned girl declared. "You have 10 seconds to dispel the mist, dissipate the abyssal energy, and surrender. Otherwise—" Her brow furrowed as a final warning, and the card soldiers quickly surrounded and subdued him. "Damn it, how could you? No, someone sold me out. Who was it?" As he struggled, the countdown began. 9, 8. The card was furious, unleashing its power. "Don't even think about it. He's manifesting diamond-tier mage armor and weapons." "Omnipotent card, you're dead." The dark-skinned girl waves her hand, issuing the order, still refusing to see reason. "Attack!" The group rushed forward as ordered, and he unleashed his abyssal power in a frenzy. Increase. Equipment augmentation. Increase. The card reveals an eerie smile. The all-purpose card, the trump card. He was on a roll when someone ambushed him. A soldier fired a cleansing arrow, a silencing arrow, interrupting his spellcasting. The summoning of the wild card fails, and it enters a dormant state. They unleash a devastating fire magic attack, inflicting burning damage that turns their opponents to ash, preventing them from using skills and leaving them only able to move slowly or dispel the magic. The fireball engulfs the card, leaving him nearly exhausted. But suddenly, the card's pupil changes, and he vows to drag them all down with him. He suddenly shatters everything around him. The system displays information about the abyss's power. Release, devour, needing to consume and purify all impurities, and use it to amplify his attacks. Berserk. All attributes greatly increased, skill power enhanced, immune to pain, and unaffected by blood loss or serious injury. Jia Ngam and her teammates raise their shields, warning everyone that he's about to unleash the full power of the abyss. From here, the card becomes a dangerous reborn boss, gaining rapid health regeneration every second. Darkness descends, creating a wide area dark barrier and reducing the visibility of all enemies. Dark energy emanates from his glowing eye. "Come on, you worthless trash. If you can't kill me, I'll slaughter you and everyone else in this hall, leaving no one alive." With those words, the card went on a rampage. Suddenly, a butterfly gently flies in, attacking the darkness like a bullet through his left chest. A blade pierces the back, piercing the enemy's heart, dealing 1000% critical damage and inflicting a severe wound. The enemy's HP regeneration is reduced by 50%, and the card realizes it's been ambushed. That wretched assassin. The mysterious figure booms, glaring from behind. "And I'm right here." He waved his hand, activating Moonlit Triple Strike. Elsewhere, the chaos continues as everyone watches the Road Devil boss approach, seemingly on his way to fight the poisonous toads. "I see. Mr. Lin wants to borrow this toxic frog pond." While he takes a detour, the man beside him rubs his chin menacingly. "A poison frog, huh? What's he planning to do with that?" It doesn't affect the barrier through the door, but only increases muscle mass. Inside the subboard, the monster's name appears. Poisonous Toad, level 20. Diamond aptitude. With many dangerous skills. A weapon that defeats it will gain the Poison Sloth trait. Dealing extra poison damage, stacking it multiple times can trigger a highly toxic state. Introducing a powerful creature dwelling in the eastern Nam forest, ruling over an entire pond. Its highly poisonous skin has transformed the clear pond into a toxic green pool, and only it can withstand its effects. Without hesitation, Lin Ye summons a red orb, reverses healing, uses deprivation, and swirls thick black and red energy into a vortex. The toxic toad fearlessly attacks with its tongue as onlookers shout, "Dodge it!" Toxic Toad, you won't hit Lord Ye, who cleared the dungeon unscathed. He was pierced right through, not to mention the buff from the god's elegance. The commentary was cut short. They watched the toxic frog lunge and cried out, "What is he doing?" Lin Ye's health dropped significantly, losing 2,587 points, but he didn't care. Reversing his divine weapon to heal, Calamity descended, and his wounds quickly recovered. Wasn't he hit? How is he not injured at all? Is he able to heal himself too? The deadly poison frog blindly charges forward, but Lin Ye gracefully evades its venomous strike. Is he keeping his distance to avoid being pulled in and poisoned by the boss? Is this another kiting strategy? Viewers are left bitter and speechless. Why aren't the mage and great swordsman moving? Are they slacking off? The two girls are always supporting him from behind. Baiji activates Swift Wind, and Mumu casts Great Fireball, a perfect combination that reduces the poisonous toad's HP by 25-44. Baiji frowned, remarking that no wonder this disaster-level dungeon was buffed. Even the small bosses are hard to deal with. Mumu helplessly wiped away her lingering sweat, saying that it was normal. Although it was a combination skill, they were all small skills that didn't cost much mana or cooldown time. She suddenly remembered something, but this was just as Lin Ye had predicted. How many seconds have passed since they left that monster? She's been on high alert for 30 seconds. 31, 32, the poisonous toad is being weakened by the deprivation spell. The seconds tick by, 33, 38, 39, 40, and then everything explodes, taking down the poisonous toad and yielding the lazy sword poison attribute, Secret Realm Corn. Mumu winks, signaling that exactly 40 seconds have passed as Baiji delights in the rewards now in hand. Back to the card, his life force is being drained. The depraved one's life force. The card is spent, death is decreed. The girl glances at the card lying on the ground. He's dead. Target number 3 has been eliminated. She turned and directed the mysterious figure. Take the troops and attack the abyss immediately, joining forces with the other teams. Enter the abyss. This is a rare opportunity, one we must seize. His face darkened as he quickly responded, then sternly questioned, "Brothers, you all see it, don't you?" The mysterious figure continued, the tension rising as he declared the coming battle would be more brutal than any they had faced before. This is essentially facing the massive demonic tide head-on, and it's likely none of us will return. The mysterious figure tested their loyalty, asking anyone who wished to withdraw to step forward. "I won't stop you or blame you. I only hope you can continue to protect the families of our brothers and the people of the city. After we retreated and saved them from the demonic creatures, no one backed down for the sake of justice." The mysterious figure confirmed again. "So, have you all made up your minds?" The soldiers, united in their resolve, declared, "We have decided. No regrets." "No regrets," he roared with satisfaction. "Good. They performed the oath ritual before the battle, so let's kill our way into the abyss and take the head of the Abyss King. Humanity will be victorious in this battle." Inside the dungeon, the trio rampages, killing the giant elite serpent, the elite demonized spider, and the giant elite wild boar. Looking at the rankings, Mumu was overjoyed. Had she become stronger, or was this dungeon just too weak? She was 20 points higher than Lin Ye on the leaderboard, and Ming could still take down 10 more. As they journeyed on, Lin Ye stopped to remind them, "It's still early, the first boss hasn't appeared yet." Little Mumu summoned the great tree guardian. The Chi-Li mimic gently shakes the bell in her hand, releasing an eerie sound as a giant guardian tree descends from the sky. The great tree spirit has appeared, and under the influence of the descendant's bewitching talent, the great guardian tree's potential is permanently increased to white gold rank. Chilo and Mumu are stunned, and he coughs, momentarily shocked. What is this nonsense? Treebro can break through the upper limits of his flag through mimicry? Outside, the viewers are equally astonished. Isn't that the dungeon boss? The city lord remarks that this child's future is limitless, but most importantly, this is only her summoned clone. Suddenly, inside the dungeon, a warning. The Shadow Anam has discovered your location. Lin Ye seriously warns the team that it's coming. A magic circle appears, and the system displays information about Shadow Anam number 1. Number 2, Nam 03, level 20, changed to level 10. Platinum talent changed to gold. Their skills: Enchanted Flame Blade, 5-hit combo, single slash, blocking the 3 church brothers passing through the Nam forest. After being infected by a swarm of snakes, they turned into crazed monsters, losing all sense, attacking and killing any creature that appears before them. Lin Ye immediately enters the battle. The great tree protects. 7 giant tree guardians. The great horse leaps across the abyss using Night Charge to unleash the Heaven Strike, predicting the drop point. Night Charge, Heaven Strike. The 2 sides collide violently, points are deducted continuously. Night Charge deals 1021 damage. Heaven's Strike deals 1920 damage, and Shadow Anam number 1 falls to the ground. He seizes the opportunity, ordering everyone to give it their all. Little Baiji, don't conserve mana, use all your skills to quickly drain their health. Little Mumu, stay put and await orders. Mumu, attack with ice and see the results of my training. Ice Seal Technique. The shadow of Anim is restrained, its life force continuously dropping. 426, 287, 400. But only for a moment as they break free from the ice, and Bakchi rushes in to assist. Lamin's storm flames deal 1912 damage. Without pause, Mok Mok continues with pink butterflies, storm butterflies, and poison bubbles. Combined with her attack, Gale creates a sharp net that surrounds the boss, kicking up a cloud of dust. Baiji anxiously suggests, I've used up all my range skills, should I go in for close combat? Suddenly, the system panel appears, announcing Shadow Anam No. 1 has been defeated, its eyes blazing with fury. The Shadow of Anim gritted its teeth and shot forward, its target. Lin Ye, and the council reviewed Lin Ye's performance. According to the intel, the Abyss faction planned to assassinate me and drop the item on the road. Quan Yan smiles, safe and sound. So, they're trying to kill two birds with one stone. Tianqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, and with Lin Ye's appearance, they inexplicably changed their strategy. Prioritizing his elimination and targeting him shows their intelligence. Luring Bai Xiaoshu to his death. He smirks from behind his eye patch. I thought the Abyss Lord was wise, but it turns out this Bai Xiaoqiu is just a reckless brute. Furthermore, Guan Yan added, he even dared to charge at us during our ambush. I don't know if he's brainless or just overconfident. In any case, some of the fallen are preparing to flee back to their lair, unaware that Bai Xiaoshu has disappeared and a meticulous plan has been laid out. The good news they received was all false, meant to lower their guard. After careful consideration, he decided to tell Lin Ye the truth, so he could take the initiative to enter the secret realm as a special recruit, allowing the fallen to continue to relax their vigilance and open the Abyss Gate ahead of schedule. However, one council member was worried, but Tianqi's son told him everything without hesitation. I already told him about the plan, and this is also a test for him. He recalled Xiaofeng and his steadfastness. We believe that if the Lord of the Abyss wants to recruit Xiaofeng, his goal isn't to kill him. As long as the boy holds firm to his limits and refuses the Abyss's power, the Abyss Lord's people won't harm him. When the Abyss Gate opens, let the implanted agent secretly bring him back to Jiangcheng. Just then, someone runs in. The girl approaches Quan Yan and reports, Master, our main force has entered the Abyss and gained a significant advantage, but a demonic tide is expected to flood Jiangcheng in 5 minutes. Hearing this, he stood up and said, Then we'll stick to the original plan. Everyone will temporarily relocate to the central area of the inner city and await the return of the main force. I believe we're sure to win this time, and no one will be harmed. Moreover, Quan Yan glanced meaningfully at Lin Ye on the screen, aware of the variable of his sudden appearance. Inside the secret realm, the battle raged on as the guardian giant tree fought back against the demonic beasts. Lord Lin Ye, please allow me to deal with these ants. Decapitation deals 26 and 20 damage. Anam's shadow was slightly surprised as the guardian tree's figure swept through, turning everything to dust with a single blow. Everyone in the room was stunned. The secret realm boss on the screen was at least a platinum level. Death's 3-hit combo. One person ran to the railing to comment, but by the time Death's 3-hit combo ended, both bosses were dead. Huang Tianqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it only took 5 skills to defeat a platinum-level boss. Observers from major universities were visibly pleased, realizing this girl was a diamond in the rough, and her awakened talent was what earned her the special recruitment status. Meanwhile, the bald man beside them seemed more critical. To be honest, I have some reservations. I'm not very optimistic about this cleric student pursuing this path. He adjusted his glasses and continued. While it seems to have high damage and can restore health and mana, it's not as tough as a warrior. Nor can it parry like a swordsman. It lacks the warrior's blood-sucking invincibility and the assassin's mobility. It's too fragile, like putting yourself in an extremely dangerous position. The price is too high. In a real battle, if he encounters an enemy with strong control skills, will he have a chance to escape? Once focused, it's not just a matter of losing power, but the possibility of being killed instantly. Therefore, I don't encourage priests to make unexpected moves, just be a good priest. He smiled, realizing the hidden card. Is this kid deliberately holding back and doesn't want us to know his true strength? This is a special recruitment recommended by the Jiangcheng Professional Union, after all. The observer forced a smile and explained, You misunderstand, sir. What he meant was that this child's level is not ordinary. From the details, attack timing, evasion, and reaction to enemy attacks, everything is at its peak. In the official exam, his tactical score, awareness score, and personal expression score were almost all top-rated. He pointed out a few weaknesses, but the practical limitations are too great. If his awakened talent doesn't give him enough survivability, throwing him into a chaotic battlefield is practically a death sentence. He's just lamenting the wasted talent. Then the observer asked, "Sir, is that correct?" The bald man replied loudly without looking. After all, he's just a well-rounded professional with strong combat abilities. There are plenty of geniuses or masters who could replace him. There's nothing special about him. This statement made the city lord pause, and without stopping there, the bald man commented on Mumu. This girl is different. Her clones have high IQs and combat abilities, and they can synchronize their experience and power with their master, meaning the boss is going all out on her. Her every move is meticulously recorded. Later, when she grows up, she can simply become a behind-the-scenes commander in a safe area and let her summoned avatars fight. Moreover, these summoned creatures all have a resurrection function. If used correctly, she's essentially a perpetual weapon, easily infiltrating dangerous alien worlds. Think of the strategic value. Just then, a soldier ran up, and after hearing his report, the city lord nodded. "Okay, I understand." The observer in the room was curious and worried. "What's going on?" he called out from the platform. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received word from the front lines that a manatide will be invading in 5 minutes. Please suspend viewing and proceed to the shelters in an orderly fashion. Please, rest assured. The defenses are secure, and many high-ranking professionals are stationed around us." The city lord reassured everyone that as long as they remained calm and followed instructions, there would be no casualties. Mumu's mother frowned with worry. "So there's a demonic horde." Her father smiled, reassuring his wife. "Don't worry, the news says this demon horde alliance is very confident. Let's go, we can't hold the kids back." A red alert appears. All southern shadows have been eliminated. A new map has been summoned and opened. The bewitching advent wishes you good luck and encourages you to connect with new friends. Linya retrieves a golden scroll, and Mumu asks curiously. Linya replies calmly, "This is something the Alliance prepared specifically for us." The scroll glows with ancient text as Linya explains, "With the new map unveiled, I sense an even greater danger in the air. Everyone, take this as a precaution. Information about the protective barrier scroll has appeared. Once used, it will create an invincible shield that lasts for 10 minutes. But those inside the barrier can't leave or attack." He smiled, handing it to her, and instructed, "If you don't need it this time, keep it for later." Mumu lowered her head, her voice hesitant. "I understand." "Then we shall proceed." Linya turns away, understanding the objection. "No, you all stay here with little Mumu. The great tree and I will protect you." The gate to the next trial has appeared, and his eyes sharpen as he looks at the map behind it. "It's too dangerous." Linya praises them, unaware of the dangers that lie ahead. Dangers that are beyond the scope of the exam. "You all did great back there. Besides, I have the giant tree guardian too." Baidra and Mumu exchanged a silent, bewildered glance as they pushed her and the items toward Lin Ye. "Fine. Take them all with you." Unable to believe what just happened, Lin Ye reluctantly sighed and took the Chili nursery with him. "Fine. I can't do anything with you people." He throws the items given by Baiji into the giant guardian tree's mouth. "Let's go." A system window appears before him. Notice, after using the acceleration pill, the guardian tree's movement speed has increased. After using the great acceleration elixir, the guardian tree's movement speed has increased. You have applied the thunder elixir to the guardian giant tree. Unleashing its full power, it carries Lin Ye and the Tear of Rebirth into the deep black hole. The system provides information: black armor sword puppet, level 10, golden quality, no skills listed. A black armored puppet soldier wielding a black chaos blade. Though lacking skills, it's agile and deals high damage. The black-armored puppet archer, level 10 with gold quality, possesses no skills, yet its accuracy is unparalleled. He shouts and we charge! The giant tree guardian effortlessly wipes out the puppets. The charging knight is instantly killed, and all that's left is devastation. But amidst the smoke, a puppet still stands tall, unscathed by the triple slash attack. It's the black armor puppet swordsman general, level 20, diamond quality skill summon black armor blade puppets. He summons black-armored puppet archers and spearmen, introducing the black-armored puppet general, commander of the black-armored puppet legion. He has the instinct to destroy enemies and can summon an endless number of black-armored puppet soldiers. The Ent Protector turned to Lin Ye. "Sir Lin Ye, shall I go and eliminate it? I believe this battle can be over in a minute." He frowned, seriously probing. "Wait, something's not right up ahead." Lin Ye's eyes narrowed with a hint of killing intent. Unseen enemies lurk in the shadows, and I must force them out. Red streaks surround him, divine weapon therapy, calamity descent. A massive power descends upon the puppets. That puppet is unharmed. A level 20 black armor general ninja puppet with the diamond talent and skills like concealment, smoke bomb, and shuriken specialize in assassinating black armor generals. She controls a group of stealthy black-armored puppet ninjas who can attack from afar with shuriken and up close with katanas. Lin Ye's gaze turned serious. Another duo challenge? He leaped down from the guardian tree. Little Moo, fall back for now. These two bosses are a bad matchup for you. Tree, stick close to the swordsman. I'll target the ninja. After we clear the first wave, lure him closer to the ninja group. He responded clearly, a hint of disdain in his voice. This insignificant thing dares to stand in my way? The black armor puppet summons a purple orb in its hand. Summoning, lightning flashes across the dark sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Lin Ye speaks, activating the moon-shattering destruction blade. Upon its awakening, words appear in the air, increasing damage by 50%. That immense power descends once more, reversing the stars and plunging the world into hell. After that strike, the enemy's life force is reduced by 468, utterly annihilated. The puppet ninja grits his teeth and pulls something from his cloak. A dense fog suddenly appears, a concealing smoke bomb. He simply stood still and said, "Little Moo, it's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, the mimic Chi Li chased after her. Butterfly Gale catches up to the ninja puppet, destroying the black-armored ninja puppet general. Meanwhile, the guardian tree was eliminating the remaining puppets. The puppet's eyes flashed, and the black-armored puppet swordsman and general, caught between a rock and a hard place, entered a do-or-die state, preparing to summon countless black-armored puppet soldiers. Lin Ye summons a red orb, reversal healing, and deprivation. He strikes the black-armored puppet head-on, destroying the black-armored puppet swordsman boss. General Chu hides underground as the crowd cheers. The great Lin Ye even has long-range AoE damage. He's a living magic cannon, with damage even higher than those two summoned platinum bosses. He directly took away most of the diamond-level boss's health. Although the number of skills released isn't the highest, the output quality is definitely number one. The man couldn't contain his excitement. Even professional players from top schools couldn't achieve this level of quality. The man next to him wondered, could this guy be a legendary genius? The surrounding words caused the bald man to break out in a cold sweat. That's right, maybe even a god-tier talent awakening? A hand gently rests on his shoulder. The city lord is concerned. Is your health failing? Do you need to rest? The balding man feigned composure. No matter, my apologies. I was being presumptuous. This student, Lin Ye, is worthy of being Jiang Cheng's only special student. He truly is a genius, and the hype only intensifies. Indeed, to call his awakened talent assessment a myth is no exaggeration. His potential and strategic value are extraordinary. Let's begin. Colleagues, prepare to snatch him up for enrollment. A stream of black energy flew across the sky where Baiji was, heading towards Lin Ye. Let's go over there quickly. Meanwhile, Lambda remained expressionless, sensing the immense power as the giant tree turned toward him. Lord Lambda, the approaching enemy is strong. A blurry figure rides a broom through the smoke, as thousands of puppets appear. The Queen of Annihilation has arrived. The Doomsday Witch smiles wickedly, announcing that the temperature increase caused by the intruder's arrival has buffed the unknown enemy within the secret dungeon. The Great Tree Guardian speaks, even the system can't provide complete information on the Queen of Eternal Rest. The Annihilation Witch's doppelganger, its rank, skills. Lin Ye was curious. Did Tree Bro have any impression of this boss? He carefully observed the Annihilation Witch, a clone, a boss with no data, seemingly summoned by something. Her face still held a smile, and the information revealed she was only an avatar. Lin Ye's thoughts raced. Lin Ye silently assesses that this will be a fierce battle, as he's fought opponents like this before. The Tranquil Extinction Demoness finally spoke. How amusing. Oh, let me calmly list them one by one. A pass to the Forgotten Hollow, a soul-swapping spirit, the Guardian Tree, tears of life, and a smile still gracing the demoness's face. No wonder I received a warning. The Guardian Tree was ready to attack, and the Tears of Rebirth were ready to unleash their power. Lin Ye signaled, Tree Brother, Little Moo, don't underestimate Wang Dong. Have you ever known her? She shakes her head in denial, but it responds to him, saying it doesn't know, but feels a strong sense of familiarity. Lord Lin Ye, she bears a mark similar to yours. Lin Ye inquired further. A mark? It must be the pass to the Forgotten Lair. The vanishing devil woman writhes. Little brother, don't look at me with such hostility. Considering our connection, I'll let you pass this stage for free. With that, she flew away, hoping her little brother could survive the forgotten nest. The rabble bowed and left, announcing that the secret realm boss, the tranquil demoness, had vanished. The scene leaves him bewildered. She just ran away? What does that mean? Is it because I'm a pass into the forgotten lair? Could she also be a creature from that forgotten labyrinth? The guardian tree strokes its chin. Though I don't remember who she is, besides the mark of the forgotten lair, she also has similar marks from the same origin. The mimic of the abyss nodded slightly, hesitating before speaking. She is definitely not a creature of this secret realm. I suspect that when my master summoned me with the soul-swapping bell, he allowed me to absorb some of the power of the enchanting descendant, which led her to this realm, because she possesses the same aura and power as the bewitching descender. Perhaps she is the original. It's as if she personally bestowed new power upon this secret realm and altered the dungeon. So, Lin Ye pondered, though he truly wanted to get to the bottom of things, the great tree guardian summoned by the soul exchange spirit likely held no important memories. So no need to dwell on that. He frowned slightly. Brother Tree, let's not worry about the demise witch for now. Lin Ye looked up at the massive vortex. Now that the puppet general summoned by the witch is gone, who will be the final enemy? But the dungeon didn't give any important notifications. Suddenly, someone called out Lin Ye's name. Lin Ye immediately turned around. Mumu and Baiju rushed over, saying they sensed a change in the dungeon and wanted to regroup with him as soon as possible, fearing something big was about to happen. She wipes the sweat from her brow, relieved that everything is all right. But the puppets suddenly stop, as an announcement declares the discovery of a black armor puppet mage. Pay attention to the mage class. The puppet's eyes scanned the scene below, then they rushed downward. The black-armored puppet master reignites his fighting spirit, and she cries out in a panic, "Oh no, did I misjudge again?" Lin Ye draws his sword, reassuring Mumu, "Don't overthink it. Without you, we wouldn't have gotten the gate notification, so I think they're the final bosses we need to defeat." The puppet conjures spheres of energy in its hands and hurls them at her. Lin Ye quickly parries as the guardian tree and tears of life can't stand still. A magic circle envelops everyone, freezing the remaining energy orbs to prevent a secondary explosion. Hearing this, Mumu complies, using her ice seal technique to erect a wall of ice. It blocks the incoming puppets, prompting the dark mage to mutter something. The incantation pierced the magic circle. A summoning spell. And the sky darkened once more. The dungeon boss, the black armor puppet mage general, initiates a mysterious summoning. Tens of thousands of puppets float in the air, blanketing the sky, and then they rush to break the magic circle. The black armor puppet master summons an army of thousands. Baiju grips her sword, disgusted by their sheer numbers. The guardian tree sought Lin Ye's command. "My lord, how shall we fight?" He smirked, unhurried. "If we're facing these numbers, I'll need a powerful assistant." Lin Ye raised his hand, and something floated into the air. Summon. Dark Curse Knight. The Dark Curse Knight slowly appears, its massive form overwhelming the puppets. The Dark Curse Knight looks incredibly valiant, summoning a level 20 Platinum Dark Curse Knight into battle. For 1 hour, Mumu gazes at Lin Ye with admiration. Wasn't Lin Ye's curse teacher a level 15 gold boss? How did he level it up like that? His voice is indifferent. No. I never paid it any attention. Lin Ye was also a little doubtful. Could the curse teacher's power increase as I grow stronger? On the other side of the screen, everyone cheered with excitement. Holy crap, it's Forbidden Teacher. Haven't you heard of her? So, the legendary Lin Ye changed the difficulty of the historical dungeon and dropped the summoning teacher qualification? I'm still shocked by that. A chubby guy stares with hungry eyes, saying he wants to have his babies win or lose. The cheers grew louder and louder. Crush these insects! That alluring figure is nothing special after all. The man's expression is unreadable. Your superiors have lost contact too? The blue-haired one gritted his teeth. That's right. What do we do now? We're all stuck here together. The man beside him spoke up, saying, "No matter. Let's act first and talk later." Another sinister voice chuckled. Wasn't this just perfect? With the abyss-suppressing commander in trouble, they couldn't control us anymore. Then we won't have to be cannon fodder anymore. Let's just teleport the demonic tide here. Zhao Hua Gong. Over there, Lin Ye reminded the cursed knight. Teacher Chu, you don't need to use Moonlight Thrust. They're trying to overwhelm us with numbers. Just draw the monsters away from their current positions. Its eyes flashed red as the cursed knight leaped into the air, unleashing a dark curse, boosting all stats significantly, and flying forward. Sword in hand, he charges toward the puppets, who swarm to meet him with a flurry of attacks. He observed, then spoke. Good. Their formation has been drawn away by the cursed teacher, and those 4 bosses won't move until they're all destroyed. Indeed, even general-level puppet mages aren't very intelligent. The cursed knight turns around and the puppets charge to attack it. He shouts that this is their chance. The puppets are blown away by a massive force, falling helplessly into the abyss. The guardian tree also helped eliminate the one-hit kill puppet angels, refreshing its skills. And with a single strike, Linye eliminated most of the reversed puppets from Azure Sea Tide and the Sea of Death. Mumu and Baiji, with their twin swords as one, charge towards the poison bubble, while the pyrogenic storm of mimetic tears assists with freezing magic, and the puppets are decimated by the cursed knight. Moonlight strikes, critical hits, and the dust gradually settles. After the relentless assault of Linya's group, the black-armored mage puppet is destroyed, the formation is broken, and the boss suffers reflected damage. Tendrils lash out, destroying the remnants to prevent them from reforming and summoning more minions. Chains bind the puppet, reversing its magic with forbidden arts. Linya's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's over. Reversal healing, plunder. The puppet is fading away. The puppet mage was consumed by power. Critical hit, reverse healing, divine artifact, calamity descends, critical hit, reverse divine miracle, all stars fall to the earth's hell. You have killed the black-armored puppet mage. The silent general turns his gaze towards Mumu. She and Baija worked together to eliminate the puppets. The guardian giant tree was present, the puppet mage struggled to stand, and the cursed knight immediately struck. A desperate, heavy blow. The chains surrounding the giant vortex gradually disappeared. The mutated Annam Forest secret dungeon has been cleared, and rewards are being calculated. Gaze upon the golden fish swimming around. A box of items appears, influenced by the special ability, the observation of the Goddess of Fortune. All treasure chests opened will be upgraded to Diamond Tier. Before Linye, a prompt appears. Open treasure chest ×2. His voice was steady as he spoke, and the treasure chest immediately opened. He receives the Diamond-level Priest skill, Blessing of the Masses, and the Diamond-level Mage weapon, Thunderclap Grimoire. He obtains the Diamond-level equipment, 6 Yang Finger, and a rare item. Along with those items was a letter, Blessing of the Masses. He has a skill that restores health to all designated targets within range, while also applying the Blessing of the Masses effect. All attributes of the healed targets will skyrocket, and they will randomly receive 3 buff effects that can only be removed by a removal skill of the same level. A smile crept across Linye's face. What a Diamond Tier skill. He thought to himself, as yet another system panel appeared. The punishment of the Star Orb reduces the life points of all designated targets within range, while simultaneously inflicting the Star Orb effect. All attributes of the targets whose life points are reduced will plummet, and 3 random buff effects will be removed. Linye exudes a murderous aura, a great killing intent. The others curiously approach the screen, wondering what he got. Let me see. Let me see. Hurried footsteps echo through the corridor as the city lord impassively observes the commotion below. After a long silence, he asked, "What's the situation at the abyss border?" Machao replied with a smile, "We're about to win. We've reached the deepest part of the abyss. Today is the perfect opportunity to slay the master of the abyss." Then he growled, "Today, they will all die." The city lord calmly turned around, saying, "That's good, but I can't help but feel it's too easy. We should still be cautious." "Those abyssal demons stop at nothing," Machao immediately responded. "But if we can wipe out the abyss forces in one fell swoop..." Before he could finish, the crowd below erupted in cheers, chanting Linye's name. Linye scanned his surroundings, a sense of unease washing over him. Was this the evacuation shelter? He, Mumu, and Baiju stood amidst the excited crowd. It seemed the Alliance's plan was proceeding as expected. But how far along was it? The city lord smiled and nodded at Linye, who glanced around, sensing something was off, something he'd missed. Mumu waved happily at someone. Following her gaze, Linye saw her parents, and he vowed to eradicate the abyss forces, root and stem. A smile creeps across his face. That's perfect. Suddenly, screams erupt as a strange creature appears. Linye's expression changes as a demonic creature appears, and the city lord furrows his brow, wondering how it got in. A man, his neck gripped tightly, screams desperately, "Help me! Please, someone help me!" Machao rushes to the rescue, shouting, "Everyone, fall back and don't panic! Let me save him. The shelter's monster surge is suspected to be an internal teleportation. Send reinforcements immediately." Beads of sweat covered his forehead as he urgently called for backup. Lin Ye flies out to save the man being crushed. He turns back to see the monster destroyed by plunder. The man quickly collapses to the ground, but suddenly a hand reaches out. Lin Ye also noticed something was off. The city's outer guard was no ordinary force. He looked at Ma Xiu, who was holding the man. Wang Ma Xiu could easily return to report to the city lord, not to mention the arrangements of the alliance's senior management. Lam Da frowned and looked in the opposite direction. This demonic tide could only have been summoned from within. A crowd of people desperately fled from the pursuing monsters. The city lord raised his hand and commanded, "Quickly, all available professionals, take up your arms and protect the students." Behind him, the winged dragon transforms, as the professionals attack and defend against the monster's blows. A woman screamed as she saw a monster behind them, and Ma Chao shouted a warning to the city lord, "City lord, behind you!" He raised his hand to calm the crowd. "Everyone, don't panic. The winged dragon's flames only damage the abyss monsters." The winged dragon breathes fire on the monster threatening the crowd, as other creatures break through the wall and he begins to lose his composure. "What kind of summoning tool is that, and where is the mole hiding?" Mumu quickly spoke up. "Leave this area to Baiji and me. Xiao Mumu, watch out for where the demonic tide might spawn." As Lin Ye destroyed the monsters, he wondered, what should he do now? Should he evacuate everyone from the shelter first, or prioritize catching the spy? His face betrayed no emotion, suggesting the mole was still among them. The shelter inside the city is heavily guarded, making escape impossible. But without catching the mole, the demonic tide won't stop. The voices of the professionals outside the door terrify those inside. This is bad. A monster wave has appeared in the city and above the shelter, with abyssal monsters estimated to be level 30 to 40. All squads are being mobilized to encircle and kill them. All professionals. Emergency operations. The city lord summoned the winged dragon and asked, "Wang Machao, why are the reinforcements in the inner city so slow?" His face etched with worry, he asked, "Where are the other professionals around the shelter?" A professional clasped his arm and replied, "Many demon tide portals have appeared around the inner city's refuge, and the demon tide creatures on the streets far exceed our expectations." Panic set in as sweat beaded on his forehead. The monsters from these portals are high level, and the guard is understaffed and unable to provide support. Hearing this, Lin Ye's heart was in turmoil. This is bad. If things continue like this, the demon tides outside and inside the city will converge and crush us, wiping out this entire group. One by one, the ferocious demons attacked until they were utterly destroyed, as Mumu cast a circle of power. "Xiaobai, I've noticed my attacks seem especially effective against these insects." Seeing a glimmer of hope, she realizes these demons must have low magic resistance, and worry begins to set in. "Lin Ye, do you have enough mana?" His voice remained calm. "I'm fine for now." She paid attention to mana consumption, letting little Mumu attack more. But Lin Ye hesitated. "Even so, if the monsters keep pouring out like this and I have to keep dodging their attacks, we're all going to need a lot of recovery items." Luckily, besides me, Mumu, and Xiaobai, we also have the city lord, observers from prestigious academies, and even some other professionals in the audience lending a hand. Lin Ye glanced at the city lord and said, "City lord, the monsters here are around level 10 to 20. I suspect the higher level teleporters have already appeared elsewhere." He turned to look at the crowd standing close to the wall. "They have low magic resistance but high physical defense, at least double the difference, so all mage students can support you from a safe distance." Understanding Lin Ye's intention, he urged, "All mage students, do you hear me? Be brave and contribute your strength." The students responded in unison. Lin Ye's sword gleams, surrounded by murderous aura. A system notification appears, transferring the blessing of the constellations and the punishment of meteors, reducing the life force of all demonic creatures and greatly weakening their attributes. Seeing this, the crowd praised him, saying, "Lin Ye is the best." Someone else exclaimed, "Is that a diamond tier skill that dropped from the dungeon earlier?" Unexpectedly, it became an effect that weakens and damages monsters. Another female student also approached. "I agree. We can follow Brother Lambda's example and contribute." She happily cast magic towards the blonde. "Let us help you recover health and mana." Lin Ye remained concerned about the looming threat. If mana recovery skills and items weren't enough to last until reinforcements arrived, if they reached their human limits without finding the source to stop the demon tide, everyone here would die. He approached the city lord. "City lord, how many days will the shelter's reserves last?" He responded to Lin Ye. The shelter was only meant to be temporary, so supplies were prepared with minimal waste. Not expired, the supplies should be delivered by the guard. He frowned slightly. "Then the situation is a bit grim. Most of the elite awakened, who are the main force, have already joined the Abyss subjugation campaign. This has led to a severe shortage of manpower both inside and outside the city. Wait, something's not right here. After a moment of thought, he realized with a start, we've been outmaneuvered. This is a feint. As someone reached out to touch his shoulder, urging him to calm down, he immediately brushed them off. Get away, don't bother me right now. Guan Yin removes his mask, his face gradually revealed. Lin Ye, it's me. I know what you're thinking. Lin Ye immediately calmed down. Shangguanyan, what are you doing here? Didn't we have a plan to discuss? I didn't lure Bai Xiaoqiu away. It was a substitute arranged by the League. I've been secretly watching your performance. You're incredibly strong, so I'm certain that if we work together, we can break through this encirclement, wipe out these monsters, and find their source. The other ability users struggled to create a protective circle, and seeing their difficulty, Lin Ye asked, Are you sure about this? How long will it take? If it drags on, there will likely be casualties here. Without a word, he immediately takes action. Then let me show you my talent. Yen places her hand on his shoulder, granting him an unknown power, soul adaptation from Shangguanyan, increasing all odd damage by 100%. Increase skill range, expand skill attack area, and reduce cooldown time by 30%. Increased mana and HP recovery speed, and a portion of the damage you take will be shared with Shangguanyan. He smirked. This is my awakened talent, Soul Link. It can transfer my soul to your body for an hour, but of course, that's not all it does. Lin Ye frowned, pressing him for more information. What's the price? What are the side effects? Does it affect me at all? He asked, looking at the golden light surrounding his hand. With an awakened ability like this, it has to be at least of the legend grade. Quan Yan nervously explained, Don't worry, the side effects of this ability only affect me, and after using it, I'll be unconscious for a week. So you have to protect fragile little me. This is my last card. Lin Ye grabs his hand and pulls him forward, leaving Guan Yan in stunned surprise. Then let's go, lead the way. A monster blocks their path. It's a sticker person. Don't let it shoot its slime. Lin Ye grabs his sword and charges forward. With a single strike, the monster is destroyed and he raises his sword. At that moment, the moon shadow flash began absorbing the remaining souls. Once again, the system notified him that the quality of the moon shadow flash was increasing, and all attributes were greatly enhanced. Quan Yan guides Lin Ye onward as the demonic horde relentlessly pursues them. He turns back and asks, You know who it is? As they walk, they clear away the monsters in their path. He replied, Of course, there's always hidden surveillance here. A scroll emitting dark energy floated in the room. Were they smart or stupid to leave a summoning scroll in the surveillance room? After all, the surveillance room has cameras. As smoke and dust blanket Jiangcheng, two figures casually stroll through the horde of monsters. Damn it, I'm finally back. The furious young man attacks the monsters blocking his path. Worthless abyss monsters, depraved trash, useless scum, die, he shouted, stomping and slashing. Remembering his miserable state, Xiaofeng raged. Daring to capture me is a waste of my time, and making me look so pathetic. He screamed in fury, Don't follow me anymore. The man spoke his name through gritted teeth. Huang Xiaofeng. Black Fist grew serious. I really can't follow you any further. The rest of the journey is yours. I have other missions. He points to the strange aura emanating from Xiaofeng's hand. Remember, you won't be attacked by the demonic creatures, but the awakened will see you as a fallen. He frowned, clenching his fist. If you encounter them, it's best to drop your weapon and surrender immediately, Black Fist cautioned, adding that he should either hide until the demonic invasion ends, then turn himself in with the Abyss Mark, and explain everything. Xiaofeng slung his sword over his shoulder, declaring boldly, Idiot, isn't there a cooler option? Black Fist turned to leave. No, I have other missions. I'll take my leave first. Where did this fox come from? So you really were here? The opium fiend said, puffing on his pipe. Black Fist, what are you implying? That you're betraying us? Without a hint of fear, he replied, I've always been a mole, you junkie. It's not too late to turn back. Enraged, the other prepared to attack. Die! Yengui's cigarette flew through the air. I'll end your life, you traitor to the sorrow domain. Black Fist swiftly dodges. Didn't you ever wonder? You were human to begin with. He lunges forward, attacking directly, mocking, Human? Then what do they see me as? Is it just because my awakened talent wasn't strong enough? Yengui's face contorted with rage. Wasn't that bastard's power just a fluke? Why can't I have that kind of talent? With this status, I want them all to kneel and lick my boots. He tried to dissuade him. Your original aspiration wasn't wrong, but no matter what, you can't rely on the abyss to rise. A surprise attack contorts Blackfist's face as the fox approaches with a smile. Young master. She runs a finger along her chin. We meet again. Xiaofeng, not giving the fox a chance to seduce him, tells her to get lost, calling her rat-like. Her face instantly fell at those words. What did you say? Sensing something was off, he turned to flee, but the fox slammed him against the wall. Trying to run? With the difference in power between us, do you really think you can escape? She spoke. Little brother, it seems your only weapon is your foul mouth? He tried to shake her off, but she pinned him harder against the wall. Even my foul mouth is better than your garbage power. His mouth still ran, calling her ugly and saying she wouldn't even qualify to be a cleaner in his house. Those words pushed the fox spirit over the edge. You have a death wish. Xiaofeng is tightly bound by the rope. What the hell, is this beast for real? Aren't you not allowed to kill me? That thought made her stop. Stop. Don't forget the mission our Lord gave us. That brat is deliberately trying to provoke you. A voice reminded the fox of their initial purpose. This one's aptitude for evil far exceeds Lord Miao's assessment. He could become a once-in-10,000-year king of evil. We must bring him back unharmed and brainwash him into our trump card. She frowned, trying to quell her anger. The fox reluctantly lowered her hand, saying, as if you weren't having your defenses broken by his dark energy. A ghostly voice urges her to stop the chatter and come help, saying this ungrateful wretch is hiding his strength. She rubbed her hands, saying, Okay, I'm coming, when suddenly a blinding light appeared. It was so bright that the fox had to shield her eyes. At the same time, the black fist and the punch came hurtling towards her. She was struck with a painful blow, an uppercut, but the black fist didn't stop, continuing with a barrage of fiery punches. He rained blows upon the fox, unleashing earth-shattering strikes. She tried to defend herself, but it was no use. The fallen fox was critically wounded, her stats plummeted, and the ghost was paralyzed with fear. How can this be? We're both level 30 fallen. He clenched his fist and roared, Don't think you can escape. Die for me. The specter and fox quickly attacked Black Fist from both sides. His voice remained calm. It's useless. Even transformed, you're no match for me, especially since you, fox, are only making me stronger. Her brow furrowed. What? They attacked together, but Black Fist is unharmed, they wondered. What is this? Black Fist uses his awakened talent, Oceanic Sound. It multiplies the damage dealt to targets with demonic rot properties, and can extend the duration if the demonically rotting target is eliminated. The fox whimpers in agony. It hurts. My skin, my face. He clasped his hands, his voice cold. For the sake of old times. I was going to give you a chance, but you're still lost in your delusions. I have no choice. With that, Black Fist lunged forward, landing a punch. He lowered his head, a slight smirk on his face. I hope you choose to be human in your next life. Farewell. Then, Hugh Quan unleashed his attack, Meteor Strike, and the fox roared, its sharp teeth stained with blood. The next attack sends a massive palm crashing down, slamming her into the ground, and the system announces the corrupted fox's demise. He remained silent, gazing as if sensing something, then turned his head, his eyes fixed in one direction as the drug fiend, drenched in sweat, fled in terror. Sorry, but while there's life, there's hope. Black Fist rushes to intercept, but there's no escape. The drug addict spat out, Don't push me too far, as he transformed and charged. You're going too far. Black Fist unleashes a relentless barrage, impervious to weapons, accelerating with Diamond Vajra Palm, suddenly vanishing, circling behind the ghost in a flash, then striking the radiant Arhat Fist practitioner. Black Fist swiftly retracts his hand, assuming a defensive stance, and finally knocks out his opponent with an uppercut critical strike. System update. The corrupted, drug-addicted foe has been eliminated. The battle is over. The corrupted one shows no signs of life. He glanced at the unconscious Huang Xiaofeng. Is this kid really messed up in the head? He hoisted him onto his shoulder, thinking, whatever, I'll just dump him somewhere safe first. The academy headmaster calls, Black Fist, where are you now? He reports that he's outside North Jiang City, escorting Huang Xiaofeng back. He was ambushed by a wraith and is currently unconscious. Haquan elaborated that the fallen hunting him were the fox and the addict who used to be on his team, both of whom he eliminated. The principal commended him. Good, the academy headmaster orders, but the plan has changed. You don't need to bring him back to Jiangcheng. Bring him directly to me. He asks hesitantly, You mean you want him to join us? But this kid is just a student without any formal training. Sending him in as an informant is basically a death sentence, isn't it? I've just learned that Huang Xiaofeng's depraved talent far exceeds the Abyss Devil Maigao's assessment. His talent could surpass even the depraved. Black Fist stared in surprise as the headmaster confidently asserted that Huang Xiaofeng would receive even greater attention as the fallen king, entering the highest echelons of the Abyss. Moreover, he resisted the Abyss's temptation with his indomitable will. That's the key of all keys. This ensures he will never truly fall, he prophesizes. In this way, he could even approach and destroy beings superior to the Abyss King, the Abyss Emperor, and end the war between humanity and the Abyss. A fallen one with such talent hasn't appeared in the Abyss for a very, very long time. I've confirmed with the Alliance and his father. Everyone agrees with this decision. The Academy head added, "You don't need to worry about anything else. I can grant him abyssal power while ensuring he isn't consumed by it. He voiced his opinion, but if he doesn't want it and just wants to remain human, he's always mentioning someone named Lin Ye." He Quan recalled Huang Xiaofeng mentioning Lin Ye during the fight. If he obtains Jat's abyssal power, he'll no longer have a chance for a fair fight. He seemed unconcerned. I have my own way of diagnosing him, so don't worry about him resisting. Don't let his bad attitude fool you. The kid has such strong faith that he hasn't fallen. His true potential is beyond the estimation of ordinary professionals or abyssal demons. The Academy headmaster reveals a secret, and the reason why he became someone with such obvious flaws. According to his father, he suffered some kind of shock outside when he was young, which is also a major secret of another family, he analyzes. I think Lin Ye didn't go all out because he saw Huang Xiaofeng's true abilities and nature. This young man could easily kill a deep abyss devil. The Academy head pondered, emphasizing that Huang Xiaofeng's extreme personality made him see Lin Ye as an obsession, a target, even a demon he must eliminate and trample underfoot to prove his bloodline and status. He concluded that these two super geniuses, though incompatible as teammates, could cooperate in different ways to maximize their power. The Academy head instructed, "As for other matters, I'll tell you one by one when you bring him back." He respectfully replied, "Understood. I'll bring Huang Xiaofeng back immediately." He Quan suddenly remembered, "Oh, right. I heard there was a bit of an incident in Jiang City." The headmaster wearily responded, "Indeed, some unexpected things happened, but I couldn't help." The Academy head struggled to sit up, continuing calmly. "But luckily, Lin Ye was there." He paused, stating that the situation had been completely reversed. Lin Ye looked up and said coldly, "Interesting. These things clearly have no mind of their own, yet they seem to fear me. Could it be that the Alliance's professionals killed the Abyss Lord and the Abyss demons manipulating them, which is why no monsters are coming out of such a large portal?" Shangguan Yan smirked. "That's right. These guys are all deep-sea demon cultists, enhanced by the power of the Abyss." He confidently added, "He can sense their minds remotely from the deep-sea territory." Shangguan Yan warns that their fearless charge isn't bravery, but the Abyss demons' forced command, as their commander is dead. They're driven by fear, afraid to cause us trouble. He sighs, wondering how these fools got themselves into this mess. Shangguan Yan worked and said, "The fallen shouldn't fall into a coma just to escape the Abyss's surveillance, right?" After finishing, he lightly dusted off his hands and scoffed indifferently. "Never mind that. What matters is that none of them will escape. They will all face severe judgment." Lin Ye mused, "What do you think we should do with this scroll?" "Probably a summoning artifact. I'll use my power, which seems indestructible." Shangguan Yan picked it up and observed, "Indestructible? This is a bit tricky," he added, sharing what he knew. "That's right. Not only is it indestructible, but it's not even scratched." Suddenly, a few minions fell right where they were standing. They watched in silence as the demon worshippers trembled, their eyes wide with fear. Lin Ye tilted his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Are these even demonic creatures anymore?" He raised his sword, declaring, "Might as well deal with them all at once." With that, Lin Ye activated the Beach High Trio Sin Vong Lin Tri High. Standing beside him, he watched the scene and cautioned, "Lin Ye, those depraved villains aren't going to drown, are they? We still need to keep some alive for questioning," he calmly replies. "No, my target is only the demonic tide creatures." Lin Ye said sternly, reversing the blessing of the stars. The punishment of the meteor, and a rain of fiery red meteors fell, accompanied by terrifying sounds. Shangguan Yan couldn't hide her surprise. This guy was truly a phantom, capable of dealing damage, weakening, controlling, and even healing in an instant. She turned to look and calmly announced, "The path here is almost cleared." The most important thing is but he noticed the man was distracted and had to call out to him. Shang Guanyan calmly replied, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Please continue." Lin Ye explains that the most important thing is to completely close the portal, but the summoning scroll can't be destroyed. He continues, "But I suspect it's connected to this largest portal. Since the summoning artifact can't be destroyed, Lin Ye channels his power into the annihilation form, readying his sword to unleash a devastating blast. Lin Ye cries out, 'Nether Moon Hidden Obliteration Form.' He plunges his sword into the gate, unleashing a vortex of purple energy that creates a massive, earth-shattering suction force. Everyone gasps in horror. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The city lord of Zhong City reassured everyone, "Don't panic, everyone. The shelters have been specially treated and won't collapse easily." He confidently affirmed, "I'm here." Wang Machao thought to himself, could it be Lin Ye's side? From the gate came a series of painful cries, making him wonder, can a teleportation gate make human sounds? Honestly, that's a first for me. It cried out, desperately begging him to stop. Lin Ye reached into his pocket, pulled something out, and calmly told Shangguan Yan, "This is the earplug Mumu gave me. It's perfect for this." He said in shock, "The summoning artifact is reacting." It cried out, begging, I'll close it. Please spare me." Lin Ye said coldly, "It's running." The scroll cracked, a large fissure spreading across it, and it gradually vanished, the paper fragments falling to the floor. He asked, "Is it over?" Shangguan Yan looked down and replied, "It's over. There shouldn't be another manatide." With conviction, he declares that the situation has completely turned around. Inside the devastated city, the leader commands, "Everyone, the portals are closing. Let's round up these stragglers." Everyone acknowledges the order when suddenly someone notices something in the sky, stammering, "What is that?" From out of nowhere, jellyfish-like creatures fill the sky as everyone receives a blessing of mysterious power. All negative statuses are dispelled, as those flying creatures are the wisdom of the sea moon. Lin Ye appears in the sky as streams of power flow into everyone, healing them with a mysterious force. Gazing at the figure floating in the sky and the life points recovering by 613, they exclaimed, "Are these the new top students?" Among them, a purple-haired youth said with delight, "Large-scale buff, half a second per hit, directly filling the HP of the professionals." "Is this a newly graduated student?" the buzzcut youth exclaimed in praise. "How have I never heard of such a god descending to earth?" But then they noticed Shangguan Yan standing behind Lin Ye, healing him. And so the debate began. "No, didn't you see Shangguan Yan?" Another person replies, "But great god Shangguan isn't a priest. This must be the amplification of a gifted soul." Before he could finish, another person chimed in. "Even with enhancements, a normal person couldn't cover such a vast area. Don't you recognize him?" Looking at his handsome face, they said with certainty, "That's Lin Ye." The blue-haired youth pointed at the floating Lin Ye and shouted, "That famous Lin Ye is an attack-type priest." Hearing this, another youth exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Is that him?" Meanwhile, his preparations complete, Lin Ye opened his eyes, a solemn look on his face, and quietly said, "O ye divine stars, bless this plight." As he spoke, an energy centered on him began to form in the shape of a cross. He carefully sensed the skill he had just cast, then fell into thought. After Flash Moon absorbed the summoned creature from behind that door, its power increased. Even though I used an active skill, it triggered an automatic purification function, releasing the Sea Moon Oath skill over a wide area, covering the entire inner city. Immediately, everyone within his skill's range felt the change in their bodies. They received group damage reduction, and the attributes of all healed targets were boosted. The city lord was stunned by Lin Ye's skill. Before he could speak, Wang Machao interrupted, "The healing range covers the entire inner city. This is a gift from the gods, like a blessing in disguise." At the same time, Su Mumu's group also noticed Lin Ye's skill, and a classmate being supported by Su Mumu blurted out in surprise. Meanwhile, Su Mumu looked up at the figure suspended in midair, her face flushed as she whispered his name. "Linya," and in moments the wounds of many were healed. They exclaimed, one after another, "My injuries seem to be almost healed. Me too, I've been restored in an instant." A classmate of Su Mumu's, who was severely injured moments ago, has now fully recovered and happily says, "Me too. My stomach and legs don't hurt anymore, and I can fight the demonic tide for another 300 rounds. Baiji turns to look at Su Mumu, relieved, and says, unable to hide her joy, "We won." At that moment, the reinforcements arrived, quickly bringing news. "Brothers, the city lord and the students have arrived. They've successfully reclaimed the underground magic circle. Hurry, use your skills." We might actually survive this. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly switched Flash Moon's hidden state to destruction mode. Lin Ye wields his blade, crackling with crimson lightning as he charges into the fray, obliterating the creatures emerging from the abyss. Seeing this, Wang Ma Chao quickly said, "Brother Lin Ye, let me help you." But before he could go, the city lord suddenly stopped him. "Wait, hold on, can't you see his weapon is getting longer?" Hearing this, he finally noticed the sword in Lin Ye's hand and was immediately shocked. It was absorbing the power of the abyss, constantly accumulating its energy. The city lord explained, "No. That weapon delivered the fatal blow to the demonic creature. It's purifying itself while absorbing the lingering soul, which will increase its rank and quality." After absorbing the soul, Lin Ye's blade seemed to have changed. Sensing this, he quickly releases the blade, watching as it grows larger, strange symbols swirling around it. And with that, the system announced that the Flash Moon had successfully absorbed and upgraded its quality. All attributes increase by 100, and Flash Moon Blade gains a new skill and form, a protective web of blades. Once planted, a 50-meter radius becomes an unbreakable sanctuary, decreasing enemy stats while boosting those of our allies. The Jade Barrier creates a layer every 3 seconds, blocking 200 points of damage of all kinds, and he activates the power of all creation. Heavenly Town Myriad forms an active skill is a power gathered from moonlight. Meteorite Moon. Shift inflicts massive Earth attribute magic damage to all enemies within the protected area. What's more, it controls all enemies hit for 3 seconds, and the Jade Shield is applied to all allies, blocking 500 points of damage, stacking with the Jade Shield of the protected land. Looking at the sealed space around them, Sumumu and Baiju were stunned, while the city lord smiled, thinking, "This kid has single-handedly changed the status of an entire profession." He then looked towards Sumumu and the others, thinking to himself that children would value priests more and more in the future. Meanwhile, outside the city, the people cheered. "It's great. Jiang Cheng's main team is back." Meanwhile, the rescue teams were hard at work, and one of them began to report. "A district streets are clear. The cleanup crew has scoured every residence and corridor, eliminating any lurking tide creatures." Meanwhile, as he overlooks the completed construction, another person reports that the entire outer city has been restored and the signal tower has been reactivated. Huang Tianqi, sitting in the command room listening to the report, then asks, "What's the situation in the inner city?" Immediately, a report comes in. The 1st Legion has taken over the city center's wall defenses and begun clearing operations, while the 2nd Legion is assessing shelter losses. After hearing the full report, Huang Tianqi pondered, "We considered everything, but didn't think about the fallen sneaking in. How did they infiltrate the student ranks? Furthermore, we underestimated the potential severity of the demonic tide. Why didn't anyone notice?" And he imagines the citizens being hunted by monsters within the city. The city outskirts are vast, and with the addition of numerous mana tide gates, the situation has become even more dire, and the number of remaining professionals is dwindling. Even the original test site has been almost completely destroyed. We also have to abandon observation to provide timely support to the outer city, and many people's homes have been damaged and need to be repaired and rebuilt. Then he thought of the injured citizens and Lin Ye. Though no civilians died, many were seriously injured and require long-term treatment. As for inside the city, there's Lin Ye, Shangguan Yan, and even the city lord. I hope my judgment wasn't wrong. The more Huang Tianqi thought about it, the more his head ached. After all, who was it that decided to send most of the main force to surround the lair in the first place? Why can't I remember anything all of a sudden? Just then, a staff member happily announced, "Mr. Huang, the communication and surveillance equipment has been restored." Another person reported, "We've confirmed that there were no fatalities or serious injuries within the city." Hearing this, another staff member couldn't help but exclaim how impressive the students were these days, managing to avoid any deaths in this situation. As one man spoke, another chimed in with a sarcastic tone, "Some luck, huh? But even I couldn't manage a scene that big." Another person chimed in, saying that the city lord and Shangguanyan were there, and the enemies were just insect people. Seeing everyone dismiss Lin Ye's contribution, Huang Tianqi suddenly spoke up. "No, if Lin Ye hadn't been there..." He looked down at everyone and said seriously that it was impossible for no one to be injured. At the same time, somewhere else, 2 cloaked figures stood silently observing the state of the city. An announcement rings out. All demonic tide creatures in and around the city have been eliminated, and the source of the tide has been dealt with. The city's disaster recovery proceeded in an orderly fashion. In a hospital room, people bustled about as teachers, students, parents, and participating professionals were escorted to private waiting rooms for examination and treatment. After all, they'd been fighting under immense pressure for so long that they'd exceeded their limits. If not for me and the priest constantly healing them, they probably would have collapsed long ago. Smiles began to appear, and the loudspeakers continued to echo. Thankfully, everyone's examination results showed that they were healthy with no after effects, and they even received free advanced treatment services. Inside the control room, a small screen displays the human health profile, while the heavily injured Shangguan is carried away on a stretcher. Shangguan suffered the most. He exhausted his strength, and Xiaokui clearly saw the side effects of the Soul Link, which caused him to fall into a coma and be taken back to the Spirit Cloud sect by his people. In the interrogation room, a governor slams the table, sternly questioning, while the mole has been handed over to a special agent of the Alliance. A bloody scene unfolds as soldiers storm in, firing relentlessly. Furthermore, we'll use them as leads to conduct a thorough investigation. Find the evildoer who unleashed the demonic tide, and punish them severely. Some officials responsible for protecting the city were implicated and dismissed for dereliction of duty, and corrupt officials were brought to justice one after another. Suddenly, he's back in his hospital room, lost in thought. All of this makes him feel like there are still major issues to resolve. He recalls the headmaster telling him that the Alliance knew about the mole's plan and had a counterattack planned, so the inner city and the market would be heavily guarded. He then calmly finished his banana, flashing back to when he struggled to support the weakened Shangguan. I even asked Shangguan why the Alliance decided to send their entire main force to attack the Abyss. He weakly told me, "That's right, I remember there was a proposal document." His words seemed laced with jealousy and resentment, but he wasn't wrong. After all, I didn't go attack the Abyss. I was in the central control room at the time, and when I realized what was happening, I rushed here. He listened intently, only to stand aside and assess this person. Is a side effect of his talent a reduced IQ? Suddenly, Shangguan eyes lit up as he shouted, "I remember now, we were certain we could wipe out the Abyss with a snap of our fingers." A group of elites rushed out of the gate, so we mobilized all the main support forces in the city. Linya suddenly interrupted, refuting, "That's not right. I feel like there's still something wrong, like everyone has collective amnesia, missing a shared memory." Shangguan suddenly noticed his dilating pupils and continued to explain. Even if everyone lost their composure and carelessly forgot about defense, it would be impossible to transfer the entire main force. Could it be that you fools deliberately created an opportunity for the spies to create a magic tide teleportation gate? They were meticulously arranged, attacking in formation, and many members of the encirclement and suppression elite team returned to the city with us after destroying the token, continuing to be responsible for security. But then, suddenly, they were ordered to join the Abyss attack, and no one objected. One of them had a look of bloodlust, their pupils turned red, and their souls were unstable. Seeing this, Shangguan couldn't help but shout, "Are you all really stupid?" Back to the conversation, he turned to Linya and said, "That's right, we've all forgotten the original orders and defense plans." A moment later, his expression completely changed, becoming extremely serious. "This is eerie. If someone can control our thoughts, their power is enough to destroy the city and the Abyss forces at will. The world is bathed in blood-red hues as skyscrapers crumble." Amidst this carnage, Shangguan asks, "Why go to such lengths to ensure mutual destruction?" Lin Ye casually interjects, saying, "He doesn't want us to be like that heaven-defying guy." The scene shifts to the city lord, who sternly orders, "Our initial plan states that once confirmed, we will dispatch several guard teams to provide comprehensive protection to the area." The city lord's eyes reflected a complex mix of helplessness, considering the possibility that the Abyss demons would plant corrupted individuals among the common people, an idea that quickly gained traction. Indeed, there are many of these people with mixed backgrounds, and although their strength is not high, many have not yet received the power of the Abyss, he continued. Because their bodies have almost no power and they rarely participate in any activities, their task is only one-way communication with the demons of the Abyss. It's difficult for our people to investigate their identities and gather evidence. The city lord doesn't deny his words, but instead considers a solution. That's right, faced with the instability caused by these low-level corrupted, we arranged countermeasures and drew up defense plans from the start, but none of us carried them out. He quickly realized, his expression tensing, pupils widening, that there were still high-ranking fiends mixed among them. But then, his memories seemed to vanish, and he denied what he'd just said. How could this be? We all passed the test. Furthermore, if there's such a powerful mole, can we really turn the tables so easily? His eyes clouded with thought. Furthermore, if his identity remained hidden, why didn't he warn the Abyss faction to retreat sooner, instead of watching their master get beheaded? It conjures images of colossal beasts clashing, unless there's a civil war within the Abyss faction. The city lord pondered that statement seriously. A civil war? Indeed, there's another possibility. Their initial target was the Abyss King. Could it be that another Abyss King wanted to plunder Jiang City? He then turned and ordered Tianqi to contact the professional alliances in other cities immediately, saying that these people might be even more difficult to deal with than the Abyss Demons. They must have other goals and schemes. The city lord's words were resolute. To find out who they are, we need to know the methods and tools used to erase memories. Then, he gave orders to everyone there. The staff involved are ordered to re-examine everything, while atop the tower a hooded couple silently observes. She scoffed. Looks like we've been discovered? A cold male voice replies, "It doesn't matter. We did these things openly, so it's only natural we'd be discovered." He begins to cast his spell, his eyes now fixated solely on Lin Ye. Regardless, his combat data is now in our hands. I must say, this kid's talent and strength are truly extraordinary. Even he has to commend him for what he's done. No wonder he defeated the Dark Knight of the strongest warden unscathed, and even earned its recognition. Hearing this, the girl grew curious and asked, "Do you like this human child?" She pointed to Lin Ye's image on the pendant, her voice somewhat threatening. "Aren't you afraid the Abyss Demons will destroy this human genius?" He calmly replies. "What's there to fear? Our feigned absence plan poses no danger to him at all. It's merely a tool to test his strength." Just then, a red light suddenly appeared. It has begun. Lin Ye and Su Mumu appear. He suddenly slashes the monster before him, recording the dungeon's progress as Lin Ye looks up, his face serious. The mysterious girl smiled, impressed. "It seems you were right. There's never been anyone like him. His strength is extraordinary." His companion couldn't help but scoff. "Who was rushing me to leave just now?" Then she gasps in shock. "What is going on?" The three-eyed man turns to see the Chamber of Life's tears and the guardian tree reflected. "These are tears of rebirth, and there's actually a guardian tree. You can't just summon these things with tools." "We're in hell." The strange girl looked up, observing intently. "Even the succubus who created the enchanting advent was drawn here?" The three-eyed man spoke with disbelief. "Is it possible we were mistaken?" Meanwhile, she watched Su Mumu, wondering if the biological tears were this human girl's gift. But why did the guardian tree obey her commands? The way she fights only deepens their suspicion. Who is she, really? The three-eyed one suddenly clenched his fist until it bled, cursing in anger. "Damn it, we were wrong." The giant floating eye suddenly explodes, and the three-eyed man grits his teeth, realizing the prophecy from the third umbilical cord wasn't about Lin Ye defeating the Dark Curse Knight unscathed, but about this human girl. Somewhere, a light shines through the crimson mist. "Sumumu, she is the chosen one we were truly searching for." As Su Mumu gripped her staff, eyes closed beneath the deep sea, she suddenly sneezed. Just then, Lin Ye's phone rang, drawing his attention. Lin Ye stares at the amount on the screen in disbelief. "Is this the League's reward?" Meanwhile, Su Mumu cheers. "I got it too." The eyes of Baiju sitting next to her lit up. I got it too." Meanwhile, in a hospital room, a young man with a bandaged head smiles as he holds up a sign, a token of appreciation for those who served during the demonic invasion. The Alliance really went all out this time, didn't they? Not only the veterans, but even the civilians severely affected by the invasion are receiving long-term subsidies. Other injured warriors helped each other, laughing and talking. But aside from our group, the students facing final exams were miserable. Besides recovering from their injuries, they also have to prepare for exams again. Lin Ye sighed as he looked at the screen. "I heard the final exam will be held in a month, a true test of their physical and mental recovery." Just then, someone knocked on the door. As he opened it, he asked, "Who is it?" The city lord's representative greeted him with a smile. "It's me. The city lord is too busy and specifically sent me." He held out his hand and continued, "This is your Medal of Honor, and you can also update your new equipment skills." In that instant, Lin Ye held the new equipment stats in his hand as he, Su Mumu, and Baiju stared intently at the screen, though I doubt he'd notice anything right now. Lin Ye skimmed through and replied, "Not exactly. I was planning to replace my shoes and belt. The hidden self-recovery effect seems a bit useless to me now, and the magic resistance only defends against ordinary magic attacks and skills." Instantly, a series of changes occur within Lin Ye, the magic resistance growth of the priest class already higher. Lin Ye. Magic resistance. 9,350. Euphoria. Magic resistance. 1,000. Yujia. 350. The Euphoria belt has many outstanding characteristics. Honestly, I only chose the Belt of Exhilaration to get enough points for the final exam. After careful consideration, he spoke. But I think I'll replace the swift boots because they can increase my power ceiling. After all, you can never have too much speed. Lin Ye recalled the old teacher and the giant tree guardian. Both relied on their overwhelming attack speed to dominate. To become an unbeatable secret realm boss in everyone's eyes, he smiles faintly and continues to explain. Without their incredible attack speed, their combat effectiveness would be reduced by at least 50%, and challengers could defeat them with a few waves of attrition. The old mentor pointed at himself, confused, and muttered, "Huh? Me?" After a moment, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and said, "I've made my choice," and tapped on the image of the boots. "I want the flame boots and that healing skill book." In an instant, the boots appeared with a fierce flame and information panel. The item is the Flame Shoes, a pair of level 10 forged shoes with a level 20 limit and diamond quality. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment effects, all stats increased by 60, movement speed increased by 50%, fire resistance increased by 50%, and grants the skill Path of Flames. When activated, Path of Flames increases movement speed by an additional 50%, turning the path into a fire-covered road, dealing continuous burning damage to enemies standing on it and granting 30% fire resistance for 10 seconds. Sumumu couldn't help but wonder the flame boots had increased their limits by so much. But why did Lai choose Healing Wave? It seems a bit ordinary compared to other platinum-level skills. Lin Ye activated the skill, saying, "Watch, Healing Wave is instantly cast around me. Platinum Level 5, Healing Wave, an active skill that unleashes a wave of healing. It randomly reverberates 10 times within the designated group, restoring 500 health points each time with a 10-second cooldown." But in the next second, Lin Ye suddenly takes up arms, reversing the healing wave into a chasing wave. This level 5 active skill unleashes a stream of purple energy, randomly striking within the designated group 10 times, each reducing 800 health points. The cooldown is 10 seconds, he explains after using his innate skill, which, while not an AoE attack, deals higher single-target damage than healing spells and Holy Light. The only requirement is that there must be 2 or more enemies. With that, the City Lord representative smiled and turned away. "Well then, everyone, please rest for a while. I still need to go find Shang Jun Yan. This guy's trying to shake us down for cash in the name of the Spirit Cloud sect," Song Lini suddenly called out. "Right, wait a moment." He paused, carefully inquiring. "Are you sure nothing's wrong with Huang Xiaofeng?" He immediately turned around, clearing his throat to assure them that Xiaofeng couldn't compare to him, but he had his own talents and mission. "If anything happens, I, Huang Tianji, will take full responsibility." Sumumu, standing nearby, turned to ask, "It seems Huang Xiaofeng has really gone missing. Do you know where he went?" He nonchalantly uttered the words, "secret," and she angrily retorted. Lin Ye suddenly strokes Sumumu's head and instructs her, "All right, everyone go get some rest. I still have things I need to do." Miss Yang looked at him and asked, "So we can't come with you?" "That's right, Captain. Lin Ye would seriously refuse if he needed us." "No need. This won't benefit you. This is my mission alone," and a system notification suddenly appears with a skull image. The upgrade conditions for the Universe Reversal skill are now open. Reach level 20 alone and use Universe Reversal to eliminate 10,000 creatures within the secret realm. Elsewhere, a man suddenly spoke up asking, "Where is Lin Ye?" Meanwhile, a bald man was asking the same question. "Where is Lin Ye?" In the plaza, a silver-haired woman announced to the crowd, "We still haven't found student Lin Ye." A moment later, she knocked on Lin Ye's door. As soon as Sumumu opened the door, she explained, "Teacher, Lin Ye is in a dungeon. You can wait for him outside." But the female teacher suddenly glared and shouted, "Even though you are special recruits that all universities want, I will make something clear to you." She adjusted her glasses and continued, "The future belongs to you all, and you must get into the top 3 elite universities, or go to a school with no admission standards. That doesn't care about quality or reputation, and can freely break enrollment limits. I'm giving you sincere advice right now." Sumumu called out softly, confused. "You don't know? Your team leader, Lin Ye, said he's going to Tianqi University, ranked number..." The teacher smugly continues. Images of Baizhu in 2 different situations flashed before her eyes because only Tianqi University was willing to make an exception and specially admit the remaining teammate. She was even angrier when she recalled Lin Ye's words. "Sorry, but you don't need to convince me anymore. My teammate has to come with me. That's my only requirement." The teacher hissed in anger. "Lin Ye, even if you're at the top, no school will accept someone with connections but no achievements." Meanwhile, Lin Ye has shaken hands with the president of Tianqi University. They've agreed to all his requests, and his team will be enrolling there. The teacher cried out in disbelief. "What?" Lin Ye affirmed, tilting his head slightly. "That's right. University rankings mean nothing to me. What I'm looking for is a school that suits me, so please leave. The woman behind her clenched her fists in resentment. Lin Ye, don't think your god-level talent makes you invincible. Back in reality, the teacher tries to entice him again. Actually, today is the last day of the special recruitment period, so please think carefully. After today, this opportunity is gone, so I hope you won't regret it. Su Mumu could only force a smile and wave. Yes, ma'am, you have a good day. Then she gently closed the office door. Su Mumu leaned against the door and sighed. Lin Ye, I know your decision is sound, but you can't just offend people like that. Even as she lamented, she checked her phone. He hadn't replied to her messages in 2 days. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon, Lin Ye sprints at full speed, leaping high to break through the stone men's encirclement. The system simultaneously displays the notification. Monsters killed, using reverse skill, 1500 sounds 10,000. Lin Ye immediately jumps into the blue space portal opposite him, switching to another dungeon. Entering the new instance, he throws a hand back, unleashing a skill that instantly obliterates the monsters below. He immediately looked at the notification board. 3,000 out of 10,000 monsters killed using the reversal skill. The next second, as Lin Ye left the instance, he thought, good thing I didn't have to kill 10,000 bosses. He smirked slightly, thinking that at this rate he could eliminate enough monsters before the holiday ended, even if the leveling up was a bit slow. Lin Ye suddenly remembered some familiar faces and that female headmaster, but Shang Guanyan and Huang Tianji had already greeted the headmaster of Tianqi University. The school has plenty of dungeon resources, and they even care about us. But most importantly, that academy is the best fit for them. A ranking suddenly appears. The top 10 academies in the entire professional system are the cradle for training top-tier professionals, requiring students to be outstanding, talented, and backed by family resources. Therefore, these top 10 universities have naturally formed networks and connections, making the top 3 even more exclusive due to a lack of connections. Lin Ye scoffed. Yes, more precisely, they don't accept ordinary connections. As Lin Ye walked, he pondered, even if they weren't as arrogant as the top 3, they'd still refuse and tell him to find a normal university that would accept Baiji. In the end, he still needed someone above. He frowned, lost in thought. This time, he was definitely involved in an unconventional relationship. Just then, a dark figure placed a hand on Lin Ye's shoulder. Lin Ye. Su Mumu frowned and crossed her arms, saying that she'd finally found his dungeon exit. Baizhu then cheerfully asked, Captain, how's your progress coming along? He recalled the system information and replied, It's fine. Each dungeon has 200 to 500 monsters, so there's plenty of time to kill enough before the holiday ends. Besides, we're definitely going to Tianqi University together, and we'll still be a fixed team conquering dungeons. Hearing this, Baizhu excitedly cheered, Okay, no problem. Su Mumu suddenly grabbed Lin Ye's arm and said reproachfully, That's good. Now that everything is planned and you have more to do, you should rest a bit. Seeing his reaction, she grabbed his hand and rattled off. Have you been grinding dungeons so much that you've lost track of time? Our class's final exams are over, and our graduation trip is about to begin. Do you want to go? Lin Ye forced a smile and replied, I'd almost forgotten. Beneath the clear blue sky, the planes began to take off. This graduation trip is a recreational activity organized by the professional league at their own expense. No matter the final exam scores or which academy or profession to choose, all this year's examinees can participate, free of charge. Everything was confirmed by the authorities. In the new era, with the advent of manatides and otherworldly beings, humans created safe cities and territories, keeping everyone inside, and citizens were not allowed to venture outside the city at will. Beyond the towering city walls, a horde of monsters lurks, making the outside world a dangerous place. Even after the manatide subsided, some monsters slipped through the cracks and roamed the wild, causing minor manatides to occur. A fully armed troop lands on the city walls, as the Alliance maintains regular patrols and each city has outposts for 24/7 monitoring of the wild. In a garden of wind, 2 armed men hunt monsters, as areas outside the city develop tourism and training. To foster human connection, Lin Ye nodded in agreement, saying, All right, I'll go. Practical experience is still very important. Hearing this, Su Mumu happily exclaimed, Why did he agree so easily? And Baizhu happily cheered, Great. Mumu, I told you the captain would agree. Soon after, on the day of the graduation trip, the train station was packed. The group chatted as they walked. Lao Liu, did you manage to reach A rank? Of course, you'll pass. Old Liu is a master thief, so how could he not reach A rank? Bro, take me with you. I'm only a B rank or else I'll have to go home and inherit the family fortune. Is that even allowed? Lin Ye points, confused, asking, Can someone explain why there are non-students sneaking in here? Across from them, Shangguan Yan smiles, explaining, just because I'm the sect leader doesn't mean you can forget I'm an eligible employee. I'm about to enroll in Tianqi University, so I want to get acquainted beforehand. Besides, I want to join your regular team. Hearing that, he was taken aback. What? Sumomo added in disbelief, you? Meanwhile, unnoticed, a stranger was watching them.